You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. What's up? What's up?
GM.
I'm just sending out a little message here. Actually, just a comment. So this is exciting, huh? We're seeing some Monero price action along with the rest of the market.
It's even crazier this time. Oh my word! Every time I refresh my phone, it's just gone up another $5. This is ridiculous.
I mean, what I'm most excited about, obviously the price part of it, but just the adoption is growing for Monero. Like you could feel it, right? Obviously, price is part of that. Seeing the price pump is certainly part of that. But I'm just seeing more and more people talking about Monero, big accounts, like crossover from other communities. XMR Bazaar, we hit over 3,000 listings. Havino, volume is growing. The Tari comes online, and Monero's now hash rate is reaching new all-time highs. So just the overall picture is so bullish in terms of Monero is here to stay. I think we're like about to hit the tipping point with Monero is the way I feel right now. So extremely exciting. We got Pork Fest coming up. We got MoneroCon coming up. I think that's going to be really good, perfect timing as well. So yeah, just overall excited about like the total growth of the Monero ecosystem seems to be at like a fever pitch right now.
Oh yeah, it really does seem like it is kind of going over this lump that it's crossing over this new area that it's not gonna be able to go back from it, which is cool to see. And I think it's like a culmination of things, like you're saying. Like I think one that really stands out to me that's really cool is those Spar stores in Europe that are starting to accept I think it's just two options. It's Bitcoin, or not even Bitcoin on chain. It's Lightning and Monero.
Oh wow!
I'm pretty sure it's, and then maybe maybe some EVM chains. But Monero is one of the few that they decided to accept, and it's part of the open crypto pay system that DFX created. Because DFX, they support Monero, and they're one of the last few exchanges in Europe that sells Monero, and they're the ones that created that open pay standard. So that's really cool to see.
What are they gonna do in 2027?
I don't know. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be hard to see. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I mean, the payment system should be okay, right?
Yeah, the payment system should be fine, but them selling Monero as an exchange might become like something that they can't really do.
Right, and then the problem is the people that are receiving the Monero, even if it's like peer-to-peer or whatever, or they're using this POS system, it then becomes difficult for them to get out of Monero, right? If you're running a business, you need to be able to easily get into your local currency to pay the bills.
What it looks like
the problem.
The initial language made it seem like it wasn't that they couldn't sell it; they just couldn't host like Monero wallets for people. So that means if you were to actually buy some, it would be like an instant swap where you'd get sent to your non-custodial wallet immediately. I could be totally wrong though, and it could be that they are moving to like ban the sale and like swapping.
Yeah, my understanding is like they're banning it. Like we're already seeing it being removed from exchanges, and now it seems like it's a total ban from exchanges and cryptocurrency operators, right? That are providing services.
I mean, we knew this would happen at some point. We could see the fog coming from far away. So It's not surprising.
But I'm just saying, like it is, hopefully I don't know, Havino is really rocking by then, and then Sarai, right? I get, so it's just going to force us to really continue to build outside of the banking system.
Yeah, for sure. Because
And
right now the situation with decentralized exchanges isn't really like Havino is definitely taking off as like more of like a peer-to-peer ledger that people can like trade, which is cool. But in terms of like actual like dexes and Monero, there's not really. The situation is a little bit grim right now. We have some developments on the way. Like I know like there's basic swap, of course, and then Sarai is being developed, but still a bit away. So
I mean, even these instant exchanges that we rely on so much, they're at the whim, right? They could easily be kind of banned in certain places.
Totally. Yeah,
right?
if it comes to it, they will remove Monero as an option because they're all above board. And then we even see ones that are totally like they don't give a crap about any of that. Like EXCH, they shut down because of the amount of attention that they got due to the recent usages of their instant swap service, which is unfortunate. So there's not as many as of these like super private anonymous instant swaps as there was before. They're starting to seem like they're starting to go away. Like EXCH was the biggest one, and they just shut down. So
yeah, I mean, I think stateside in the U.S. will be fine. I think things are looking really positive from the regulation standpoint. I am making some headway with this bit license thing. I'm starting to make some headway behind the scenes. I'm seeing a path. I think I have the right people to talk to. I met some good people. And then I have people that just in the Monero community that are local that want to help out, people that we met at the event. And yeah, so I think I actually am going to try to start getting this going as a project.
Doug for Congress 2028.
No, I don't think I'd ever go down.
Never again.
Dude, we could just do so much more on the outside,
you're not,
right?
Like burdened by all the stupid bureaucracy and whatever, being tied up as.
I mean, listen, if they were going to try to ban Monero, then yes. I'd be do whatever I need to try to do politically to get it unbanned here in the U.S. But I don't see that being the case. I see us going the opposite direction. Obviously, we're at the whim of whoever's in power. But right now, things are looking pretty good. And even by the time the Dems do come back in power, I think what we need to make sure is that Monero adoption has grown enough by that time where it's not seen as this tool that's just used by, terrorists or whatever, used by criminals, but that it's understood that Monero is cash, and cash should be a human right, the right to transact peer-to-peer with an asset like cash, where it's not controlled by any corporation. There's no surveillance, just allowing people to transact peer to peer, and that value should very much align with the left as well, right? So I think even when we do eventually switch regimes, I do think by then Monero adoption and crypto adoption will have grown so large that people now understand this concept and understand that it does align with the ideals of America, whether you're from the right or from the left. And I do think we get there by the time the next administration comes in.
I will say it is very interesting to see how I think there is a little bit of an echo coming from your side.
Maybe my gain is too. I don't know.
And under the echo cancellation, screw stuff up.
Yeah, I don't like doing the echo cancellation. How about now? Is it better now?
Yeah, I think that's better. Yep. I will say it is interesting to see. I'll turn mine down too, so it can be balanced. There we go. It is interesting to see the kind of 180 that happened versus the previous, the Biden-Harris administration to the Trump administration, and I feel like there has to be some kind of catch there because there's no way that it's like, oh, suddenly they're going to be accepting of because I thought what was going to happen was that was going to be overly accepting of all the regular cryptocurrencies, and the privacy ones would still be kind of like gray. But it even seems like a lot of the attacks from the DOJ that we were seeing on privacy projects, those have started to go away or been rescinded, or people have been, like Ross Ulbricht was part in. Tornado Cash is no longer sanctioned. But I think overall, it's kind of just the government is at a point where like, oh shit, like people are starting to actually not trust us. We need to like back off a little bit so we can gain some trust again, so that the people don't revolt,
Yeah,
because it's a constant like cat and mouse game of them like violating people's rights, and then they go a little too far, so they got to step back a little bit. So
yeah, they're letting some steam out of the system so it doesn't blow a gasket. It's like all right, too much pressure. It's boiling frogs, right? So if they raise the temperature too fast, all the frogs start to jump out. So. But
we're in a good place for like a really good place compared to, oh my goodness, like compared to a year ago. It's insane how much better of a place it is, even for privacy, even for crypto privacy. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I think I'm gonna try to get the bit license eliminated here, and that will be my political action. So that I'll scratch my political itch with that. Right, this was so much more productive than trying to run for even if it elected in Congress, even if I was elected at that time. I think I would have been quite well. It would have been pretty good because things would have been starting to peak at the same time. I think, yeah, I certainly would have gotten a good word out on how Monero aligns with the ideals of the United States. But like the actions that you could actually take as one person in Congress, right? Obviously, you got to like build coalitions and get people to go along with things. But
you have connections,
dude. It's like,
which I'm sure you have some.
I mean, and they would just try so hard to capture you, right? That's the thing. I mean, it's really hard to be like a badass like Ron Paul, or obviously, yeah, that would be my goal. But it wasn't easy, even what these guys achieved. My hope is that being having Monero, right, would give me more even the strength to do that, but. You're up against some very strong forces that try to influence you, threaten you, and steer you in their direction. So it's really fucking hard to do it and do it right. It's like it's as sure most people listening to the show would already know that it's like probably not worth engaging, but it is. It's like tempting at times, It is tempting, but I do think it could get so much more done with trying to just eliminate the bit license, do some political action in that arena, and see if I could even achieve that. But that would be I'd probably achieve more with that than anything I could achieve even if I were to have been elected to Congress at that time, in regards to helping Monero.
So true.
But yeah, we shall see. What's Monero price doing right now, man? How we doing?
334. Let me refresh. 331, 332.
Spirabal, and you got to say that you ran for Congress in 20. Yeah, it is. Like when people ask when you're on, I was like 2020. It's like that was the most badass year to run for Congress too. The world was on fucking fire. It was like COVID had hit. It was insane. I mean, obviously it was sad to see everything happening, but it was also a great adventure. There was exciting times. I was like the only person out and about, like among people. Everybody was like, he's crazy. As a run for government, like fuck you. Take off your mask. Stop. Like why? Like stop. Stop being psyoped. It was wild, man. People were freaking brainwashed. We were the sheep fever pitch was at an all-time high. I do think there'll be another moment like that. I don't know, it'll come in the form of something else, right? Who knows what the
global cyber
red
attack
flag is going to be. Yeah. Global cyber attack. Where they're using Monero. They're asking for Monero ransoms. Who knows? I don't know what the next one's going to be, but 2020 was pretty wild. Anything below 350 is a steal.
Dude, anything below
Yeah.
like 10,000 is a steal.
Honestly, I'd say Monero should be a stable coin at $1,000 right now. Like, in all fairness, compared to where Bitcoin is, and as long as Bitcoin is around that $100,000 level, you know, I think it's a 0.01. It should be solidly stable at 0.01, and then continue to grow.
This is Doug's technical analysis. Very very in depth.
Come on, is it really any less real than what other people are doing?
No, I mean we're finally seeing it's.
Think about it. You're using Doug Tuman's intuition. I've been in Monero for a long, so it's, you know, I'm not just this comes from, this is very intuitive here. I do think Monero should be solid around 0.01 Bitcoin, which would put us at $1,000 right now, right? I think that's like the fair market value. Honestly, and then even higher, but just like as a minimum, like it should be stable. That should be like Monero's bottom against Bitcoin.
And I just want to like preface again that like obviously like I didn't get into this for making money. Doug didn't get into this to make money. Like the main focus of the Monero project has never been about making money. It's just we're excited because it's a good thing ultimately for adoption, and then two, it's cool to see Monero essentially take these new grounds that was basically stolen from it years ago. I mean, Monero's been price suppressed for years, and it's been delisted left and right. So it's really, really cool to see it like just basically say, fuck all of that, doesn't matter, and just continue rising above anyway. Whereas a lot of projects, if they got the same kind of treatment, they would have just died, and a lot have. But Monero, because of the focus of the community, it's gained its place, and it's gained its like natural adoption, and now it's making new grounds regardless of what's happened to it in the past with being delisted across exchanges. It's not even that accessible. Like the liquidity for Monero is pretty low, and yet we're seeing people we're seeing the demand like outweigh the supply basically. So
yeah, I mean, this the anti-moon boy thing. All right, if you're in Monero just because you want to speculate on it, you've come to the wrong place. But to not be excited about the price and to not want the price to go up, as if it's like contrary to what we should be standing for, that makes no sense, because it's like literally a big part of what gives Monero its value, right? It needs a strong price.
It's affirming our convictions on the technology. It needs to be
liquid. The more liquid Monero becomes, the more powerful and unstoppable it becomes. Monero at $1 trillion market cap is a hell of a lot more disruptive than Monero at, you know, a $5 billion market cap. And the great thing about Monero is it doesn't mean it's co-opted at that point. With Bitcoin, essentially the higher the price goes, the more co-opted it becomes. But Monero, as far as we understand, is built in such a way that won't be the case. They won't be able to co-opt it even at a higher price because of the fact that it's fungible. And all these other, ASIC resistant and all this, like it's built to not be controlled by any entity. And so that needs to work as well at $1 trillion market cap as it does at a $5 billion market cap. And the signs are pointing to that is the case, that Monero will scale with demand. Monero's privacy tech is being perfected. There's really no other major shortcoming that's not going to disallow Monero to still be unstoppable at that market cap.
The hash rate in particular, it is getting better. And like partially thanks, like whether you like Tari or you think it's a shitcoin, whatever. Tari single-handedly has given a lot of P2Pool hash rate, decentralized P2Pool hash rate to Monero, which deserves a lot of respect. That's the one thing that does concern me, is that the Monero hash rate is not super large, and it's not that decentralized yet.
That's
however,
probably
it is gaining
greatest weakness right now.
Yeah,
but we're seeing a path towards solving that, right? This theory that if we start merge mining it with other potentially valuable cryptos,
specifically through P2Pool.
Right. And now there's more of an incentive to mine. We need to come up with more additional incentives like this, right? Like people need to be incentivized to mine
Yeah.
Monero. This seems to be the path towards that.
And of course,
Right.
as the price goes up, that's another thing too. Like price, it's like there's so many benefits that far outweigh the negatives of price. It's like, okay, yes, if the price is going up a lot, if it's fluctuating, people might not be as ready to like spend it, right? They might not want to immediately spend it because they're like, oh, the price is moving a lot. I can understand that. Personally, I just spend it whenever I want to. I don't really care about the price too much. But there's the benefits that far outweigh the cons because it pays it if like developers suddenly have way more cash and to work on the project. Like, and people who are OGs who invest in the project, suddenly they have way more capital to do that. And then also the price going up incentivizes miners more. There's going to be more miners. It incentivizes decentralizing the hash rate because there's going to be more individual people. Of course, we still have the problem. There's a lot of centralized pools that own the majority of the Monero hash rate. But as we're seeing like P2 pools start to take off a little more with projects like Tari that are merge mining P2 pool, that'll help that out a decent amount, at least, if not like a ton. And then we'll see other projects in the near future like DarkFi that'll merge mine, presumably using P2 pool with Monero as well, which is really cool.
Yeah, Frank is saying nice. It helps us in our wealth, increasing XMR at plus 300, plus 1,000. That will fund a lot of good endeavors for freedom and yeah, exactly. Like I'm a lot more disruptive when Monero's at $1,000 versus sitting at $200.
Yep.
And there's a lot more I can do. I have more resources.
It gives you more power to
right. And then there's everybody else is the same way. Everybody else has more resources, more ability to opt out. Yeah. So you know, nothing wrong with the price going up. And the way we make price go up is we don't sell. We use Monero, right? So if you're of the mindset that you have your Monero, you're gonna hold it, and then you're gonna spend it. You know, you're not gonna spend it for dollars. Never spend your Monero for dollars. Have that mindset. I mean, unless you need to, because you need those dollars, because that's the only way you could buy what you need at that point. But if you're of that mindset, that's the number go up mindset in Monero. In Bitcoin, it's hold, store, and don't even use it. In Monero, your mindset should be, keep your value in Monero. Have a nice chunk of it, just like you would cash and money in the bank, and use it as you need it. But ultimately, try to gain more of it over time. I think is this most simplistic way of looking at Monero versus how the Bitcoiners, that would be the mind of Monero Maxi. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I mean, it really is the digital gold, like in comparison to physical gold in terms of like the ability to like use it in a way that's like more direct and private, right? And it's like, it still relies on the internet. It's not like it is a physical object. So obviously, diversify a little bit, but Monero is the most powerful currency that you can use like on the internet right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I was always kind of put off by like that meme that was spreading, like, that Monero is just a tool, just, use it when you need to make a transaction, but never hold it or start like. I was always very off put by that.
All those Bitcoiners who
I think that was an attack.
That opinion, yeah, and they're probably regretting that now.
I think it was either one or two things. It was like it was like it was an attack because they feared that people were, going to move over to Monero, but then also just a way to keep the price of Monero down if you wanted to obtain more Monero. I mean, honestly, I think that's, that was a good way to suppress price and accumulate.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these OG Bitcoiners, man, the real OG Bitcoiners, none of them are against Monero, right? Because they have been looking at this stuff the right way from day one. They want a tool that's actually going to work for the desired purpose. They got into it early because they really understood these ideas very early. All those guys give Monero the time of day because they see that it's gaining adoption for the purposes of digital cash. And they're technologists at heart. They understand how things work. So they're not going to ignore Monero. All right, we got a big show today. We'll bring Bawdy up for the price report. It'll be fun as Monero's price is pumping. And then did our special guest jump up yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, so hopefully he gets the link. Tux, I'm gonna kind of be half on, half off here because I gotta hit the road soon.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'll still be tuned in, but I'll be remote because I gotta
Going
get
for a
somewhere.
Monero drive.
Well, I gotta get to a family thing, so I didn't want to cancel the show. So trying to balance both here. So by around 1 o'clock, I'll be mobile instead of here at HQ. So I'm hoping, although by then maybe we'll be done with the guest segment as well. So let's do price report. And then hopefully the guest will hear, and we can bring the guest up right away, and then you can continue on with news and viewers on stage.
All right, let's do it.
Alrighty.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
GM, Bawdy.
Hello.
Morning. What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. Just chilling, just watching this price action. I guess it decided
Crazy.
to take off this morning.
I am curious if you have any more insight into like I'm thinking like maybe if there's potentially some more like attempted swapping going on, or if it really is just going up because of the speculation due to recent events.
There's also some old like Silk Road related Bitcoin. That
Silk
moved, right?
roids, yeah, man, get in the gym. Sorry, say that again. I missed it. Silk what? Silk Road what?
There's some old Silk Roads Bitcoin that recently moved.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's that.
I don't know why I'm struggling with that right now.
Doug's got gym fever.
Yeah. You're waiting on that dark.
No roids here, but I did hit a new local high on my bench press yesterday.
Nice. Right on.
I seem to be going up with Monero.
With the Monero price.
I'm trying to get 3
Fueling your
plates.
workouts.
Trying to get 3 plates by 1,000. That before Monero hits 1,000. That's my goal.
It's a admirable goal, man. 3 plates is no joke.
No, but the Silk Road, the Bitcoins that recently moved. I don't know if anybody has had their eye on that, but I don't know. Are those moving into Monero?
I don't know. Probably. I'm sure that chain analysis is monitoring the situation.
Keeping it under control.
Yep.
And then that hack that we had seen a couple of weeks ago, are there still, are those coins moving anymore? Because that was only a few $1 million, right? That basically.
Well, he split them up into tiny little maybe not tiny, but he split them up into a bunch of different addresses, started swapping. I think he consumed all the liquidity that he could, and until they basically decided, hey, which coins are still his, and tried to shut that down as much as they could. But I don't believe this guy moved $330 million into Monero. That doesn't make any sense to me. He probably moved maybe 15, 20, maybe 30 million into Monero, but not
right. And chain analysis would have a very good eye on that, right?
Yeah, he's probably still trying to do obfuscation stuff and move more coins around and swap where he can, swap where he can avoid getting caught. But yeah, he's probably still moving coins, and even if not, he's cleaned out the liquidity to a significant degree. So there's no more sell orders on the book. So when you have this situation where we were already low liquidity, the sell side was already pretty limited. even before this hack, the chart speaks for itself in a lot of ways. And we saw MEXC was running out of coins, and we saw these other exchanges were running out of coins and shutting down their withdrawals. There's only one thing that can happen if there's extra demand. So you have this hack, you have the attention that happened as a result of that hack, and there's really only one thing that price can do, right? It has to respond towards the upside. So we're finally seeing real market dynamics shine through now that basically all of the fake Monero that can be sold has already been dumped on the market. So they've already done all their fractional reserve naked short selling that they could do. So the price has to respond. If we have demand, it's going to respond. So that's what's happening here.
We shall see. We shall see. Certainly exciting to watch the price go up a little bit. It's rare in Monero, right? We're so used to being beaten down. Then the entire market moves and Monero just gets ignored. But it seems like Monero is now part of the mix in terms of the general broader crypto pump.
I mean, I got into it towards the tail end of what was it? Was it 2021 or no, it was 2022 even. It sort of pumped a little more again. I got in at the tail end of that. And since then, I hadn't seen like basically any meaningful price movement. So I was like, oh, it's just here to stay. And suddenly, like out of nowhere, it's just kind of started reaching up really high again. So it's been years. So we knew it's going to happen at some point, but it's surprising when it finally does, when we're used to seeing it at a certain place for so long.
I mean, the entire market is pumping, right? So like, right.
It is,
really, I
but
guess, right.
The degree is just
like
not comparable.
A few weeks ago, Monero was kind of leading the market, right, Bawdy? I guess, you could let us know, but it feels like a few weeks ago, Monero was leading, and now it's kind of like, as much as it feels like it's going up, it's kind of trailing the market in terms of other cryptos. Like, right, you're seeing these other. It seems like it's a real, shitcoin pump that's happening right now.
It's only competing with Doge right now in terms of.
Like Pepe is up 50% over the last 7 days, right? Like there's all these. Ethereum obviously is pumping. Monero's kind of actually pretty low on the list in terms of how much it's pumped relative to other coins this week.
Well, if we're taking into account like the meme coins, the shit coins, I mean, yeah, obviously those things have like insane amounts of like up and down movement, but compared to the big main ones, it's still holding its ground pretty well.
It would be nice to see things level out. Bitcoin like levels out at 100K or something. The shit coins like start to come down, and Monero continues to climb up against everything. That would be a nice moment.
Well, objectively speaking, it is holding its own versus the total crypto market cap. So against Bitcoin, against everything else, we could maybe look at. So this is XMR.D, so that's against the entire crypto market. But we could also look at maybe the XMR market cap just relative to shitcoins. So total 2. Yes, that implies me calling ETH a shitcoin. That's not a very lovely chart, is it? Maybe I did something wrong there. I had to have done something wrong. Oh, yeah, that's the wrong XMR. You have to actually type crypto cap. Dang it, I can't type this morning.
Looks like we got some XMR chats coming in too.
Please.
Mr. Wonderful tip 50 cents. The thing most people get wrong about the upcoming EU crypto regulations is it only makes it harder for custodians to hold XMR for other people. Right, that's the real crux of the regulation. It's not making it illegal for you to run your own software, to use Cake Wallet, to use the client, but it's making it harder for these services that are custodians of Monero. The EU basically helps us with pushing self-custody, unknowingly probably. Businesses can still accept Monero, right? So everybody can still use it.
This is kind of what I thought, based on what I read initially, which means that wouldn't necessarily be blocking the sale of it directly.
No, but it would. But a centralized exchange can't hold. Monero, right?
which, like he's saying, that's like actually better. Like we're forcing people into
like, which is what we were saying. I mean,
any fractional reserving if there's nothing to fractionally reserve. If they have to give it up once they buy it, like they're ironically like putting Monero in this really powerful position where it can't be fucked with as easily.
Yeah,
That and we keep the speculators out. Like there's a lot of component of market cap of these cryptos that's just entirely speculation, and that's not really good. Like you really do. Like if you want to claim to be a currency, you want to have a price that's based on actual demand, actual usage for real economic reasons, not just for speculation purposes. And so keeping that speculative component out actually prevents our price from rising maybe too fast. Because remember, like the fuckery can happen not just on the way down with fractional reserve, but it can happen on the way up too, where people are like suddenly piling in, and then the people that are running these exchanges and their liquidity providers front run all of the people trying to get into Monero, and so you get these price movements that are like 2, 5, 10x what they actually should be.
Mr. Wonderland finishing his comment, but yes, I agree. DFX Swiss could be in trouble with these regulations. Maybe they can outsource their services to Great Britain. Yeah, we'll have to see what DFX does.
Yeah, it's interesting. The European Union is they just want to ban all cryptos. They started
maybe things change there politically too.
They're
over
coming
the next
for
couple of
Bitcoin
years, right? You know, in Europe, maybe things start to swing back once they realize that it's like they're falling behind the times, right? It's a pretty big step in the wrong direction in terms of the evolution of humanity for Europe to kind of like take a step back and be like, we're not gonna go down the route that achieves max liberty. So that might start to switch and move back the other way.
You know, it suddenly occurs to me that we may have missed the opportunity for Papa Coin. There's a new Pope.
Yeah,
it's got to be a coin for the Pope now somewhere out there.
Make an NFT on Tari.
Oh shit! The first NFT on Tari would be Papa Coin.
I may have gotten the first Tari transaction. I tried mining Tari. I don't know. Did you guys try? I haven't gotten anything, and I've been running I've been running it.
It's very buggy. There's some problems with the software that even if you are actually mining, you don't have a proper connection to P2 Pool, so you don't end up getting any rewards. It's pretty stupid. But I managed to actually get some rewards after restarting the app several times and making sure that the connection was good.
It's a Tor thing, right?
It is using Tor, yeah.
Which is cool. Yeah, it's pretty slick. I mean, the way the client is, super easy to get up and running. And then you're running a Monero, you're running a Tari full node. It's running the Monero miner.
I just meant to say that because it's on Tor, you can get these connection issues where, like, I don't know how much you've used Tor, but anyone that's used it a lot knows that sometimes your connection just drops out for like no reason, and maybe it'll come back in a few seconds, or maybe it'll come back in like a minute, or maybe you have to refresh or something like that. So.
Yeah, so maybe that's what like the technical issue is that they're facing. Yeah, because it has been buggy for me as well. I haven't gotten any, but I did get 0.69 of Tari sent to me, and it was the night before I interviewed Fluffy and Naveen, and actually at that time was probably when you were able to send the first Tari transactions, because when people first started mining it, it was locked up for 24 hours, so you couldn't even send it for 24 hours, which is
I have a lot now that's actually available.
Which is effectively when the 0.69 was sent to me, so it's kind of funny. I may have in fact been one of the most early Tari transactions.
Let's get a market started for Tari. Who wants to sell me some Tari? I'll sell you some shit coins. Maybe
we did see a listing on XMR Bazaar. Somebody looking to buy Tari for Monero.
Oh shit!
They set it at some price.
What was the price they set it at? It's probably pretty low because I
don't know. Pull it up.
Tokenomics for Tari are interesting. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I am glad to see. So I would like to balance, because I'm obviously going to have some criticism here, but I would like to balance that by saying that I am glad that they pivoted towards. It sounded like on the interview you did with Fluffy that they can do basically any contracts. They can do pretty much anything that ETH or Sol can do. Maybe they're not. Yes. I don't know if they're Turing complete. I didn't really hear that phrase thrown out there. Maybe they're just trying to avoid the consternation of such a terminology, but it does sound like they pivoted to expanding the scope of what it can do. So that's cool.
Yeah, and it's cool that they really embraced the merge mining with Monero in such a way that it's default, happening with everybody seamlessly using P2 pool, and that's something that was not. This is where I feel like I missed. There's a couple of things. Obviously, I need a separate interview with just Fluffy, with just Ricardo. I only had so much time. But yeah, I regret not asking him that thought too, because when Tari was first being described as a concept that he was going to go work on, I think Ricardo was opposed to RandomX at that time. Like, he wasn't even pro RandomX.
Yeah, he was actually. I was happy to see that over the years, because it took him a while. It took him like 3 or 4 years.
Right. So I'm saying now, but now that's such
like,
a big part
okay.
of. That's such a big part of what Tari is. It's literally their value proposition off the bat. It's like, oh, we're the easiest crypto to mine in a click because it uses this thing called RandomX that you can run on any computer. Initially, Fluffy was against that concept at the time of when I believe that's when he was already pitching Tari as a project he wanted to work on. So I find that interesting that it became kind of one of the core values of Tari itself. I don't know.
Yeah.
I follow these things closely, obviously, but then, like, I mean, what's your analysis of that, Bawdy?
I would have liked to have seen them done 100% RandomX. They're doing the ASICs thing, and that's, I can't remember the numbers they said exactly. Is it 60% or 50% merge mined with Monero, and then the other part is
50%?
ASICs?
Yeah,
50%. Yeah, so that's still kind of like, okay, well, who are the guys with the ASICs and that particular algorithm? Like, who is, because they already had the 30% pre-mine. Isn't that enough special interest, right? Why do we need to do another 50%
Yeah,
ASICs?
I didn't really ask him. Yeah, and so these ASICs are what? They're unique to Tari's proof of work. They're not. It's not Bitcoin ASICs.
I don't
right?
remember which. No, they're not Bitcoin ASICs. I don't remember which algorithm was it. Maybe it was SHA-3. Did he say it was SHA? No, that's probably wrong.
no,
But I mean,
it is SHA-3.
SHA-3? Okay.
Yeah, because when I actually look I didn't look it up, but in the wallet software, it shows RandomX and SHA-3 under one of the settings and showing me the height for those.
Are there any other coins doing SHA-3?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Let's go to AI. Let's go to our handy dandy.
Yeah, who has all these?
Today.
Are these like is Bitmain creating these? No.
I mean, it's got to be like a pretty easy pivot from SHA-2. Let's see. All right, we've got Claude searching the internet right now for SHA-3 mining. I bet you there's got to be one, right?
Bitmain did participate in Monerotopia last year.
Maxcoin uses SHA-3. Okay. Also known as Kekak. Okay, that's kind of, I don't know, that sounds kind of dirty. I don't know why, but SHA-3, also called KECCAK, Kekak. Maxcoin, Smart Cash, and 0x Bitcoin. So I guess not really that many. I see what's going on here. There's this weird interplay between Fluffy Pony and Max Kaiser. Is that what it is? There's some deep conspiracy.
Oh,
here
it is
Max
coin. Max coin is the Max Kaiser coin.
Yeah, is it Max?
Oh, that is
unless
interesting.
It's a different Max coin. Maybe it's a different Max coin.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Max Kaiser's definitely a big investor in Tari.
He's got all these old ASICs. So he paid off Fluffy Pony so that he could repurpose these ASICs from 10 years ago.
Is he listed as one of the I mean, they have a long list of investors.
No, man, I'm just playing. I'm not making it actual.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
No. Like that's from 10 years ago. Max. Does Max Coin still is it still a thing?
Well, no. The reason why I say I wouldn't be surprised because Max Kaiser, he was a fan of Monero. He's a fan of Fluffy. He had Fluffy on his he had a big interview with Fluffy and getting the word out about Monero back in the day.
What happened to that guy? I've never made up my mind on what actually happened to that dude. Fucking Max Kaiser. This rose tinted glasses at the 2021 Bitcoin.
What do you mean?
conference.
What happened to him? He got greed, man. He's
Yeah, but he's already rich enough. Like he was already a multimillionaire probably before any of this happened, and now
yeah. But some people are controlled by fucking they have that gene. They're just fucking greed psychopaths. That's
I guess so.
I think I think this is what he is.
It's a huge mistake to think that everyone else thinks in the same way that you do, but it's still sometimes hard to relate to that mentality.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sailor. There's quite a few of these characters. Look at the traditional financial system, the people that run it. Max is closer to one of those than a cypherpunk.
Yeah. Well, he used to be on RT, and he used to say some stuff that sounded, I don't know, freedomy.
Yeah, he liked me. I interviewed him about Monero, like off the cuff, like live.
I remember that.
Super
That was years
shitty
ago.
quality, but as usual, it was a real Monero talk. But he said some. He basically said like, yeah, maybe Monero will be important if we need fungibility, right? Like, and obviously we do need a crypto that's fungible.
Maybe you need a Monero.
Exactly.
That's so funny.
Some
like that Sailor ever even said that. Like to think about that he ever said that. It's too good. Maybe you need one.
You just might need a Monero.
I don't think maybe they hadn't refined his script sufficiently at that point. He was still kind of just going off the cuff. And they're like, whoa. And bro, come to the back room and we need to have a chat.
Yeah, you think it's that bad?
No, I don't know, man. I have no idea what's going on there. Greed is often sufficient to propel the motivations that the Illuminati.
He's just another greedy guy who figured out how to play the Bitcoin ecosystem.
I mean, let's rewind back though to the .com boom. He was one of like the worst losers of the .com boom. Had all this shit thrown at him. Like it's a wonder he didn't ever go to jail. So you got to wonder, how did this guy stay out of prison? How did he not get prosecuted?
He's a master at riding large waves, right? Riding the financial system. He did it.
Well, I don't know if how much of a master he was, because he wiped out, right? He crashed.
Well, he wipes out, but he rides a big fucking wave, right? Like,
how did he stay alive? Like, how did his company stay afloat? I mean, I just sit back here and I look at the way that his kind of maybe not flamboyant, but his caricaturization of everything, and I wonder, how did he stay afloat? How did he not go to jail? Is he connected
he's
to
like
the
an
deep
Epstein?
State? We
like
know
that
the CIA, like, yeah. I mean, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not quite that nefarious, with his hands rubbing together, but he's still like, we know that the CIA puts people in positions like judges and CEOs and executives and lead scientists and all this kind of stuff. We know they do that. Like they even advertise that that's what they do. They're like, we need all these kinds of people too, engineers and executives, blah, blah, blah. So we know that they do that. And I just asked the question to myself, could this guy, and the answer is maybe. It wouldn't be crazy.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Certainly possible.
Lead the Bitcoin sheep astray. Make them focus on price. I
mean, yeah, if you're the CIA, whatever other agencies, and you're working towards trying to co-opt this thing that is here to stay, that's one of the tactics you're going to want to take, is to control as much Bitcoin as you can, right? And what better way to do that than start a private company that is built literally just for hoarding Bitcoin? And then eventually, guess what happens? All those Bitcoin get confiscated by the U.S. government. Boop. Cleared the table, like we like that. It would be the most effective way to mass confiscate a shit ton of Bitcoin.
Yeah, they probably won't do the confiscation thing though ever, because it's too. They did that back in the day, with during the Great Depression with gold, but it's really hard to think that they're gonna. Their methods are far more sophisticated than that now. It's too in your face to confiscate your shit, so they have to find other ways.
But in some scenario where the company goes in the wrong direction, right? Starts to goes bankrupt or something, or.
Yeah, I suppose could be that actually would be interesting. Yeah, so goes bankrupt, and then it's not that they confiscate it; they just took receivership. They're just going to appropriately manage the funds on behalf of the victims,
right? And
obviously pay themselves billions of dollars in the process, and maybe they got to sell a little bit of Bitcoin to pay their lawyers, just a little bit.
We got it all figured out. Question is, what are they going to do with Monero, though? How are they going to handle the Monero rise? Right. That's what do you think, Bawdy, are the kind of the points of attack in terms of trying to co-opt Monero?
Well, I mean, they did what they could
actors.
to suppress the price, right? Relatively pump the shit coins, create the narratives that are all contrary to Monero. Try and put the nonsense out into the crypto sphere. They're doing that. They've tried doing that. They're running out of ability to do that. So they've tried to run as much of the legal suppression as they can. They'll probably continue doing that as well. I don't think we'll actually see Monero hardcore delisted in the United States at this point. I don't think they're going to have the political will to make that happen. But after that, I don't know. They're probably just going to try and create as much friction as possible. At some point, they might try to infiltrate the project. They're going to keep trying. Like, we have to understand, they're going to try and put devs into the project. They're going to try and put new people in the project if they can. That doesn't mean reject all new people. Like, Rucknian was a fucking amazing addition to the team, right? When he showed up and started doing the statistical analysis. But yeah, I mean, they're just going to try and keep doing all the tricks that we've seen before. They're going to try and manage Monero like they manage the gold price, where they sort of allow some steam let out and then they pump relative prices to create psychological effects. They're basically, with Monero, they have to do what I call syncing with resistance. So whenever you're in a losing position, could be chess, could be socially, could be anything, you always sync with resistance, right? You don't just like completely let the bottom fall out, and you don't deny, like, you don't like try to pretend like you're still winning. You kind of concede the ground that you have to, but you firmly plant every foot and you make it as difficult as possible, right? So right now, when it comes to Monero, I think that the deep state and all these motherfuckers are syncing with resistance, right? They're trying to stop it. They're trying to slow it. They know they can't, but they can do everything they can to slow it from happening.
All right. Well, go ahead and take it away with price, and then we'll get Cryptocomicon up, because I'm gonna kind of be on and off right now. So yeah, let's move along. We're already an hour in. All my fault, by the way. I'm all hyped up watching Monero go up, watching Monero adoption grow. Yeah, buddy, take it away.
How do you guys feel about getting? I think Shortwave Surfer has a XMRChat here. Then we have Daisy Phoenix as well. Why don't we go ahead and cover those real quick?
Yeah, let's bring it up. Shortwave.
All right.
One more from this guy first.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Shortwave Surfer, 2009, tip 25 cents. He says, Monero at $310 is fake news. It's $211 based on the 182-day, 6-month moving average.
Okay, Shortwave. Okay, we get it.
I love that. That's like Shortwave's thing. He's keeping us all honest around here. Mr. Wonderland tip 25 cents. I still think it's good for XMR to be listed from every exchange. Being listed on major sexes brings in too many number go up people and make XMR more volatile. Also, it removes some of the pressure to build out our decentralized systems and make them more user friendly. Yeah, certainly arguments to be made for that. But price going up, like we were saying, all these things, it gives the ecosystem more capital, right? All the OGs, all the people that want to help build Monero now have more capital, more resources, and there's more liquidity in the system, which allows us to be more impactful with how we use our Monero, right? If I could buy, I could buy cheese with Monero today, but if I could buy land with Monero tomorrow, we're having a much larger effect on opting out. But yeah, there's obviously two sides of the coin there. Daisy Phoenix tip 25 cents. On water not being a human right, if a tyrant could steal all raindrops from all humans for a year, he wins. Let's make mining all XMR for a year be as difficult as that, then we are done.
Interesting.
What do you think of that, Bawdy? I don't know. Interesting analogy.
I'm trying to process that fully. So are you stealing CPUs, bro? Did you make a deal with TSMC? I'm not following. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's make mining difficult so that they can't steal the raindrops, right? I think that's the idea here. Is it's like, how are you going to steal all the raindrops? I don't know. Maybe you'll like chemtrail the skies or something to do that. Yeah, it's an interesting comment for sure. All right, let's get into price. I do want to comment on a couple things. So on the super chats. So Mr. Wonderland. I think we kind of mentioned that it's actually for now it's probably a pretty good thing that that Monero is delisted from a lot of exchanges. It has forced us to up our decentralized game. And it's preventing this crazy speculation component to price, and that's pretty good. You know, it keeps the volatility.
Do both.
Yeah, let's see. XMRChat Kev tip 25 cents. He says, not sure whether to hodl Monero or to use it for transactions now.
Both, my friend. Always both.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's like saying, well, I only want to spend private money, but I don't want to save private money. Like, well, if you don't like saving money, bro, you're going to have a difficult future. You know, so definitely use Monero for savings. It's been very good for savings. It's been very good for holding its value. All right, you know, like all cryptocurrencies and all volatile assets, it does have its periods of pullback during bear markets, an unfortunate effect of speculation. And I think a lot of that was the point of taking over the crypto market and integrating it into the financial system, was to make those volatile speculations something that make it harder to be used for both the savings and currency purposes, right? So, but still, we are in that part of the cycle where you should definitely be using Monero to save and to spend. So don't ever be like the maxis. Spend your Monero, right? Don't just hodl it. Don't just hoard it. You know, definitely spend it. Let's see. Okay, so shortwave. Yeah, shortwave. Okay, so actually, this one should be addressed for sure. Shortwave has this notion, and it's a very good notion, especially if you're running a business, and especially in market profiles of stability. You say, where is the moving average? Where you could choose the 182-day, you could choose the 360-day. It doesn't matter. But the idea is that you're choosing some kind of long-term moving average, and you're saying, okay, if I'm taking in Monero for my business and we're above the moving average, then I'm going to sell some Monero on the assumption that the price is a little bit too high. Because moving averages tend to act like price magnets, right? You have this mean reversion. And then you do the reverse. If you take in Monero and you're below the moving average, then you say, okay, I'm just going to hang on to this Monero. It's probably going up. It's probably undervalued. And that way you can create some stability for your business. It's not the most perfect way to do it. But honestly, it's probably one of the best ways to do it. It's simple. It's straightforward, and it generally works. However, when you enter a new market profile, and I think that's kind of where we're at right now. Those old moving averages no longer suffice, right? They don't, like, you're going to find, so shortwave, what you're going to find is that your current moving average down there at 211 is probably now too low. And if you'll notice, so on the Monero chart here, we have the moving average cluster. You can see that in white. And maybe if we would just want to reduce some noise, we can go to XMRUSD. And what I'll do is clear this, and then I'll just add the SMA. Shit, I have so many of them now. I don't know which one it is. Probably it's this one. All right, so what we're doing is adding just the moving average clusters, so that we can see what Monero looks like in the sense of moving averages. Let's make the resolution a little bit better on this. There we go. All right, so what you can see, shortwave, is that the moving average is moving up, but at least the main moving average cluster, right? So these are probably you're using, you said 211, so that would be right here. Dang. I don't want to like get too deep into this, but hell, why not? Let's just add a regular moving average. I don't even know how to find them anymore. Moving average, simple. Here it is. I don't know. Why do they put the simple moving average is like way that far down? That's retarded. Stupid. All right. Anyways, so let's do 182 days as recommended. What the hell? There we go. All right. Sorry about that. 182 days. And then I guess we could put that in. Let's put it in yellow just to make it very obvious. Okay. So, all right. Well, maybe you're right, man. Maybe that 182 moving day average is the 6-month moving average is sufficient there. So that's the guy in yellow right there. So that would be 211, just as he said. Yeah, so maybe this is sensitive enough to actually move with price in a way that's reasonable. Honestly, bro, this area right here, that seems like a fair price, but after the action that we've seen, I don't think this price is, that's not the Monero price anymore, man. It's something above that. Like, because here's why I would say that, bro. Let's go back to our regular XMR USD chart. No. Let's go here. It's simpler. So here's why I would say that, right? We had all of this very long consolidation, right? We had the bull market, and then we had this very long, maybe accumulation phase or bottoming phase or whatever you want to call it, right? And then ever since the bull market started, we've had extra liquidity from the system, right? From the fiat pumped into the system. And then we've had XMR just regularly making, and again, we had the Binance delisting, right? And then we had like all of the European delistings here, etc. So what I'm getting, and then we had like this whole macro crash scare for a moment, and then the price came right back, and the whole while, like we're setting higher lows all the way, and then we're setting this sort of capping action, and then even the macro crash scare couldn't get down very far, and then finally we're like, there's nowhere else to go, like there's no other place for price to go. So is 211 the current fair value for Monero? I would say no. Like maybe we could have said that 6 months ago, right? We could have said, hey, what's that moving average? That's probably the fair price for the meantime, fair price minus the fractional reserve fuckery that happened. But anyway, so the point is that this right here was kind of the capping action, and then there just wasn't enough Monero, and there was too much demand, so it broke out to the top side. Sure, that was mediated in the exact moment, the present moment, by a theft, right? By some dude that stole some money and went into Monero. But this was going to happen eventually. Somebody was going to try to move $10 million into Monero. Somebody was going to try and move some big amounts into Monero, and we were going to see a breakout because the liquidity was being constrained at every single moment, right? There was just no way for price to go down any further. So this is what I mean by like the moving average is a little can lag once you get into a market profile where things are moving, where things are trending. Moving averages are great for when you have a market that's ranging. So anyways, maybe a little bit long way to say that, but so at the moment, yeah, we've got Monero here currently sitting at $326, decided to pump this morning. Pretty cool. You can see here at the top, these are the moving standard deviations, and that is the absolute longest time frame, or really I should say the absolute highest standard deviation that we could draw for this chart, right? I don't know if that makes sense, right? Because you have moving standard deviations just like a moving average, 100-day, 1,000-day, 5,000-day, etc. Up here isn't necessarily the longest. It's just the one that is the absolute highest. So I know it's hard to see, but that would be definitely a spot to look for Monero price to try to get to. Again, this is TA kind of stuff. This is tea leaves kind of stuff. I can't tell you necessarily sometimes fundamentally why this works. I'm still in this zone where I'm like, all right, it works. These clusters seem to work. Sometimes they work like magic, and I don't totally know why. I have my theories on why that is. But you would also stop and say, well, why would a structure this long, right? Why would this structure matter? Because this structure was formed. I mean, if we go backwards, right, you can see this. This structure was formed by the bull market as things come up. So here we go. We'll just draw this right here. I know it's a little bit laggy. So you can see, right, it's this moving standard deviation that's forming that, right? It goes all the way back to here. You would say, why should that matter? How can, quote unquote, the market know what that standard deviation is? I don't know. I don't know, bros. I just know that it works. So I use it. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we're looking at probably continued positive movement. Probably this person that stole these funds is still trying to get into Monero, and all the extra attention that we now have on Monero as a result, people are buying it, right? When things go up, other people are like, hey, I want to buy that. It went up, so maybe it'll go up some more. Personally, I hate doing that. I hate chasing. I only like to buy stuff that's, blood in the streets kind of stuff. Even if I think it is going to go up some more. Although I'd make an exception for Monero, I will still buy more Monero with shitcoins, obviously, because I don't have a real job. Okay, so we're gonna go probably do something like this, right? We're looking for Monero to get into this zone right there, and then quite possibly beat that zone for a moment and actually tag the underside of the very long-term pleb line here. So if we zoom out, you can see, why did we draw this pleb line like this? Well, it is because we can, right? Because there's this little spot right there, and there's that little spot right there. Yeah, maybe it's kind of dubious, whatever. I don't know. Sorry if it is. We could also draw another one. So if we just want to take this guy, we could also draw another pleb line that looks like, I don't know. We could try and see. This is the problem with the pleb lines. We could draw one that looks like this, and it would probably still even be kind of valid. Actually, I had never drawn that one. Interesting. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll try and put something together there next week and see if I can show you guys something with this pleb line. For now, we would probably try and make it look like that. This chart's looking really dirty right now, but hopefully your eyeballs can make sense of it all. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, actually. So that line actually did matter. So maybe this line actually drives us higher, right? So maybe effectively Monero price ends up doing this kind of action. maybe, right. I'm not trying to make a prediction there. I'll have to think about that. I'll take a look at that on my own time and see if I can, I don't know, make sense out of that. Probably it's just tea leaves. Probably I'm just seeing signal where it's pure noise. All right, let's go to the XMR BTC chart because that one's actually kind of nice. We're looking at the weekly here. I mean, it's not as nice as it should be, but it's better than what it was. You know, I noticed something looking at this chart this morning. This W pattern kind of looks like this W pattern, right? This is actually a larger structure. But yeah, you know, maybe they're not. They do actually seem kind of like relatively similar time frames. So, all right, let's just look at it. From one bottom to the other, that was 53 bars, and from this one, that would be 33 bars. So yeah, it's similar. All right, let's do something retarded. Do you want to do something retarded live on air? I didn't even think about doing this, but let's do it. Let's find the bars pattern. Let's do it. Let's do the fractal analysis. We'll just do the first peak right there. Let's do the fractal analysis. All right, so we got our thing here. We took the pattern. We're gonna squishify it and make it look like everything. You know, make the old pattern, overlay it on the new pattern. This is very dubious, guys. Don't do this at home. You know, only do this with a trained professional because it could lead to severe losses. All right, so the fractal analysis at first glance. Pleb level analysis looks to me like Bitcoin to Monero is going back to 1%, right? 0.01, which is kind of where we left off here before the bull market started in earnest. And then they delisted from Binance and chose a selected Bitcoin to pump greater than all the other coins via BlackRock, via Valkyrie, via Sailor and the government and all of the status that the maximalist laser eyes love so much. Okay, so yeah, obviously dubious analysis here on the XMR BTC price says that we're going above the 1%. We're going to have 1% of Bitcoin's market cap within, oh shit, by June 2nd. All right. Congratulations, everyone. June 2nd, we're going to be 1% of Bitcoin's market cap. Quote me on it, post it, etc. No, just kidding. Let's not be too crazy with our price fanaticism. Oh shit, it's too late. It's already taken off. Tux has taken it. It's out of my hands now, bros. Sorry. Okay, let's look at something interesting here as well. XMR market cap divided by total 2. So Doug was propositioning to us that these shitcoins are outperforming Monero. And I say no. I say it only appears that way because you're just looking at the best shitcoins, right? It's like when you're looking at the bad children in class, right? And you're like, this whole class is terrible. Children are terrible. They're like, well, there's only a few of them really the bad actors. And so you're seeing the shitcoins that have pumped the most, right? But you're not looking at all the shitcoins. And so when we compare against all the shitcoins, we're actually doing pretty well. Monero is holding its own. Yes, the shitcoins are pumping, but Monero is actually currently pumping with them. So that's pretty cool. Looks like this bull market is going to be composed of Monero leading the way all the way. Because I mean, do you really want to take your hacks and your shitcoins and keep that in a transparent coin? Do you really want to let people know that you bought dick butts? No, you want to transfer that to Monero and keep that
It's been a while since I heard that one.
Yeah, you don't you can't let anyone know you bought dick butts. That's really gay. So they should make you know what, we won't go there. Like we could make any kinds of shitcoins that we want, and maybe we should get on Tari. If you're going to make shitcoins, at least do it with merge mined hash rate, right? Monero merge mined hash rate. Let's look at Monero versus gold, because I mean, when you pump, you want to see how well you're doing. You want to compare your success to everybody else so that you can lord it over them, taunt them with it, obviously. So we can taunt the gold bros, the gold bucks, and say, look how good we're doing relative to gold. This chart, I mean, Wave Magic, would suggest that we got a little bit more firepower here before we come to some kind of capping, maybe potentially resistant spot. But that's 30% above where we are. So either Monero price goes 30% higher, or gold price goes 30% lower, or some combination thereof. But even so, like again, this isn't hard capping resistance. You could end up making a little spike here, so we could go up to like 40%, right? You could get above that. You expect that even if you do spike here, you're not just going to keep going, right? You're going to spike and then take some consolidation time. So, but anyways, this is the resistance zone for gold, Monero versus gold. I don't know how much that matters. Anyone here trading Monero versus gold? Probably we actually do have a number of people trading Monero versus gold. All right, I want to go and tell you guys and show you guys how MEXC is a bad actor. This chart is finally relevant again. How amazing, right? This chart we've had for like months and months and months, even years, and this chart hasn't actually been relevant for us. So yeah, MEXC is the new Binance. Binance delisted Monero, and they needed another way to suppress the price with fractional reserve, and MEXC is the outlet for doing so.
Holy
And
smokes, that's crazy, man.
yeah, so this is just the absolute like percentage relative to Kraken. And you could see that starting even in March, these guys were like, "Hey, let's go 1% below Kraken's price. Let's spike down here. Let's not get too crazy with it because we know the Monero bros are fucking watching us and they'll report us if we go too low." Well, now we're going to report on you guys. We're tattletaling on MEXC because they are now minus 5.5%. What the fuck are y'all up to, guys? You're out of liquidity. Is it because you have no Monero, so you shut down withdrawals and then you just diverge the price lower so that people feel like they have to sell Monero on your exchange at a loss because they're afraid they'll never get their Monero, which is exactly the playbook that Binance did. We're watching you. We got our eyes on you, MEXC. Actually, I don't even know who the fuck you are. You're just some kind of shell corporation with other shell corporations for your shell corporations somewhere in Seychelles and the rest of those islands. We also saw Paulina doing some weird stuff, but I don't think anyone cares about Justin Sun anymore. Let's do something. So, okay, this is the absolute divergence in terms of percentage. Let's just make a volume adjustment and say, how much Monero have they been doing at those price divergences? And they've actually been doing quite a lot of volume at negative price divergences, but do we really believe their volume? I don't believe their volume. I think they're full of shit. Anyways, it's an interesting adjustment to make just to see, because it's like, well, if your prices like Poloniex diverge highly negative, but then you have no volume, does anyone care, right? Does it matter? Like if an exchange in the forest delists Monero, but no one was on the exchange, did anyone hear about it? I don't know. Probably not. So that's kind of Poloniex here. They had a significant price divergence, but they actually didn't run much volume, and their volumes are probably fake anyway. So yeah, interesting chart. This chart is free. You just have to go to Bawdyanarchist on TradingView, and you can see all the charts. Wave Magic is not free. I'm sorry, guys. That's for me. That's my special baby. But my other stuff is usually free. I usually post things. I think I posted the Z-scores. If not, I've been meaning to. Just forgetting. But no one's harassed me for Z-scores. So if you want Z-scores, you'll have to harass me. Or maybe they're already there. I don't know. Whatever. Moving on. Privacy altcoins are doing okay, right? So we're seeing here Pirate Chain is managing to almost get back to its horizontal place where it broke down. So it sat here. So it had its bear market, and then it was bottoming right here. It was bottoming, guys. I totally promise. It's in the, checks in the mail. Don't worry about it. And then it broke down some more with the macro crash scare. And now it's trying to just barely get back to that same bottoming place. That's terrible price action, right? Like there's no two ways about that. Like the rest of the crypto market has been taking off. The rest of the crypto market, like, Bitcoin is at new all-time highs, and the rest of the crypto market made their bear market lows a year ago, and Pirate Chain is still making new lows here. So, yeah, that's not good, not good at all. But I won't tell you that this chart won't pump some more. It does seem like we might be entering some sort of limited hopium of an alt season. I'm not saying it's real alt season, guys. It's maybe not happening, maybe ever. No, I don't know. I'm just kidding. Liquidity expansion, we'll see a real alt season, but I don't believe this is real alt season. This is just like appetizer alt season. So yeah, I'm not saying that this chart can't go to the upside, but this is not going to give you your 100x again that you're looking for to get your retirement or whatever. Darrow kind of looks like it's making a bottoming pattern, but is Darrow ever any more irrelevant than it's ever been in the face of Tari having launched and with the claim that they can do all the stuff that ETH and Sol can do? I would really like to hear more about that, to be honest. I would like to know the mechanisms of how you build on Tari. I mean, I guess I could just go read the white paper, but these days, like I'm usually waiting for some smart. So like I put a question out into the ether and I'm waiting for some smart guy to like be like, actually, and be like, thank you, sir, for your actually. I was actually hoping for that. So a lot of times if I'm like, so for example, like the thing like, are we believing this was a hack, right? I was just challenging, are we sure about this? And waiting for someone to show up and be like, yes, actually, we are sure about this because of these reasons. Like, oh, okay, actually, that sounds like it makes sense. And someone did that, right? Someone came out there, some chick named Tay or whatever came there, and so one of her friends or something, and told me all the reasons why it actually was a hack. So yeah, they convinced me. They kind of yelled at me too, but it's okay. I have to
No one can give any like better reasons for why it isn't. Some people are saying that, oh, it's like we don't know if it actually happened. We have no idea. We're just trusting Zach XBT. Well, it's like Zach XBT is an OG. He's been around for a long time. He's an incredibly talented investigator. And also, it's the only thing that actually makes sense right now due to the way in which Monero was required. The execution of it just goes to show that there was a very short window of time they could do it, because they were getting like screwed up the butt with fees like massively. If they were trying to really get that much Monero, they could have done it easily, not through instant exchanges. So
yeah, they could have acquired their bags slowly. That it would have made no sense for them to take that slippage that they lost like 30%. That, and I mean, so yeah, like, I mean, okay, philosophically in the deepest levels of what is knowledge and epistemologically, how can you know anything, bro? What can you actually know? All right, what do we know it was a hack? I guess not, but all right, like, who are you going to believe? You know, your lying eyes. Like this dude that hadn't like barely touched his Bitcoin for years and years and years suddenly splits it into all of these outputs and then takes 30% slippage. Like, no, that doesn't make no sense.
Look, I would love the idea that it was just someone that really wanted privacy. Okay, I like some people are saying, I get it, but it's not realistic in this scenario specifically. And I'm too realistic to be a part of that kind of baseless hype, I guess. But I mean, it is true that it was someone that needed privacy, but it wasn't just some whale that suddenly decided they needed privacy. It was somebody trying to launder money. So
well, he is a whale now, and he did suddenly become a whale, and he did suddenly decide he needed privacy. So wrong on all counts, sir.
You got me.
Yeah. There's one more thought that I had on this guy. Yeah, shit, I don't know. It escapes me. All right, yeah. It was a hack. It happened, you know, shit happens. Oh, wait, no. This was a boating accident. Getting hacked in Bitcoin, because now, since Bitcoin is so transparent, everybody knows when you get pwned, right? So the getting hacked is the new boating accident in Bitcoin.
It was a fake hack.
Exactly.
That's like the 250 IQ theory.
Yep. This is the 34th degree of analysis, obviously. So that's what happened because you know, the guy just knew he needed privacy, so this is how he did it, and he can deny that he has those Monero funds. That would be the most retarded theory. It would be completely against his own monetary interest. He could, with that much money, you just pay off the IRS anyways and enjoy your hundreds of millions of dollars, right? So, all right, I guess we've dwelt on that one long enough. Let's see, Zcash. Oh, Zcash is trying to make a little pumpy pump. Oh, I wonder if it sounds like, I bet they've been drinking. I bet Zuku's been. That's why he made that commercial, because he's been drinking and he just didn't have any better sense. And then he also hit the smash buy, or maybe they just stopped selling incessantly. I don't know. Anyways, Zcash has made a little pump here. Good for them. What is Zcash going to do in the future? What does the crystal ball say? If Monero keeps pumping and the altcoins keep pumping, then Zcash is going to try to make it to this level right here. They're going to try and make Zcash get to there. This is an amazing shorting opportunity. If you're the kind that's so inclined to do so, wait till Zcash gets to about 55, and then you can go for a short. Probably they're going to, you know, Zcash is really good about trying to like latch on to the to whatever's going on. You know, like if Monero pumps, they're going to try and pump. And, you know, like the kind of nefarious entities behind the whole cabal and all this bullshit, I do think that they do put their focus into Zcash, and they put money into there, and they pump the coin if they need to try and like achieve like social effects. And that's not to say that their privacy is bad. It's good. It's just that everything else about their project makes it untenable. So
yeah, that's what I think a lot of people get wrong. A lot of people attack Zcash on the wrong like angles. Like, I'm not going to attack the project anyway. I don't really care about it that much, but a lot of people are like, oh, it's not private because it's like, you know, made by some company that's got really money. It's like they've got good technology, but the peripheral sense in how Zcash exists is not like, it doesn't compare to Monero. Like, that's where most people don't like the project is like the outside of it directly, and like I guess some people involve the company that's kind of funded in the dev tax and all that stuff. It's like technology that's got some interesting technology now. If you're going to attack it though, like do it on the sense of like how the project exists, because like the technology standpoint, it's got some good technology. Like that's undeniable. But
yeah, it's kind of the that effect where it's like if something has been around for a long time, it continues, it's likely to be around. So like the Zcash cryptography was kind of like creative new moon math in the times, you know, originally, and it does seem like it had a connection to like intelligence agencies, but so did the internet. So it's like you wouldn't necessarily throw it out because of that. You make a note of it in your head. You're like, hey, this had the IDF and the U.S. Air Force Research Lab and U.S. Naval Research Lab and Amazon and a bunch of other like large like deep state corporate entities sort of involved with its with the creation of some of that cryptography and like the zero coin protocol. So it's kind of like you got this question mark, but you're like, yeah, you know, but the longer that it stays, the longer that it's like out in the open and being reviewed by various researchers and cryptographers, and it continues to be not pwned and showed to be generally like good, the more, you know, confidence you say, okay, maybe this actually really is good math. And maybe like, again, think about it, right? Maybe it is such good math, and that's why they made the optional privacy, because they said, well, we still need a heuristics way to track this thing, so let's make the privacy optional, and then make it a corporate coin and, you know, do all this other stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's the implementation, right? It's not just the technology, it's not just the cryptography. The way that you implement it, just as Tux said, is equally as important. And so that's one of the reasons that we just, you know, kind of like we're not interested in Zcash. It's just we're not interested in corporate coins. Okay, let's look at Z-scores. It's already here. So Monero in burnt red. I guess that should be burnt orange. I don't know, but Bitcoin is also orange. Maybe I could just burn the orange more for Monero. Whatever. It's in red. We're just going to keep it there. Monero doing good, right? We're at about 4 standard deviations on the 100-day moving standard deviations. We're about 4 standard deviations higher than what you would expect for 100-day. What does that mean? 4 standard deviations is like some 0.000 chances, right? That's not how to interpret this. It just means that for that time frame, we're that far above, right? It just means that it's a significant event. That's all that this means. Once you start getting like above 2 standard deviations, you start saying, hey, this is a significant event that's more than just chance. And that's kind of like coins are starting to ride on the edge of that, right? So we've got, I guess, looks like Bcash and Tron still pulling it out there, right? I guess they got the US Tether for relevance. Bitcoin pumping, and what's the one in purple here? Binance Chain. Does anyone still use Binance Chain? Everyone's on Sol. Whatever, I don't know. Anyways, you can see everything's pumping, right? Like you got all the shit coins here. Everything's kind of pumping in unison. Who's lagging? Who is that guy? Is that FTT? Oh shit, man, guys. There's going to be some opportunity with this FTT token. I don't know if you're inclined to paying attention to court cases and whatnot. At some point, like they'll probably, I don't know, they'll pay people back, or did they already pay people back? I really got to pay attention to that. But FTT token is still in the game, and there's going to be opportunities for that thing to pump. I'm not saying buy it right now though, but if it's lagging behind and everything's pumping, and then some good news comes out in a legal sense, you could make some money on that one. Anyways, Monero still leading the pack, like Doug noticed earlier today. Monero pumped first. A couple weeks ago, led the pack. This looks like more of a pullback than it really is, right? It's just that when you pump that high and then you hold your price, your moving average starts catching up, and so the Z-scores end up looking like you have a pullback when that's not actually a pullback, or it's like a very minor pullback. So anyways, yeah, prices, Monero still leading the pack in terms of like who's performing relatively well. Effectively for the past, like, I don't know, a few days, Monero's pumping about the same as everything else ish. So yeah, that's cool. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin actually decided to pump more than the rest of the markets and post haste get to its spots, even though like the stock market was still kind of lagging behind. I raise an eyebrow at this. Again, it's just like, this is not based, like, this isn't based on consumer demand. This is based on insiders. Okay. Like this price at this point, you have to regard Bitcoin's price as effectively being, like, primarily some sort of incestuous deep state corporate cabal, crypto exchange miners, all of the like nasty mixed in together. Like, what do they want price to do, right? Because these are the guys like, and yes, when plebs are getting into Bitcoin and people are buying Bitcoin, then yes, then that price is also going to go up. That's also a factor. I'm not saying it's, you know, completely controlled. It's all the Illuminati, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, it didn't really make sense for Bitcoin necessarily to post haste, you know, get to this level. Although we were expecting it, right? I did say, hey, this 100,000 level, this like 101,000 level, that's not a bad spot for a short. Did I get short? No, I'm not super inclined to shorting. But this is resistance right here. Actually, someone says, Bawdy, what is the next major resistance with BTC? This is it, right? This is the next major resistance when it comes to BTC. It's going to be difficult for me to think that things are going straight to the top side here. That wouldn't make any sense. That's not how this price action should unfold. It can do that, right? I mean, it can do whatever the hell it wants. Like, Bitcoin doesn't have to listen to my freaking lines on a chart. But typically speaking, like, this is the spot that you expect. Hey, it might do something like this, hold above these lines. It at least needs to do something like this for a period of time, and then maybe it can do that. But yeah, we're really not looking for Bitcoin to make big, fantastic new gains. Your risk to reward here on Bitcoin isn't so great either. It looks a lot to me like like I said, we've got a little mini alt season here, probably.
About to say, it's seeing all the altcoins pump while Bitcoin has this really heavy resistance is making me think that maybe altcoin season's finally on, guys. Maybe it's finally on.
Is there a way to say alt season that's like a shorter, like an alt episode? Yeah. We're about to have an episode of altcoins. You might need to go get that checked out, but it looks like okay. So we've got our lines here. We got our pleb lines. We got our channel. Things tried to get above that channel, and now it sort of like quickly fell back down in there. We really are probably looking for the opportunity to pivot into altcoins, and here's why too. Like, think about it. The whole macro crash scare happened, and like there was a lot of people talking about it. Everybody was scared of it. And then we had Liberation Day, and then Liberation Day got walked back significantly. It got delayed. We're delaying Liberation Day, guys. And we're still like, we haven't even hit that quite halfway point until we have to revisit whether liberation is going to be fully liberating or not. And so in that interim time, like stocks are recovering and crypto's recovering, and everyone says, hey, everything's okay. It's all better, right? Everything's good now. So yeah, there's every reason to kind of like fake it, right? Fake that everything's fine. I still think everything's fucked, but that doesn't mean that we can't be like okay for now, right? Like I'm not saying you're going to lose your bags tomorrow. I'm not saying Bitcoin's going to crash or that it's like the bear market. It's kind of upon us, but it's not really a bear market so much as it is a macro event, a macro problem. But these are long time frames, guys. Like there's no reason that things can't continue to go up for a little bit. So we're going to try and stay on the right side of the market. And right now, the right side of the market seems that altcoins are going to get some sunshine here. This chart, you would say, hey, maybe this thing wants to come down here, right? Maybe it wants to explore the bottom part of its range. Let's go to the weekly. There's no reason why this thing can't go and explore the bottom part of its range and still like kind of be like this, right? Still kind of do that. But again, so this is actually a good example of why I say, hey, Bitcoin is kind of at this resistance point, right? Bitcoin is, so look at these upper standard deviation bands, right? The blue bands here. And yes, we got above those bands, right? But we got above those bands and now things are pulling back. And I think the more likely scenario is for things to kind of explore this bottom range. Now, maybe it does want to ultimately, send Bitcoin to new heights of dominance. Maybe, right? There's a lot of shit coins and a lot of shit needs to die off. But at the same time, like contracts are a big thing and real financial products are being built out there, and Bitcoin doesn't do any of that. And there is going to be financial, like big FI demand for some of those products. And there already is, right? There's like gold tokens, and probably at some point we're going to see some stock tokens, and there's already equity tokens. People do launch equity tokens now. And with the SEC walking all that back, like, hey, we're probably not going to attack people for equity tokens nearly as much, right? There's every reason to think that contracts are going to stay in demand and be a big demand. And it's not just going to be for memes and bullshit like Solana, but although that's going to stay there too. The point is that it's difficult to think that Bitcoin is going to 90% dominance. It's difficult to think that Bitcoin is, maybe it can like fake out spike here like it did before, but I still don't think that kind of spike is in the cards. Anyways, so probably we've got some alt season. If you got some altcoins, I guess you can have a smile on your face. Which altcoins? I don't know, bro. Whichever ones you feel like. Whichever big ones, right? Do the big ones and do it bigly. Okay, so that's dominance. That's Bitcoin. Ethereum looks like it's trying to make a little comeback. Oh my God, look, Ethereum is. So actually, that's still technically kind of a higher low from the last bear market, right? So that's quite the sell-off. That's actually pretty incredible that ETH sold off that much relative to Bitcoin. I don't know what to say, guys. Maybe I could speculate. I still haven't fully formed my thoughts here on how all that happened, but it could just be. There could be a factor of just fuckery in there, right? This thing could come back up to the top side here. This is like, even from wave magic terms, this is an incredible sell-off to go up here, all the way down to here, and then crash even further. Like that's something is going on with this chart that is more than meets the eye. And it's not just Ethereum's a shit coin and it's proof of stake and they're stealing all the rewards. Like that's not what's happening. Stop it. Don't say things if you don't understand like what's going on, at least not confidently, and at least not in that voice. Say, I suspect this, maybe this could be happening. Well, I think that could be a factor, and then allow someone to correct you. Like, no, actually the proof of stake, the way they did it is actually provably fair. It's robustly fair. If you have X% of the supply or of the stake, you can expect to get X% of the rewards over long periods of time. You can do the math modeling on it, or you can do the simulations. I'm not trying to say that ETH is the holy grail of, coins and all that. It's still surveillance and all that stuff. But anyways, I'm just trying to say, like, something is going on with this chart that's interesting. This is not normal price action. This is a massive sell-off, and it's not just proof of stake. that is the reason for this. Something else is behind this chart and that sell-off. Anyways, I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't formed my thoughts on it. I'll have to think about it some more. If you have some good ideas and not retard voice ideas, then please, shout at me and propose them. Hey, I think we have some. I think we have a super chat here. I think we actually missed it. From Kev, Mr. Tuxedo. Here we go. Kev tip 25 cents. He says there are 4 to 5 BTC being swapped to Monero daily on RetoSwap. So price may be affected due to DEX volume activity. That's a really good. God damn it! I need to launch a RetoSwap. I just don't trade out of Monero, so I haven't needed it. The Monero that I need to trade out of, I have it on Cake Wallet, and I just spend out of there. But 4 to 5 BTC a day. That's $500,000 a day going into Monero liquidity, right? So it's probably our same bro. It's probably that bro. I don't know if we should call him bro. He's probably a piece of shit heister, but it's probably that same guy, right? Like trying to slowly swap whatever liquidity you can find on RetoSwap since it's decentralized. Interesting. Any Monero
that'd be
holders
really,
out there,
really cool to that'd be interesting to
BTC
to know.
Yeah. That would have fun explaining that one to to the government. Oh, no, I promise. There's this decentralized swap called RetoSwap, and keep your records if that's you, right? If you're swapping Monero into Bitcoin right now, and you're doing it on a decentralized swap service, keep your fucking records because that could save your ass, right? Like you don't know if the government's going to come after you for and accuse you of that heist. Keep your records. That might be the only thing that saves you in the end.
I mean, this is why in general I fuck with Bitcoin as little as possible, because it really is just a future liability. Like just using it, having it. If it's ironically, you're safer if you got it from a KYC institution or exchange than if you got it on some swap service. Usually this is swap services. Most of them, they have the email checks and stuff, but just due to the nature of Bitcoin, it's like in some cases, depending on what your threat model is, you might be better off just if you use Bitcoin, only having KYC Bitcoin, because if not, then it's a future liability that you might get some Bitcoin that ended up from that hack, and then it gets traced to you potentially. Even the other way around, even using Bitcoin as KYC potentially, depending on where it goes, what happens to it, could also come back to bite you in the future. But at least you can more easily prove that you got rid of it or you used it or whatever.
Yeah. Francis makes a good point there about you're safer with KYC Bitcoin, and if you stop and think about it, that's probably the point, right? There's probably a signal in that. Hey, you're fine as long as you buy it through an exchange. Interesting how that seems to just happen to coincide with the exchange's best interest and financial interest as well. Yet we digress. Let's see. We had a comment on YouTube. Anderson, Mr. 1024 Anderson says that ETH likely dropped when the sex hack happened, when the CEO sent ETH to the wrong address. All right, I like that. That's actually I need to look more into that. I hadn't really paid attention. I'm vaguely aware of that, but perhaps that was a big factor there. I don't know. All right, so going back. I guess that's let's talk about the Monero and the hash rate, obviously, because we had the launch. Hash rate is doing something like 4.5 gigas, trying to push on that 5 giga range. That's pretty cool, and continuing to rise. Hopefully, if we look at slightly longer time frames, you can see this chart is still setting higher lows and higher highs. So totally agree with Tux. Our hash rate is not beyond attack. That's we need 10x the hash rate. We really do. 10x the hash rate makes it way harder to
10x it on P to pool.
On P to pool, yeah. Because hypothetically, if some consortium of governments, like Doug was asking earlier, what kind of attacks could they do against Monero? We're seeing it all right now. The one thing that they haven't done is to try and do a network. They do network disruptions. They've tried network disruptions, but not in the sense of mining disruptions. So, we could still be attacked, hypothetically. We'd probably see it coming, maybe, but if you had a whole bunch of governments get together and sort of coordinate the usage of some supercomputers, maybe they could do it, maybe they could hide it. It's we're kind of on that edge, right? But if we 10x the hash power, it's going to be really, really, really hard for any government to actually organize to be able to really attack the Monero chain. It'll put it outside of their reach.
Are you suggesting Tari is an attempt for the CIA to co-opt Monero?
No, I can't. Not at all. If anything, it's the CIA hates Tari because it's increasing our hash rate, right? That's like probably one of the things they got in their back pocket. They're like, well, it's an extreme measure and it costs a lot of money, but if we really had to, we could just like we could repeatedly 51% their chain and disrupt their network and cause people to lose confidence. Maybe. But if Tari's going to help us add hash rate, that is going to complement Monero, and we do need more hash rate. So, and like private contracts is a fucking thing. We need private contracts. There's cool stuff we can do. I don't want anyone to know how many dick butts I have. So, or how many Trump Millennia coins, derivative products, obviously that I'm buying. All right. Anyways, let's cover the macro and then be done with it. Gold. Let's talk about gold. I gotta say, gold is starting to look a bit toppy here. So we've talked about the this spot. Let's put the statistics summary. Yeah, so we've talked about this purple line here forever. If you guys have been watching the show since forever, probably most of you have. You know that this purple line was kind of like, hey, that is the headliner spot to reallocate your gold to something else. I still don't know what the fuck else I want to reallocate it to. I guess Monero, but I mean, I don't like being overweight. I don't like being overweight. So yeah, I probably will just hang on to gold for a little bit more and then see what I want to do with it. I would like more clear resolution on whether or not they're going to lower rates or start expanding the balance sheet or do other stuff. I would like to see liquidity expansion before moving gold into risk. Otherwise, it's like it's just too risky for me, and I might as well just hold gold. Maybe gold is about to break all my models, bro. Could be. But anyways, this is starting to look a little bit toppy on the daily time frame here. So yeah, I mean, like we've talked about, gold goes to like these headliner points, and then it sort of like just kind of, it'll often just like go sideways and then bleed out a little bit while they pump the rest of the stock market. I don't think the stock market's ready for new all-time highs, but yeah, I don't know what to think about this chart right now. Maybe it's consolidating at the top here. We could still like in historical context, we could still like come up here to the 3,700 area. Like that wouldn't really invalidate my line here, right? This isn't a line like the regression analysis boundary price of Bitcoin. This is more like it's a different metric. But historically, like we could see gold continue to make another all-time high here, but it's really starting to look like this chart is probably running out of steam unless there's a fundamental event going on in the background, in which case, again, massive changes in fundamental events tend to reorganize your statistics, right? But we have had a number of sort of reorganizational fundamental events happen, over the course of 30, 40 years. So, and these lines are defined by those actions. So perhaps, these lines are still valid. So it'd be a really extra super duper fundamental event for that line to get invalidated, but maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. Okay. Reverse repos looks like they've kind of found their happy zone. They're just kind of like chilling out here at the 140 billion. That really, we would say between like 50 billion and I don't know, like a couple 100 billion. At this point, I'm starting to feel like the signal that this chart had for us is kind of dissolving into the ether. I'm not totally convinced that this chart is, yes, violent movements in this chart, long-term trends that develop in this chart can be useful for us. But at the moment, I'm not really sure that this chart moving up or down or one way or another actually helps us that much. It's a note, right? Again, it's a note that we say, is money moving into or out of risk? Is it scared or is it optimistic? Right now, you would say it's neither. It's just kind of treading water here. Let's take a look at oil. Oil's still in our danger zone. It looks like we had OPEC or something was like, we're going to quadruple our production of oil. So that's probably why it's still hanging out down here. I still tend to think this is probably kind of a long-term attempt at I don't know, Russia, maybe trying to get Russia concessions from them. Low oil prices hurt Russia more than they hurt the United States. In a lot of ways, it helps us in the West because we get cheap energy prices for doing stuff, and everything that we do requires energy, like AI, for example, burning down forests just to figure out what kind of toothpaste to buy that doesn't have fluoride in it or whatever. Okay, that's enough macro there. Stock markets. Yeah, so we said stock markets maybe, need a little bit of a pause here. Maybe need a little pullback to this area. That's what we got. And then they quickly rebounded. So yeah, stock markets could definitely be poised here, set up in the coming, let's just say 2 to 3 weeks to actually make it towards these standard deviation levels. I would kind of be surprised if we got all the way up here. This is really more of a solid point, but you just got to wait and see how do things develop. How did the how did the resolution of the trade war, right? So apparently now, so there was this big announcement. Trump loves to do, he loves to take the playbook of the crypto announcement of the announcement. And so he announced an announcement last week for this week that just happened, where we apparently made the greatest deal, the best ever with UK, the United Kingdom, that we had almost no tariffs with anyways. It's supposed to be like our closest ally. And so we made a deal with them, I guess. And it was amazing. And then more deals to follow. So the stock market, I guess, is like, yay, more deals to follow, question mark. Anyways, so right now things still recovering. It's not quite no man's land. You could still get long here and hope for the best. Probably expect again to make it up to like, again, S&P 500 to like 59. And then NASDAQ, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Probably NASDAQ to like 20,700, right? Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA is recovering as well, right? Everyone be happy about NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA is not a bubble. Ever since I said that, I marked the line vertically here. I said, NVIDIA is not a bubble. So we went up, we went down, we went up, went it down. And so like, it's been, how long ago was that? That was, Jesus, that was a year ago. That was almost a year ago that I said NVIDIA is not a bubble. And so it's basically holding its own, because it's not, because we have AI, people love AI, and they do all kinds of things with AI, mostly memes and other unfortunate things, but also code, vibe coding. Okay, let's go to the treasuries. Treasuries, so the yield curve continues to uninvert. This is still well within the patterns of macro crash fundamental events that have happened, that have come before it. The lead up into the big sickness of the economy of 2020. This pattern is very similar. Like we actually, like the more that I've been looking at this chart, the more I'm realizing, hey, the normalization of the yield curve somewhat, this one wasn't quite as much, right? We barely tagged negative and then started coming up. But you'll notice the long end of the curve came up while the short end of the curve kind of just like hugged the Federal Reserve rates. And that's kind of what we've got here, right? We've seen the short end of the curve actually still going down a little bit, but the long end has maintained a little bit higher levels, has come up. And that has some reminiscence to also the 2008 crisis, right? So in this case, we saw rates kind of coming down. The shorter end of the curve is coming down, and then it kind of like held its own here for early in 2008. So effectively, look at the date down here at the bottom, right? So we're looking at early 2008 right here, which is kind of like sort of ish where we are in the cycle right now. But again, you'll notice that the long end of the curve sort of held its own for a period of time, while the short end kind of like wasn't sure what to do and then ultimately crashed. So yeah, the pattern is still playing out again, just as before, right? It's happening again. Where's the .com? How did I miss the .com? It's over here. .com was maybe slightly different, but not entirely, right? You can see, again, the long end of the curve tends to hold up as the short end of the curve goes down. So again, the point is I'm just kind of showing you, hey, when it comes to the bonds, when it comes to like this signal, it's a very, very long-term, slow-moving signal. It moves slower than lava. It's like molasses. Eventually, you know, the upside down jar or ketchup, right? It's moving like ketchup. It doesn't move and then suddenly it will, right? You're expecting to get some ketchup and then nothing comes out. And then finally the whole jar just like falls onto your fries. And the restaurant is angry at you for wasting their
I like this analogy.
Yeah, it's the most autistic analogy I could come up with in the spot. So yeah, that's bonds. The pattern's continuing to play out as before. So we didn't get any new macro numbers, but Jay Powell did get on the horn this past week. Oops. Yeah, he came on and they said, well, he said, we're not going to change rates. What else did he say? He was basically said, we're in a slightly restrictive policy moment. We're not going to change anything on the anticipation of what Trump tariffs might do. We're going to wait for the data. He's so data driven, that Jay Powell. Oh my God, just hand over my heart. You know, I just can't believe it's so good to see someone that's finally data driven. Yeah. So basically, you know, saying, hey, we've kind of got inflation risks now, but also the unemployment could be rising. I wonder if that has anything to do with tariffs. Effectively, he promises they're going to rescue the economy if anything bad happens, and they're slightly restrictive. So they've got firepower. They have tools. His tool belt has tools so they can rescue the economy, but they ain't doing shit right now. So, yeah, everything's probably fine for the moment. You know, we'll try and see if we can find signals. If I can find signals for you guys when we can expect a reversal, because this shit ain't over, guys. There's going to have to be another scare. There's going to be another macro crash scare to the bottom, even if we don't actually crash. I mean, we should crash. The patterns will say we're going to eventually crash, but At a minimum, like this isn't over. Things are not done being scared yet. It's just currently in the rebound phase. So we're still in the rebound phase, not as violently as we had for the past few weeks, but probably still expect stocks to come up a little bit. I don't expect Bitcoin to go too much higher. It needs to cool off, but you could get into some altcoins. That's probably your opportunity here to catch some of those altcoins, or maybe sell those positions that you didn't sell previously, because this is not the real alt run. This is not real alt season. This is just, again, alt episode. So that's it. That's the price report today. Do we have any more? Let's see. I think we do have some comments. Some super chats. Mr. Wonderland tipped 25 cents. He says, for everyone who wants to start mining without much hassle, look at goopax.io. It makes mining on P2Pool extremely easy. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about goopax. So what do you think about that one, Tux?
I like it. It's pretty good and user friendly.
Excellent.
Yeah, the goopax kind of reminds me of Tari, like the way they have made it so easy to mine, kind of plug and play miner, just spark it up. So it works very nice. So easy, even I can do it.
Let's see. We have a YouTube comment here. Roy asks, hey, Bawdy, what do you think about derivative DEX like Antarctic and Hyperliquid exchanges? Are they really better than SEX? I can't comment on Antarctic or Hyperliquid, although Hyperliquid, I feel like that's been around for a while. So it is kind of cool to see that there are trading platforms starting to pop up on these layer 2s, which are kind of like this sort of middle ground gray area between decentralized and not decentralized. Like they have admin keys, but if they invoke them, like there's still delays. They can't just like steal your funds, bro. There's these bridges which aren't like totally decentralized either and used to get pwned, but they haven't been getting pwned for like the last few years. Anyways, so you got these layer 2s like on Ethereum. I don't know where Hyperliquid runs, but they're like they're running these like derivatives contracts now. So you can actually like submit a contract where someone's got an echo. I don't know who's got their mic unmuted, but if you could, just a little bit of echo on my voice there. Thank you. Okay, so you have the situation where, yes, you can get onto some layer 2 on Ethereum or like maybe Sol or Binance Chain or whatever, and they've got like these derivatives based, and then they have oracles like Link pumping price feeds into the chain, which they have previously shown that in the most severe circumstances, they will fuck around with them a little bit, but in reasonably steady state times, they don't fuck around with them. The price feeds are actually pretty good. So there is some risk, but it's like you have less risk than a SEX. However, you're paying for that. You're going to pay for it in fees because they have to make sure that they get paid at the end, right? And whereas an exchange can sort of pivot and say, all right, let's change our fees here and change our structure there and do this and that. This shit's operating contractually on the basis of on some chain, right? And so when you're trading these derivatives, you're actually submitting a transaction that has all of the conditions. You're submitting your liquidity, and you're submitting this contract that ends up plugging into the Oracle price feeds with this an agreement about how you're going to like pay your fees, like your opening fee and your closing fee and your borrowing fee and all these other like little fees. They just knit you to death on all the fees because they got to make money, and they don't want to lose. So they are very interesting to me. I'm not totally sure that they're not like that. Excuse me, that the way the fee structure is on these doesn't make it very difficult to make money trading. It's already hard enough to make money trading, right? Much less if you're going to get if they're just going to fee you to death. So the point is, devil's in the details. Look at the platform, look at the fees, do the math, right? Get on their platform and add up all the freaking fees that they're going to charge you. And then know exactly, okay, you're taking how much leverage and what's the volatility of the thing that you're buying, because sometimes they increase the fees basis on volatility. What's the opening fee? What's the borrowing fee? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And add all of that up, put it into a spreadsheet, and figure out how much you're actually paying in fees, because that's where that's most likely, even if you are a good trader, that's where you're going to lose, is on those fees. So that's my rant on decentralized derivative DEXs, Roy. All right, let's see here. Any other comments? No, I don't think I see anything. Just some smoking and joking. All right, guys, that's all I got for you today.
Thank you so much, Bawdy. Sorry, I put my headset back on. There we go.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Tux.
Thank you for doing the price report as always. There we go. That's probably talking about my mic. Thank you for doing the price report as always. Very interesting week. Finally, it's been like last 2 years boring, and then recently at the end of last year it finally started getting interesting again. So
yep,
for Monero at least.
Yeah,
Alright.
we had to be very patient. Zen
True.
master.
And I'm still fairly new. Like a lot of you guys have been like, this is well deserved for you because you've been around for a long, long time. And you've probably just,
Don't
been
remind us,
waiting.
Tux.
You've been through some serious dark weather, some dark times, but you've come out.
It's been an amazing opportunity to accumulate, right? So, anybody that was there, I wasn't there super early in Bitcoin, but I was there for a period where you were able to accumulate at a like a couple $100. With Monero, you've had literally years to accumulate at a very stable, relatively low price. So it's been an amazing opportunity for people.
Real OGs accumulate tops.
Dude, that was me when I first got into it. It was like a local top. I started buying Monero when it was around 300, and it only went downhill from there.
I mean, yeah, the first, so that was kind of like my experience with Bitcoin. I bought my first Bitcoin. It was like $800. It had just topped at 1,300. I bought it at 8, and then watched it go all the way down to like $150 with the Mt. Gox and whatnot. So it was much like kind of the period of Monero, I'd say, for the last 2 years.
What's funny about Bitcoin is that, like, if you're like, I got in 2013, then that could have actually been like really difficult, and you might have nothing left because you might have panic sold.
Right.
But if you got into Bitcoin 2 years later, it's like that was a golden spot, 2015, 2016. And even though you got in later, like you don't have as much bragging rights, but
yeah,
like
I got in right after the 2013 peak. I bought like it was on its way down. Yeah. Bought it at 800, then got the bug. I was like, wow, this stuff is amazing. I didn't have a lot of money at the time, really not nearly as enough as I wish I had.
And then you had a lot less in the short future thereafter.
Yeah, I was living paycheck to paycheck and just trying to, grab a little Bitcoin when I could. I mean, I had the bug, right? I was a Bitcoin maxi, and when Mt. Gox happened, it was like a gift. I was like, this is amazing. Like, I never thought it would go back down this far. I was already like fully sold at that point. So I just saw it as a great opportunity, and it's felt the same way with Monero, being that it's been this suppressed for so long, yet adoption is simultaneously clearly growing.
It's funny, man. It's compare us to Litecoin. It's crazy how good our price is doing compared to Litecoin. Like I know, like, you don't want to compare yourself too much, but just the price versus like Litecoin price is just like not doing anything nearly as good as what Monero price is doing. And they've got everything going for them.
But overall, they're higher market cap.
Are they? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, we're creeping up on them though. All right, let's keep it moving. I've had Cryptocomicon waiting because I told them I wanted to get them up sooner than this, and I apologize. But yeah, let's get them up because I'm gonna have to be mobile soon. Actually, let me just bring this up really quick. Tari, here's the Bawdy. Here's the Tari ad. It looks like so effectively somebody's selling it for 85 cents for 100 XTM, or which is currently 0.003 XMR, gets you 100 XTM. And it looks like somebody's already reviewed. Somebody's already made a purchase. Very quick and easy. Great way to do my first Tari transaction. So here you go, guys. Here's a way to get Tari peer-to-peer with Monero on XMR Bazaar.
Nice.
Super cool. I might have to do the same considering I only have 0.69 Tari. I gotta get a little something. If we're gonna be out here pumping Tari, we better have some, right?
I mean, if you want to be a Tari whale, that's the only way. You're gonna have to. You can't mine fast enough. It's the people's mining algorithm, so you're gonna have to either make yourself an ASIC, call up Jihan, or buy it off of someone. Accumulate.
Or be part of that 30% pre-mine. A little too late for that though.
Yeah.
Like, how much Tari is Paris Hilton sitting on? I think is she gonna is she dedicated, or is she gonna sell? Is she gonna sell her bags? I mean, her bags are locked up, I think, for a year at this point.
In terms of price, centrally held coins have mega pumps. That's just kind of how that works out. They get these mega pumps, but it's hard to sustain them because greed takes over, and then you kind of take the elevator, or you take the stairs down typically.
I mean, Tari's been in development for so long. Most of these investors probably forgot they even had it. Like they moved on.
lost their
what?
keys.
What the fuck is Tar? What are you talking about? She's like, oh, I own that.
It's like Forrest Gump. She's like, well, I invested in some fruit company.
Yeah, she's gonna be worth billions off of Tari. Holy shit. Mr. Wonderland, tip 24 cents, new price pump conspiracy. So Doug recently started to fully commit to XMR and finally converted his BTC from 2015. No, that happened a long time ago, unfortunately, guys. I got to grab the door over here. Let's go ahead and move this along, Tux.
All right. Thank you, Bawdy. Let's do it.
So long, gentlemen.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Hello, Cryptocomicon.
Hello. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. How's it going on your end?
Everything's going real well, especially with the price action today.
Yes, sir. It's crazy. It's crazy to see it.
Yep. So, is Doug going to be along here in a minute?
Yeah, they got to answer the door real quick.
Okay.
Hopefully be back in a second.
All right.
But I actually don't know what we had you come up to talk about. Doug didn't tell me. I just said you were going to come
Well,
up.
he just asked me to come on. I thought it was a good time to come on because some pretty fundamental things are changing in the Monero universe as far as I'm concerned.
Cryptocomicon, man. Sorry for making you wait. It's just been a fun morning over here on Monerotopia.
It has been.
Price pump.
Absolutely.
Thanks for jumping on, man. I think
Of course.
we've had you on Monero Talk. Have you been on Monerotopia? I think you've been on Monerotopia as well, right?
I think I was. Yeah. I think I've talked to you twice. I think one of them was Monerotopia.
Yeah, sorry I missed the beginning. I don't know if you already introduced yourself, but I just view you kind of as a Monero OG who really has a beautiful bullish perspective regarding Monero, and you explain its value proposition in a very elegant way. So thought it'd be great to have you on as Monero pumps here.
There are some interesting things going on. I'll just give you a little bit of an overview. What I've done and who I am. I actually bought Bitcoin in 2013, and I bought it because I discovered it, then figured out that it was real. Same kind of excitement that you were describing about Bitcoin a little bit earlier. Then in 2015, I discovered Monero. Actually, through some crazy videos that were being made by American Pegasus. We've talked about him before. And it just shows that you can't totally dismiss people because they're a little bit wild, And I'm a very open person to listening to things and studying them and understanding whether they're legitimate. So I actually got into Monero when it was like 40, 50 cents. And with a lot of conviction at the time. And the reason that had conviction on it is because it was already clear what the problems with Bitcoin were. Bitcoin didn't scale. Bitcoin had a problem with that was solved by tail emission with financing the miners. It just wasn't going to be it didn't have privacy. It was going to be captured. So what's happened to Bitcoin is pretty much what I thought was going to happen to Bitcoin even back then. And what's happening to Monero, we're still in the early stages of this. My supposition was always that there'd be capital controls at some point, and that Monero would be, once the ecosystem of cryptocurrencies were in place, Monero would eventually be the go-to place to subvert capital controls. There's not enough liquidity there to do that yet, but we're starting to see more awareness of this possibility. And the supposed hack that kicked us above 300 and we just keep moving is one flavor of that. But my long-term view on this was, of course, that most of the capital in the world is controlled by a fairly small number of entities. And of course, there's the US dollars, franchise to print dollars, which is sort of falling apart right now. And it wouldn't take very much instability for a lot of the dark capital in the world to eventually start flowing into something like Monero. We're not there yet, but in the meantime, something very interesting is happening. I've always listened to people like Saylor and Jack Mallers talk about Bitcoin and everything, well, especially with somebody like Jack, who talks about the virtues of the sound money that you have in Bitcoin and stuff like that. I always felt like that should be he should be talking about Monero, but no one will talk about Monero that way, really, with really large audiences, not yet. And yet, what I'm finding is some people that are quite well followed in Twitter and anonymous and into altcoins and stuff like that they're following me. They're starting to well, a lot of people that aren't necessarily as well followed are generating a lot of memes. They're really getting it. And what I see is we're in a very politically unstable time right now. And young people, especially young men, are kind of disenfranchised. The universities are being delegitimized. A lot of societal structures are being delegitimized. People are afraid. And what I think Monero is starting to offer is hope for some of the smarter young, especially men out there that are looking for a way through what's going on. And what you'll hear if you read a lot of history, people like to say, well, it's the intelligentsia. It's the young people in college campuses that dictate the flow of history. I actually don't think that's the way this is going to play out. So I'm just trying to figure out how we get from here to the future that I imagine. And if it was people that were part of the college intelligentsia class that dictated that, then I don't think that Monero would really play a role. But what we have is so much sort of intellectual laziness and corruption that is being exposed in the college campuses among a certain class of young people. And I think there's another group of people that are latching on first to Bitcoin. If you look at Saylor, he's selling this really hard. He's creating this whole sense of inevitability and needing to invest in crypto to save yourself, things like that. And the more intelligent people that are latching onto that, they're starting to realize that it's just leading you into to being ripped off again, or to losing your capital ultimately. So there's a lot of memes being put out on Twitter right now, a lot of awareness growing on the viability, the long-term viability of Monero. And I think we need to get along that quite a ways to add liquidity to bring these people in. A lot of decentralized systems will be built as a result of this, and that will ultimately lead the way to an adoption that will allow wealthy individuals, corporations, governments to start putting money into something like Monero. I think Monero could end up being a very fundamental part of what happens to basically save Western civilization. If you look at the way that things are unfolding right now, it's a little bit hard to see. And I think a lot of things that have been done have been done to basically shut up young men. Young men have been told that they're kind of worthless. Keep quiet. You have to toe the line to get, and a lot of the promises of society for young men have been sort of stripped away. So they've invested that in that interest, that energy, that sense of identity in things like meme coins, things like Bitcoin maxis, and now
GameStop.
Yep, GameStop.
Is the next wave of adoption, the Game Stoppers, like the people that were into GameStop for those reasons, are they discovering Monero?
And I think that is coming into Monero now. And that's huge. That's huge. It's not something I really thought about because it's not part of my world, but it's coming to me and I'm seeing it now. That is the road for taking Monero to the next level. And like I said, it's hard for people to see this because the established social structures of fancy colleges like Harvard, Stanford, they're slowly being discredited in a pretty fundamental way, and AI's threatening the aspirations of especially young men who could see the opportunity to make a lot of money, make a career for themselves, have something to do with their time that's productive, and earn themselves a life. A lot of that's going away, and a lot of times this results in violence, massive destabilization of societies. And there'll be people that will say that will happen, but I think that there's been a very good job done to redirect some of that energy. And I don't think that we're going to see a violent revolution. I think what we're going to see is a lot more interest in decentralization, privacy, true sovereignty. And I don't think that's an area where I don't think a China can compete with the United States. A lot of areas where China seems to be beating us, but this is an area where they can't beat us, in my opinion. And I think Monero also provides an opportunity to connect up sort of AI-enabled agents to do things in the real world. It's a layer that's really important to that. Because you don't need permission. There's no record of what's going on. I think that will become almost irresistible at some point. It subverts Monero, subverts all of the problems with the current financial system, increasingly the problems with Bitcoin. And the West has a very long history of supporting more decentralized structures, more individualism. I think it's really our strength. People look at the AI stuff coming out of China and they're like, wow, these Chinese are really smart and they're very well funded and they're going to open source everything to take the wind from the sails of the AI companies in the United States. That's what the DeepSeek was all about. But it's not really the AI. AI is kind of a commodity. It's what you do with it. And what you do with AI is connect it to the real world. And the only way you can connect it to the real world at scale in decentralized fashion is to have some way of exchanging value. And if the government has to approve everything that you do in that regard, that's going to shut it down. And so I think it's just kind of inevitable. So I see this whole constellation of things happening right now.
I very much see it the same way. Monero is proving to be the most potent tool we have against the growing global technocracy, right?
Absolutely.
It's clear that that's the overall trend. That's where the power is, and they appear to be winning and exponentially gaining momentum every day. And then, in the corner, we have little Monero that's blossomed and growing and is something they're not able to beat. And so those that understand that the technocracy is coming I do believe we'll ultimately find Monero.
Yeah, and I think that
And there's not too many other tools like that, like you're saying, right? You know, in terms of cryptos, Monero stands out as the one. I guess there's other tools, things like Tor and things that will be useful, and encryption in general. But a true peer-to-peer encrypted private digital cash is probably one of the most necessary tools we'll need to fight the technocracy,
and if
if
you,
not the most.
I mean, Sailor's already laid the groundwork for this in a way by saying, you know, there will be one winner. You got to own the best. We're going to consolidate around one monetary entity, and of course it's not going to be Bitcoin, right? Because what you're going to have, the most likely scenario for Bitcoin is there's going to be either they will confiscate by one method or another the millions of Bitcoin that are held on exchanges and in custody in centralized, like Coinbase custody. That will, at some point, you'll just get an IOU for dollars if you own that, and there will be restrictions on how you can trade it and stuff like that. And it's really important. I mean, the people that own UTXs free and clear on their own, and with the decentralized exchanges that will be built and there are being built, those people will have freedom to do things like move into Monero. And I just think I see Bitcoin being financialized, being rehypothecated, similar things to what happened with gold. They've got that playbook down. You don't actually need to do a confiscation. You could do that as long as you don't allow people to get their private keys out of the system. You can do anything you want with it. And I think there will be an attempt to reconstitute the US dollar reserve status using something, probably using Bitcoin. And Bitcoin could go a lot higher. It could definitely go into the multiple hundreds of thousands. It could go into the millions. But ultimately, it's not going to be the organizing tool that allows free action to occur. It's going to be controlled action within a controlled system where there are very severe sort of rent-seeking behaviors, just like the financial system that we have now. And Monero really is destined to be not just cash, but I mean, cash has such heavy limits on it because you have to exchange it in person. But once you have these autonomous agents running around, they'll be able to interact using something like Monero at scale. I don't even know what's going to happen to the world, but once that starts happening, a lot of people will see the utility of Monero. A lot of people that have a lot of capital, and it will move in there. And I think that the sort of the driving force of that will be a lot of disenfranchised young people that are using these systems to do things, to create companies, to provide services. And I think Monero is most likely the fuel that will drive all of that.
What do you think needs to happen to kind of bring in the next wave of adoption and increase the liquidity of Monero? Obviously, we're up against exchange delistings. Does that matter? Do we get there? And are we able to bring in liquidity anyway through decentralized exchanges, etc.? But how do you see that playing out in terms of how we get to this next level of adoption and liquidity? And next wave of users. And before you answer that question, we are at 400 live viewers, guys. Like and share, retweet. There should be a lot of people kind of discovering Monero these days as the price continues to pump. They go on whatever CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, and they filter which coins have been going up the most the last 7 days, 24 hours. Monero's on the radar, so It's a great time to attract noobs. So like and share, retweet. Let's bring some noobs in here who are just discovering Monero for the first time. Cryptocomicon, I will allow you to answer that question. Tux,
Okay.
are you there? I'm hoping you can kind of take over the interview at this point, just because I got to do some things in the background, and I'll be listening in and trying to jump back in at times.
Yeah, I was just getting the news links up myself. Getting ready for the news. But yeah, I guess you got a dip.
Yeah, if you could carry it on with Cryptocomicon for a little bit, please take advantage of the fact that he's here, and then I'll try to jump back in as well at points, and I'll be listening in the background.
Awesome.
Okay,
Go ahead,
thanks.
Cryptocomicon. Take it away with that long form question,
Yeah,
but you know where I'm getting at.
It's got to be decentralized exchanges, right? There's not a lot of value in permissioned exchanges, and you can just basically have a database that you run that with, which is happening, has happened a lot. That's not going to be something that brings a lot of power to AI agents. It's just going to empower the status quo economic system, which is increasingly not something that the younger people coming into this world with a lot of capability are interested in. And it's one thing that I heard you guys talking about before is that taking profits on altcoins and stuff like that. I think you'll see a lot of that in the next cycle going into Monero. It's sort of like, where are you going to put your money? The fact that Monero has been kind of a stable coin type behavior for years at a time, that's not going to go unnoticed. It's probably going to continue in that mode to some extent. We will overshoot whatever we're going to get to here, but I think that there will be a lot of support for it at a new, much higher level, much higher than we are now, probably in the few $1,000s. We'll see it stabilize again after shooting up. And it just becomes more liquid, more legitimate. It as more capital flows into even things like NFT art and stuff like that. Anything that's decentralized, as long as you can get it into Monero, Monero will increasingly become the coin of the realm.
I do see a lot more people like talking. Like I see some big accounts now on X talking about how they use Monero to basically take profits. But not only that, but the narrative of using XMR just to take profits is starting to change into like, oh yeah, I'm buying XMR just because I want to have it available to use. And I think that's being driven by the price going up because it's finally broken out of that memed to death stable coin range. And people are like, oh, wow, this is actually making some people money. I need to get on this now.
Yeah, and people that know what they're doing, they get into Monero and they're like, okay, unless the price is just diving like crazy, why would I want to get out of this? Because you have a lot more optionality when you're sitting in Monero. This is
so much easier to sit in Monero than anything else. It's just it gives you the ultimate flexibility.
Absolutely. And that we have very limited ability to buy things with it right now, but I think that's going to change over time. That's obviously a very important aspect of this. As long as you can convert it to something like Bitcoin, yeah, but you're going to get dirty Bitcoin when you do that, and that's risky. That's probably the main way that they're going to try and restrict the efficacy of Monero, is to not allow people to buy things out in the open, like on XMR Bazaar with it. That's what's happening in Europe already. They're banning it. And what banning it means is you can't legally buy things with it. So anybody that is in the white market, the non-gray or black markets, isn't going to be able to sell you anything with it. So their idea is that can stop it. I don't think that can stop it. It can definitely slow Monero down, but Yeah, I think one of the main use cases is going to be services provided by AIs. And to the extent that you try and shut down something like Monero, once it gets enough liquidity in there, all you're going to be doing is subverting your white market and driving people into the gray and black markets.
Yeah, there's like a point where they can go too far with it. And yeah, like you said, people are going to end up just being in the gray market, and it's going to be easier for them to stay there if they go a little too fast in restricting these things.
Yep. So I don't know. I mean, it just feels like we've been on a 110-year tear of tying people down, turning them into indentured servants or quasi-slaves with a lot of taxes on their income, a lot of financial chicanery to make certain entities that are politically connected extremely wealthy. And people are beginning to understand this much better than they used to in the past. And I think that the tools that you can use against something like Monero are kind of restricted. There'll always be people that, if the authorities who are in power want to make it difficult or shameful to do something, 80, 90% of the population will go along with that. And I always understood that. My contention was that at some point it just becomes so obvious that the 1% of people that have 90% of the capital flow into it. And that's when you get this sort of crazy situation that flips Monero up to, above Bitcoin or within that range. And when that happens, it changes the idea of what's legitimate. Even when I first bought Monero, I thought that was kind of inevitable. And I haven't really seen anything that changes my opinion on that. The 80% of people that will just follow the rules and do what they're supposed to do, they don't ever really matter that much. What matters is a few people that change the system. And our system is way overdue for fundamental change. And I think Monero provides a nonviolent way to get there. Once enough capital flows in there, it'll be, sort of like the situation you have now where they're afraid to let the debt default because if they let the U.S. Treasury defaults, that will destroy the whole world economy. Well, at some point, you're going to get so much going on an economic system around Monero, including AI activity, including gray market activity, and there'll just be this sort of unrestricted black hole for capital going in there. And if you try and destroy that, you're basically destroying your whole economy. I think that's a real possibility. I don't know how far we are from that. It could happen fairly quickly. I think that's kind of a destination for this. Some people call it the fourth turning, or this just time of general instability and changeover in society. And I think Monero is going to play a huge role in all of that.
You're basically you're kind of an OG with conviction in that sense, because it sounds like you've been in Monero for quite a while, and you were basically convicted from the beginning. And would you say, because I haven't been in Monero for a very long time, like only a couple of years, would you say that you've seen like genuine I guess adoption in the sense of people like making it available like as merchants to purchase things with like over time? Like obviously Monero it's had a rough patches and it's been removed from these centralized exchanges, but I would like to think that it's had a steady uptrend growth of continuing adoption in terms of like being able to buy stuff with it over time.
Yeah, I've seen that increasing, and the fact that you can have something like XMR Bazaar and it's not shut down is encouraging, but I don't necessarily expect that to continue. What I think will happen at some point is there may be attempts to shut that kind of thing down. There's certainly already those things happening in Europe. What I see happening is a lot of useful things happening with AI, a lot of useful things happening with people moving large amounts of capital and then wanting to deploy it. And the friction and costs and prohibitions associated with the current financial system will have to give way to make things like that work. And when that becomes, I mean, it's a minuscule, Monero is a minuscule part of the capital structure, economic activity in the world. And I think that AI has the potential to supercharge that. Wealthy individuals have the potential to supercharge that. And at some point, it becomes so important that a lot of sort of nefarious activities or black market, gray market things, not necessarily things that in themselves that are illegal, but that are illegal to do with private cryptocurrency, it will just seem absurd. It will just seem like if we want to rejuvenate our economy, we have to let people have true private peer-to-peer money, because that's what's making things happen. This old system isn't working. The rent-seeking rot has just overtaken the administrative state, has overtaken everything, and this is the way out. This is the way forward through this door. So I think we'll get to that point. And these things, they talk about these cycles in terms of like 20 years. Not clear when this one started, but if it started with the great financial crisis, then we're near the end. I think maybe in the late 2020s, maybe in the early 2030s, we'll get to this point. And if we don't get to this point, it just means more centralized control. And that's not a world that I necessarily want to live in. I think you want to hedge a little bit that way, but you really want to bet on moving forward into a new world where true cryptocurrency allows people, unleashes the creative activity of people, unleashes all kinds of things. And that's a great world for the United States. It's a great world for the West. It's a world that's re-anchored to reality. It's a world getting away from a lot of false presumptions about what's important, and just giving people the license to go out and create and build. And I think that is going to happen.
Yeah, that's sort of also kind of the interesting thing to me, the stark contrast at the moment, how quickly it changed too between the United States and Europe, in terms of like what's becoming like okay or not okay within crypto itself. And I do feel like just, knowing how things tend to go along, that at the very least for the United States, it's just more been postponed, right? Like the inevitability of like banning the use of like privacy currencies and restricting that has probably been more postponed instead of suddenly like, oh, it's going to be good forever now.
The problem with Europe, and I'm not the foremost expert on any of this, right? But from my perspective, the problem with Europe is they have created a political system and let in a lot of people that are disrupting their culture in Europe, pretty much. And changing that, you're not going to change those people's attitude or perspective. Those people can be very violent, can create a backlash of violence among especially young males that are European natives. And that situation with the violence subverts this process that I'm talking about. So I'm talking about a kind of reform that can happen without violence. And I don't know where Europe is going to end up in that regard. I mean, there's different places in Europe. It seems hard to believe that the European Union as it exists today will continue, because certain places in Europe will want to walk away from that. I mean, you see this dichotomy already in places like Poland, where they don't want to go along with immigration policies and stuff like that. But when you want to deport people that don't want to be deported, or you have cultural problems like that, it does tend to get violent. And Europe has a very long history of problems with this sort of thing. I have a lot more hope for the United States. I hope there's a way forward there in Europe.
But in the United States, in terms of like like crypto like acceptance, I guess, by the government. How do you take that, where just very quickly in a short period of time, it's a lot of things have been reversed, and it's like to most people it's looking like, oh yeah, this is great, but I have a feeling that there's eventually like there's going to be a turnaround, especially regarding privacy, because I mean that's like the state's going to continue to want to have more control over, financial system. There's no reason why they would suddenly decide it's all of this stuff is okay, unless it's because they're trying to postpone it to get a little more trust from people overall, or if there's going to be some kind of false flag attack that'll trigger them to try and clamp down on like using crypto or privacy coins. Did you make anything out of that?
I can definitely see your perspective, and I don't expect the government in the United States to be a friend to Monero in general. Right now, we're too small to worry about, and they don't want to draw a lot of attention to us. I do think that there's this sort of existential race with AI, and that's driving a lot of development very quickly. And I think that there's a certain level of permissiveness in terms of what you want to let AI do, because we have to be better than China. And I think that one way that we clearly are better than China is we have more of an individual focused perspective. And I think that Monero does provide the opportunity to roll that out and make things really happen. And so I'm just kind of connecting some dots here, thinking how that might happen in a symbiotic manner with the US government under these circumstances. If we get into a hot war, I think all bets are off. I mean, like a serious one, like with China, that can definitely reconstitute the government in a way where people are not questioning the basic institutions and are rah-rah around the flag. And so there may be, maybe not under this president, but under another president, a real temptation to do that. If we can stay out of that situation, then I think that the economic vitality of letting it rip with a real cryptocurrency and AI and reforming our system it will happen naturally. It's already, I mean, one of the biggest things that's happening in the US is a crackdown on extremists' ideologies and extremists on college campuses and stuff like that. I think that has broad support. People see this as an action to reform things. The Doge committee is part of that as well. So I think that's all opening the door a little bit for reconstituting a sense of what is a valid institution and way of going forward, and the natural way that the West works with their view on individualism, freedom, and the ability to empower individuals to create things. It's still there, latent, if we don't let it be extinguished by these institutions. I think the right action is taking place that will lead inevitably to the blossoming at an age of something like Monero, and Monero seems to be the one that's going to be successful in that way. I do think that Bitcoin can help maintain the status quo financial system for a while, but I don't think that there's just too many young people that are smarter than that now, and will not go along with that, will not go along with locking their capital up into an institution where they don't really have control over it. It doesn't take, a large fraction of the population. It just takes, 10% or less of the population, especially young people that are thinking, interested, motivated to work if they can benefit from it, to make that happen.
Yeah, that makes sense. Monero is, you're probably right in the sense of that Monero is probably not like so big yet that it's, that much of a threat. But I think that's gonna, I think it's coming back to bite them, and I think it's in a place where it's really spreading, it's really getting out there. And then of course there is a sense of not needing to not restrict individuals' abilities, like you're talking about, to be creative in terms of like when we're up against other countries like China. There's just a huge incentive on the United States in creating like developing AI, and trying to be, competitive with like like China in that regard. So
Yep, and there's a lot of ways that could be derailed. The one I brought up was if there's some really huge event that rallies the troops, but I think you got to capture the imagination of the young people who've been disenfranchised. I mean, Trump is trying to do that. He's speaking to that. He's saying things like, it's going to be so good. We're going to revitalize America, and he's trying to give hope to people. I think Monero actually gives hope to people, real hope, not just rhetorical political hope. And there's a lot of chicken and egg kind of stuff going on here where you're not sure exactly how it will play out. The thing, like I said before, is caught my attention is there's a lot more awareness and respect for Monero in the cryptocurrency community, and I'm seeing a lot of the energy that was going into supporting Bitcoin with the sort of maxi ethos starting to transfer over, and people that really care about things making sense are getting it. So I can't, nobody can know the future, and a lot of, somebody could get assassinated. We could get a leader that comes in that's really malign, that appeals to young people in a way that I can't predict, and that could derail this. But in a fairly optimistic scenario, I just see Monero and the economy as being inevitable. I do think there will be attempts to shut down using it in commerce, as we're seeing in Europe right now. But I think that the efficacy of it to make things happen economically that the government understands they need to let happen may mitigate that. And that certainly seems to be the situation now. We've got at least 3 more years of this administration. So if things continue to go reasonably well, I think that by the end of that time, we'll have a pretty good sense of where we're at and whether this is really going to happen. But it's an optimistic view on the future. And I try and maintain optimism, and it's generally a good thing to do, in my opinion.
yeah, it's a good way to look at it, at least, like balance of being realistic and being optimistic, not always being a doomer. But yeah, I think it's really good for Monero, and it is cool to see, like, in such a short time that I've been part of the community, seeing it grow and seeing it garner a lot more mainstream attention, and seeing like people adopting it, like just families who have a business will adopt it and like sell their product. Like I can buy beef jerky, I can buy like chips, I can buy olive oil with Monero. It's like all these things. It's super cool to see this kind of adoption. That's I think mostly United States, but even across Europe as well. It's really starting to take off, and starting to complete that circular economy a little bit more. So it's still definitely very, very early on. I mean, even like with Bitcoin, like Bitcoin's not really used like that much, like on chain, or even Lightning is not used like that much. So it's still pretty early on for Monero, especially, but it's definitely making strides.
Yeah, what brought Monero to your attention initially?
It was really just a tool that I know Doug doesn't like calling it just a tool, but really for me, I was kind of on a privacy journey, and at the time I really wanted to I wanted to figure out how I could buy a VPN online without linking it directly to my identity, because usually you'd have to use a credit card, you have to use PayPal. And my friend mentioned to me this currency called, he's like, I think it's an anonymous currency called Monero. And I was like, yeah, I'll take a look at this. And then I did. I'm like, wow, this is really, really amazing. Because I knew about Bitcoin, I knew about Ethereum, but I'm like, these aren't really that interesting because they don't seem like they provide like real privacy. And then I ended up finding out Monero, and I was like, this is actually really cool. This is kind of the thing I wanted. This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, and are you somebody that holds a lot of cryptocurrency in general, or are you more of a trader type?
I definitely hold some. I'm not that much of a trader because I'm not like Bawdy. I'm not really looking at the charts that much.
Mhm.
So for me, I am a little more of a holder. But I got a lot of Monero initially because I just wanted to be able to like have some ready to go if I want to use it. And yeah, I use Monero for to buy quite a few things, and I use it like every other day at least.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I don't actually use it that much because I'm not putting the effort in to using it, but I probably should because I think that's an incredibly important thing to normalize and to just make people aware of it. I definitely appreciate what Doug is doing with XMR Bazaar and all of that.
Yeah, XMR Bazaar is super cool, and it's kind of we've had these kind of Monero like eBay type sites come and go, and XMR Bazaar is kind of the last holdout in that regard, it seems. So I'm really glad we still have it, and there's a lot of things you could buy on there. Yeah, it's still newer and it's still growing, but and yes, you do have to kind of go out of your way sometimes if you really want to spend Monero on stuff, but it's becoming easier. And like the stuff that I want to spend Monero on, like I'm usually getting a better product anyway than if I were to buy that same thing like in a chain grocery store or whatever. I'm usually getting
Mhm.
something better. So
Yep. Well, I don't really have a lot more to talk about right now.
yeah, well, I appreciate you coming on. I know Doug definitely appreciates you coming on. Appreciate you giving us your insight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to leave you hanging here. We can talk about something if you want. But I'm just mostly waiting for things to happen here, and I'm not a young person anymore. I just happen to be a little bit more flexible in the way that I view this stuff. But I think there's just a ton of opportunity for people out there in Monero, and I do think that it's going to be very, very, very successful. So
yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen, and I think things are starting to kick off a little bit. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on Cryptocomicon.
thank you.
Anyone who's listening in, you can follow him on X. His username is the same. It's at Cryptocomicon. And yeah, I think we'll go ahead and move into the news segment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, give me 1 second here. I'm gonna pull up a few of these links to start. And since Doug is not on, I'm going to invite Bawdy as the commentator during news segment. If he wants to chime in, feel free to do so or not do so. But yeah, I'm going to switch it to the news segment. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right, pulling up my screen here. All right. Oh, we got two from Fluffy Pony here. There we go. All right. So first, we got a lot of links. I'm going to try to go over these a little bit quickly. But the first one is from Fluffy Pony. You know that Black Mirror episode where you can see everyone's social credit score? This is literally what at Sama and at WorldCoin are building. It's disgusting. Black Mirror isn't supposed to be an operational guide. It's supposed to show us a dystopian future that we do not want. I'm so disappointed in them. So what we're looking at here, it appears to be some sort of like the orb, but like a mini device that you can like carry around with you and use whenever you want. Here's a video.
See, approved.
Ooh, look at that, guys. You can get your orb. How cool. You can get your orb mini, your personal orb mini. So awesome. So great.
And that's the opt-in social, like, because you don't have to buy the orb many, but if you want to be part of a verified community of people.
Verified community of people.
This man has not hurt any women. He has not been cringe on dates verified. This man has a cringe level of 9. You'd probably want to avoid a date with him.
The premium dating experience on chain.
Yeah. It was funny, like all of the scenes, there were a guy and a girl doing things suspiciously like a date. Like she was there, like she's like, should I go on a date with this guy? Let me ask my orb.
Let me check the orb. Let's do an orb check on this guy real quick before I start this date with him. Let's do an orb check.
Please look at that hair. Let's
see his composed.
He's got facial hair, but not too much. Well groomed. He didn't need the orb. He was fine.
Crazy. I don't even know what is this supposed to enable exactly. I don't even understand. Like, what is the purpose of this?
So you can make sure that your OnlyFans isn't just the AI chick.
Of course.
Like the primary use case.
So I guess going into a world of where there might be, humanoid robots, you can do a human verification. But what if the robots get so good that they pass the orb check and it's useless and you just gave up all your info for nothing? Next tweet from Fluffy Pony. Here's my guide to help you understand the current Bitcoin op return drama. All right, let's go ahead and read of this real quick. Bitcoin is designed to be like cash. You can't stop people drawing cat pictures on $100 bills and then using those to pay. They're legal tender, and by law, the recipient does not have the right to refuse them, nor do they have the right to say, I'd like a $100 bill without a cat scribbled on it. Is that true? To my knowledge, businesses have the right to choose any payment method they want to be able to, like, they're cashless businesses. So is that even true in the United States? I don't know. Because to me, it doesn't seem like it is. If you tried to pass a law saying that people are not allowed to draw or write on US dollar bills, it wouldn't stop people from doing it. At best, they just start to use invisible ink. At worst, they'd use ink that takes a few hours to reveal so that the recipient thinks the bill is unmarked. But then after a few hours, it's unusable and they've lost money as I can't use the bill. Currently, in Bitcoin land, there is a law, and the law is that you can draw cat pictures, but they have to be really small. Some people follow this and draw small cat pictures, but other people want to use a larger part of the bill, so they have been using this ink that takes a few hours to reveal itself. Yep. The group of people that made the law about cat pictures on cash being small sees that this is going to lead to a bigger problem if more people catch on and start using this ink, and so they are discussing among themselves whether this law should just be taken away, that there is never a reason to use this ink, but everyone can just scribble on a note as much as they want, thus removing the incentive to do harm. Some people who've never been part of this type of discussion found out that one of the people in this group once invested in a company that makes pens and are really mad that he doesn't go around constantly telling everyone about every investment he's previously made. Now everyone is suddenly an expert in cat pictures, invisible ink, and US dollar bills, and boy, do they have strong opinions about all of this. Yeah, that's basically steganography with the analogy of the invisible ink, right? Kind of hiding like other data in a Bitcoin transaction, and like doing it in certain ways, which is kind of cool. So that's the OP.
Take on all that, man?
I take. I don't know. I don't really like. I think it makes, in the way in which he described Bitcoin, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to have like these kind of like rules. Like this is the current debate going on, which is like, oh, should people allowed be able to put this arbitrary data on Bitcoin or not? I think in the way that Bitcoin's designed, it's impossible to like truly prevent that. And the argument that people are going to go around and do it anyway, totally. I mean, that exists, and that's what we've seen people done already. And just the way with Bitcoin designed, it makes sense that it would be more hands-off. And you would expect generally that there would be some sort of disincentives to like putting arbitrary data on Bitcoin, which is like the fees, but then it gets in the way of people actually trying to use Bitcoin. But at this point, does it even matter? Because people don't actually really use Bitcoin as, cash, as like money that much at all. So at that point, I don't think it really matters. To me, I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I think it's a lost cause anyway. I'm not really that invested well, if we had like someone like Seth to come up, he could definitely talk about this and he would have a strong opinion about it, I'm sure. I think he's more on the side of not having these like arbitrary rules. But yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts, Bawdy?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I'm kind of with you. It's a lost cause. There's not much they can do about it. There is actually quite a lot they could do about it, but practically speaking, they're not going to do any of those things. So the whole op return nonsense is it's funny because it's like Peter Todd is right, kind of, sort of, mostly. It's like you might as well just increase op return, because people are stuffing outputs, and you don't want to pollute the UTXO set because that goes into a database which gets indexed, and you really want to be able to, like, that's kind of the most pristine part of the transaction that you need to not be polluted for efficiency reasons. And so you have people like BitVM, right? They're trying to basically do arbitrary code execution on Bitcoin, right?
So instead they have to spread it out instead of like doing single transactions, right? They got to spread it out, which
what they're doing is they're stuffing outputs is what they're doing. They're creating
outputs.
They're creating dust outputs to put the data, because what they need is for whatever reason, I don't know why, but some of their data, some kind of like tagging or probably a key or something, needs to go into the base transaction data. So not the SegWit data, but the base transaction data. And right now, op return doesn't provide them a large enough field, so they've been stuffing UTXOs, which pollutes the UTXO set in the database. So it does make a lot of sense to increase the size of op return for extensibility purposes, but like in proper system design, like we talked about in Monero, we said, hey, if we're going to do extensibility, let's reduce transaction extra. Let's reduce that as much as possible and only allow like what they need. You need X amount of space for a key. Okay, if we're going to allow it, then you get, how many bytes was it? I can't remember, like 32 bytes for a key. So in my opinion, my humble opinion, not so humble opinion, what they need to do is increase op return so that these basic extensibility use cases can be met, but only extend op return that much and no more. And then what they need to do is start weighting the UTXO output of the transaction as a higher weighting, right? That needs to cost the most because you want to disincentivize using UTXOs. So now you've given BitVM and other extensibility bros what they need to do their extensibility. The rest of it, they can use SegWit. No, by the way, you get a 4x discount for using SegWit anyways, right? So the simple fact is that people don't want to use base transaction data. They do want to use SegWit. They're naturally incentivized to use SegWit. So you don't even really need to worry about that. So like this whole, let's uncap the limit for op return. That's retarded. Like that's the part where Peter Todd is wrong. And that's the part where Jameson Lopp are just wrong. But overall, this doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter because almost no one is using op return to do this. It's a non-problem. Yeah. There's a tiny little bit of pollution of the UTXO set right now, but it's not really a big problem. And if they want it to be non-contentious and actually help the chain and not be like malicious bad actors, which I think they are, well, most likely than not, like they're malicious bad actors. If they wanted to actually help the chain, they would just barely increase op return so that it meets the extensibility needs, but not like uncap it completely. I know that's long-winded. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. This Bitcoin drama is like, I'm
loving it, dude. I got my popcorn.
You like it?
Watching these idiots just debate about stupid shit and then like debate their, it's annoying, but it's like, you know what? This is the technical debt that y'all incurred with the way that you implemented SegWit as a dirty hack, and y'all deserve every bit of it because y'all been so arrogant about the best chain, the smartest guys in the room. Like, so I kind of sound frustrated, and I guess I am a little bit, but I'm also extremely entertained.
You're like, it's just like vindicating to people who have had these major gripes with Bitcoin this whole time. You're like, yep, finally you're seeing, finally we're running into these issues and seeing how there's like this minor implosion.
Yep.
Moving on, Aaron Day tweeted, I got 100 freedom dollars, a privacy-focused stablecoin using the Xano project. Here's how I did it simply. I linked my Xano mobile wallet to the decentralized exchange at trade.xano.org. I placed a buy order in an instant market order, provided liquidity. I had the freedom dollars asset ID to my wallet. Done. Now I have $100 worth of Freedom dollars in my wallet. No third parties were involved. I can swap back to Zeno anytime via the exchange. This is a big deal. Is this what we saw last week? That stablecoin on Zeno?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the
I think
exact
that's
same
what we
thing.
saw last week. I mean, if it's like backed 1-to-1, you know, and they have reserves, I don't see if there's necessarily like a problem with it. It's just like I know there are some downsides to not having like smart capabilities. I don't know if you could speak to that, Bawdy, in regards to having a stable coin. I just dropped my keyboard on the floor.
I think they said that. I thought I heard that actually. I think they said they're backed 10-to-1. So I mean, over backed stable, like that's definitely something that's been done before. It's not new. It's still dangerous. Everything's fine for now, but if price is crashing, those stable coins are not going to save you. You're probably going to lose everything if we're like in a real true crash bear market scenario.
Yeah, and seeing how new Zano is, that's definitely a valid concern. And seeing how it's had some pretty intense price swings just because of the low liquidity and how new it is. So, yep, interesting to see nonetheless. Though, would be cool if we do have private stable coins. Though, I'm definitely not opposed to that. Jameson Lop tweeted, the father of a crypto millionaire was kidnapped in broad daylight in Paris on Tuesday, similar to the David Balland attack. Was that the Ledger guy? A ransom of 5 million euro was demanded, and one of the victims' fingers were amputated. Oh my word! This is why you got to keep your assets private. That's why I keep the value private. Now, if you're a high up individual, I mean, it's, at some point it's like obvious you have money, but that's kind of scary. It's a lot easier to see exactly how much you have and where you have it if your holdings are somewhat public, for your personal wealth. That's pretty scary. Gotta stay safe out there, guys, and don't be advertising your crypto gains like me, because I'm a poor, humble penguin, and I don't have much to give. Just my opinions online. The Rage,
and those can't be stolen.
Those can't be. No, I steal everyone else's opinions. Breaking: SDNY suppressed exculpatory evidence in the Samurai Wallet case. FinCEN told prosecutors Samurai Wallet app would not qualify as a money services business requiring a license 6 months prior to arrest, which that's kind of a crazy bombshell. I mean, we already knew that they likely didn't qualify as like a money transmitter, but seeing the FinCEN come out directly and had told the prosecutors a long time ago that they didn't qualify as being a money transmitter, and then the DOJ went after them anyway, is pretty enraging. And I really, really hope this allows our case to be fully dropped before it ends up going to court. That's crazy, but also not really all that surprising.
Yeah, it's exactly how they operate. I want to say maybe it was Tor Eklund or one of the other guys. It was like, listen, the guys they defend in federal court, they say, listen, the process is not fair. The process is the punishment. And the sooner you realize that this process makes no sense and is completely unjust, the better we can move on from that, because you just need to accept that. It's not surprising, but in my opinion, the world won't change until people like this go to prison for a very long time. These guys know exactly what they were doing. It's malicious prosecution. They need to lose their license and they need to be sent to prison, because I can guarantee you the Samurai guys are not the first guys they've done this to. It's just the most egregious guys that they've done it to.
Yeah, and I mean, that's such a true statement, that the process is the punishment, because even if their case is dropped, which I imagine at this point it will be, they've already been severely punished like throughout this whole thing, and they've had to spend who knows how much money dealing with this situation already. So like you get severely punished before you're even convicted of anything, and that's just how it's all set up. And you'll get nothing back. You'll get nothing back from it. Like, even if the case is dropped and it turns out you are not guilty of anything and they don't actually charge you with anything. So that's how it is. Next, we've got a tweet from Luke Radkowski. Please tell me this is fake. Please tell me this is fake. What is this? Chinese scientists grew a cerebral organoid, a mini brain made from human stem cells and connect to robot. What is this
No.
absolute freak show?
This robot is powered by lab-grown human brain cells. Chinese researchers have developed this brain-on-chip technology called MetaBOC. Researchers say that their tiny lab-grown brain could learn tasks faster than current AI models. They say it uses much less energy than AI, which needs a lot of power and data to learn. These brain cells also show more, quote, intuition and creativity than AI, learning with fewer examples. Could this be because some aspect of the human spirit is locked in these brain cells? And is there any moral issue with using human brain cells?
Who wants to actually think this is, who actually believes this is real? Let's have a show of hands.
I want it to be real, and I really don't want it to be real.
I mean, this seems like kind of like an end goal type of like, or a next step type of deal for AI, but at the same time, like China seems to have a way of over exaggerating certain things.
Why would they use human brain cells? Like, I mean, why wouldn't you use bonobo brain cells? You know, start light before you go into the real ethical
small
problems.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's China though.
Is this robot going to have a social credit score?
And possibly the human soul to power
creating souls now, huh?
robots to perform slave-like behavior.
What is my purpose?
You pass butter.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
This robot
Weird, terrifying. That's like, I
This is
mean, I
Matrix level
don't
stuff,
know.
bro.
Yeah, for real.
I think everyone knows it, but the original plot of the Matrix was supposed to be about hijacking human cerebral tissue for specific types of processing that the machines needed. But the idea was too far out, so the Wachowski siblings, decided to change, or maybe the directors decided to change that to energy, the stupid energy thing that we all know is retarded. But this is like getting pretty close.
This is
to
the
that
real
now.
Matrix right here.
For real.
I mean, is this a good or a bad thing? I don't know. It's getting into some really very what I don't like territory. So I think we're on the clear to. I am now on board for going to war with China, and we can nuke them and get rid of all of their cerebral organoids.
Tariffs are back on the table.
Yes, 9,000% tariffs to China now for creating very weird freak abominations that should never exist. This tweet comes from Douglas Tuman. This clip appears pretty cheesy, but is actually kind of rebellious. Publicly sending and broadcasting a Zcash transaction in Dubai. We're supposedly using privacy coin to trade it banned. Is that true? Is using privacy coin trade it banned? I don't think I've ever heard that directly. I've seen a few Zcash in Dubai mentions already. Is Dubai about to drop its privacy coins ban? Oh yes, the Zcash, the recent Zcash advertising campaign going on.
Excuse me, sir. What do you do for a living?
I work in crypto.
How much money did you make last year to afford such a nice life in Dubai?
I'd rather not say transaction data or your balance.
Sorry.
How much money did you make last year to afford such a nice life in Dubai?
I'd rather not say.
But if you work in crypto, doesn't that mean all your wallets and transactions are public on the blockchain?
Not if you use Zcash.
What's Zcash?
Zcash is unstoppable private money. It allows you to send or receive money without exposing any of your transaction data or your balance.
Wow, is it easy to use?
It's so easy to use. Want me to send you some right now?
Hey, fuck yeah.
Download Zashi.
Okay, downloaded.
Let me just scan your QR. I'll send you some Zach.
Wow, that was easy. You think I could buy a house like this now?
Probably not, but maybe one day.
They chose the worst guy. I mean, I know I kind of slur my words here and there, but this guy doesn't enunciate properly. He's cheesy as fuck.
It's just, I don't know. It just reeks of like corporate TikTok account. I don't know. Like I get it. They're trying to mainstream like Zcash and privacy coin stuff. I don't know. It just is very like that's just kind of like a showing of like the different type of user base that Monero and Zcash has. Monero user base is like they're hardcore they don't give a crap. They're not gonna be making these little cheesy videos, that are just super like low tier.
I don't get it, because they got all this corporate money. You think they could at least like do some better acting, right? I think it's kind of funny too. He's like, "Hey, look at all my privacy." He's like,
while he's showing off his
display.
house and his whatever he's driving. Is that a
Excuse me, sir.
Cybertruck, a yellow Cybertruck?
Yeah, the internet could track this thing down in about 5 minutes flat, exactly where he is.
I guess it sort of shows, it solves its intention, which is just like talking about the context of it's kind of, I guess, weird. It's very showboaty, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a stupid, salty Monero maxi. I'm criticizing it for no reason. It's just, I don't know. It hits weird. So
I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the Cybertruck, but that yellow is maybe the only Cybertruck that, like, actually that I've seen has some appeal. Maybe it's just the angle. I don't know.
The yellow is the cool color, I will say. It's a nice color for the Cybertruck. Damn, now I have to sit here waiting until my toes straighten again. I'm sure everyone saw the one with Zuko as well. Moving on. Lola Leets tweeted, SDNY suppression of evidence is a major violation of the law that may end up getting Samurai case thrown out, experts say. Yep, we did just look over that on one of the previous posts. That'd be good to see, even though they've already been put through the ring. To a degree, like it could be dropped before I have to get put in the ring even further. But
a long time ago, or a few years ago, a federal judge said that Brady violations are at epidemic levels. In other words, the prosecution is required to send exculpatory evidence to the defense. Like, that's part of discovery, and they just don't do it. They refuse to do it because they have absolute immunity. They don't ever suffer consequences for doing so.
It's crazy. It's super messed up. Justin, 2 long dormant Silk Road linked wallets from 2013 moved 3,421 BTC, worth 322.5 million. Ooh, that sounds a little like a little something that happened last week in their first transaction over a decade. All right, so some Silk Road Bitcoins being moved. This is Silk Road wallets that are just associated with the Silk Road. This isn't funds that the government has. There's like no other context here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm guessing these are owned by individuals, because if it's in these same wallets, maybe someone actually has a lot of Bitcoin. That
if I'm a certain someone, I'm sweating right now. If I'm seeing this, I'm like, wait.
Yeah, you're like,
why did you have to wait until this moment, bro? Why couldn't you have done it 6 months ago?
Well, since it took them such a long time to move this, hopefully they knew what they were doing by now, and they're converting it to Monero very promptly as much as they can. That's why the price is going up again. They're trying to protect their investment and not go to jail for a long time.
I have honestly been waiting and wondering, why has it taken this long for like some large amounts of heisted funds, Bitcoin, whatever, Ethereum, to move it into Monero? Like, how has it taken people like 5 fucking years to be like, maybe I need to move this into Monero? Well, I still can. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to keep these funds because they're going to be tracked on blockchain, chain analysis. And I just can't believe it's taken this long, to be honest. But
maybe it's just like fear of the unknown, because just by having it sit there, at least you're at no risk of anything. Like when you move it, you got to be prepared. Like if you move that, you got to be like super careful, like it with everything. Like how you move it, how you're connected to nodes, like especially on Bitcoin, you don't have any basic privacy features. So I imagine part of that's like carefulness, but also maybe like also in regards to Monero, like being maybe potentially concerned about like, how effective is Monero, and eventually they decide, okay, well, I might as well move to, assuming that's even what's happening here. That was baseless speculation.
Yeah, who knows what they're going to do with those coins?
Could be though. Next up, we got a tweet from Vic. Hey, let's make this Monerovan concept reality for jams. I, of course, will be donating. So this is a Kuno link to a fundraiser that Sir Jams created for creating a Monerovan.
Bro's just looking to fund his van down by the river lifestyle.
Life, yeah. I have had a dream. I have a dream for 2 years now to buy a camper van and drive across the U.S. for a year to meet and onboard goods and services merchants to the Monero ecosystem. Can't wait any longer. Time to upgrade from keyboard warrior to real-life freedom fighter. A camper van seems to be the most economical way of traveling and being agile as opposed to hotels and rental cars. I will also be filming the trip for a documentary about the adventure. I have a background in filmmaking and editing. The van I'm looking at is around 17K. I don't expect to raise the full amount of a van, but anything will help, and there will be major gas costs for the mission. Interesting. So if you want to donate to this project and see this happen, you can donate to the Kuno link.
I want to see the dude. I want to see who this is. If you're getting
let me pull him up on
promote Monero, like
pull him up on Twitter. He's hosted some Monero meetups publicly before. I know him. I've met him.
Oh yeah, all right.
Times. Yep.
Yeah, he's
for jams a lot. At MGK Mushroom Breakfast. That's his handle. Yep. He's been around for a while. He's definitely legit. So
Sir James a lot. If you're listening, I mean, I'm just a dude, personally, if you're gonna roam around in a Monero van promoting Monero on the community dime, I think you should put a video of yourself, of your actual self, on your Kuno and say, hey, I'm so and so. Show us how you present, right? How do you sound? How do you talk? How do you speak? How do you look? Et cetera, so that everyone can be like, oh, okay, yeah, right on. This guy would be a good ambassador for Monero.
That's a very good idea. Very true. Very true.
I know I'm telling you to dox yourself and all, but
I think he. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's doxed himself. That's actually a good question. I thought he had, but maybe not.
Or maybe he's just going to wear the Vendetta mask.
Just wear the mask. Yeah,
everywhere
there
he
you
goes.
go. Just do that.
That wouldn't be unsurprising for a Monero person, to be honest.
True. Next up, we got a tweet from Rep. Anna Paulina Luna. Breaking. Today, I introduced the American Privacy Restoration Act to fully repeal the Patriot Act and strip rogue intelligence officers of their extraordinary mass surveillance powers. See, I'm looking at all this stuff, and I'm like, the government's seriously just on, they're on a fuck go back moment. We have to get, people trusting us again, so then 10 years down the road we can do more tyrannical shit, because there's no real reason these things should be happening other than the fact that they went a little too far too quickly and now they got to pull back. Am I just being a super doomer in that regard, or am I just being reasonably suspicious? And
the price of liberty is eternal vigilance.
This is true. It's very true. Since the passage of the USA Patriot Act in the aftermath of 9/11, intelligence agency officials have used their mass surveillance tools to settle personal scores, interfere in elections, and spy on untold numbers of innocent Americans. The abuse must come to an end. I would agree. And of course, it's not that it's not possible that there are people that have legitimately good interests, but most of the interests are, the people who represent us. Their interests are derived from, other more powerful entities that give them a lot of money. So, so I guess this is a proposal to basically just eliminate the Patriot Act for the most part. Maybe something else that would be good indeed. That was a very, 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 very bad one that happened before I was even born. So,
yeah, I don't know what her motivations are, but at least step in the right direction.
Yep, step in the right direction. Yep. And next up, we've got is this a gaming video? From Jake at Jake Gagain. Monero, the secure private and traceable crypto. Is this like a big YouTuber? Oh wow, I guess he's a bigger influencer. He's got almost 400,000 followers, and he just made a video about Monero.
Let's talk about the most decentralized cryptocurrency that we have in the crypto space today, called Monero. Monero launched in April of 2014 by an anonymous developer.
Cool. Well, I will let you guys watch this whole video if you want to. The links will be in the description later. But yeah, this guy looks like he is making just a info video about Monero. Very cool, very cool. Cool to see the traction it's getting from more larger influencers. Very cool to see.
Roger Ver onboarded his brother finally.
Dude, really though, really, like this guy, he looks a lot like him. It looks like his brother. Yeah, that's so true.
I mean, cousins at a bare minimum.
Yeah, for real. Oh yeah, Untraceable said it right here. You look like your Ver's brother. Nice video. Keep the kind of thing. Yep.
I was about to start typing the comment, and then I saw Untraceable. I was like, oh no, you got it.
You got it first. Yeah, that's how noticeable it is. Funny.
I actually, like, before I signed, I was like, wait, is that right? What? No, it can't be. I think that's about how long it took me to realize, like, wait, that's not actually Roger Ver. Is that really?
Yeah, no, it's just some crypto guy on Twitter, YouTube.
Right on. All right.
Super similar though. Yeah.
Another 500,000 followers onboarding.
True. Tweet from Mags. Black Mirror called. They want their plot line back. New rules in Spain. Cash withdrawals over €3,000 require strict reporting rules to tax agency to avoid heavy fines. Wow. So not even getting like a check on, like, you know, having to fill out information about where you're using the money for. Because in the US, if you withdraw over like 10 grand at a time, you have to like fill in like some paperwork about what you're using the money for. I don't know if it gets like checked or verified at all though. But now in Europe, they're talking about, or in Spain specifically, they're talking about reporting rules to tax agencies if you're withdrawing more than 3K of your own money, which I guess really isn't your money if you have it all inside the real fake internet money is not crypto. It's bank money. That's the real fake internet money. It just exists and isn't even real. They just make it up. So
a crime against humanity. They lose their power grid, and then no one can transact digitally, and then they're like, oh, and you can't even withdraw the money that you need to do commerce if the power grid goes down. Like, okay.
Yeah, no. And I mean, that's why I'm still like, okay, yeah, you know, I'm big bullish on Monero, because like the idea that like there would be a global internet outage is definitely like, you know, not impossible, but like global internet and power outage is like, you know, like not realistic. But you know, there's like times when more local or even larger scale, like what we saw happen in Europe a couple weeks ago, that was weird. That didn't seem realistic, but it happened. Some very large, very large scale power outage that occurred. And in that case, you would be really useful to have cash on hand or have like gold backs or something that, you know, has real worth, that's physical. So, you know, just like have both, you know, like I'm not going to totally knock crypto just because it requires power, requires internet.
Just FYI, man, the grid is a lot more sensitive than you might think, right? Like all these grids are connected. So, I mean, it's called the grid because it's all interconnected. And so it's not like you have like kind of a centralized power source. You have these various points that are just pumping power into the grid. And then sometimes it gets pumped different places. And it's not, I mean, yes, it's robust, but it's not super duper robust. Like when you see problems like the freezing that happened a couple years ago in Texas, and that took down most of the Texas grid. That's true. The Texas grid was fairly isolated from the rest of the nation. It's actually, it's on its own, like for the most part. I mean, it has connections, but for the most part, it's on its own kind of grid. The other thing too is like, you know, we do get hit by solar flares, and the data on this is becoming clearer and clearer that big super flares happen regularly to stars that are very similar to our sun. We've seen, we have sensitive enough equipment that we can actually look out there and say, oh shit, these big super flares do happen. And these super flares would totally disable the entire power grid. Like we are at like, that's like civilization critical kind of event that can actually happen. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen, but it is eventually going to happen. So
in all seriousness though, if something like that did happen, you're probably fucked either way. Like the fact that suddenly you don't have access to your Monero is like just such a non-issue at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally survival, and having cash might not even help you in that scenario.
There's a lot of in betweens too, though. Like you could get hit by like a medium sized flare, like that takes out regional grids, or parts of the global. It might not be the whole globe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that whole like, listen, you're kind of fucked if the grid goes down across the world. You're fucked anyways. 5% of preparation is going to go a long way for you. Having some seeds and some extra like food and some cash and some bullets. That's going to go a long way if you have a little bit of that than if you have zero of that.
It's true. It's true.
But you don't need to stockpile like Waco or anything. I mean, you can do that too. I recommend it, but
losing your value for no reason.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got a post from Vasto Misio. Decentralized Monero trading is hitting Android. No KYC, no middlemen, just P2P freedom. So it looks like they've created a RedoSwap app.
Shit, yeah.
Let's see this. Let me open the GitHub repo here. Oh, I'm already on it. There we go. Interesting. So it looks like someone is working on a actual app so you can use Havino Redo specifically, that instance, with your phone on Android. And it's very, very cool. That's going to be powerful. That'll enable a lot more people to be able to use Havino. I wonder what they're... Oh, C#. Okay, interesting. That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, unlocking Android is a huge unlock for a lot of normies. I mean, you tell a normie, download this desktop app, and they're like, what? No. If you say, oh, just download this app on your phone, they're like, oh, sure, it's easy.
Especially if it's on the App Store. So currently it says currently only available for Android. However, they're using Maui. That's why it's C#. Maui it's kind of like cross-platform like Flutter. It supports basically all the operating systems.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Maybe not Linux though, but at least iOS, macOS, Windows, and Android. So that's really cool. Really cool to see that. I don't know why you'd want this on Windows and Mac though, because like you have the desktop app already. Like iOS and Android, that seems like the target for this.
Is there any potential that Cake Wallet is going to integrate RedoSwap?
People have definitely asked this occasionally. Not really something we've looked at. It's definitely like a much like. I genuinely feel like something like this probably belongs as being its own app, just because of how much more is involved with it. It's not like it fits in our instant swap flow like at all. This would be its own dedicated thing, and it would be like separate from essentially the rest of the app. So at that point, it kind of makes sense for it to be its own app, like this right here. And especially since I think this has to connect to Tor by default. So there's also some extra networking steps going on there. But yeah, really cool to see that. I'll be very glad to try that out once it becomes a thing. It looks cool. Turns out, so this is a post from SethForPrivacy. It turns out the folks at XMRChat were right. They really were the target of a law enforcement effort. Their servers were seized, site shut down, and 34 million in crypto seized. I do find it hilarious at the Govs always failing to mention Monero, even when it was a primary driver of volume for XMRChat, and they definitely see some Monero. Yeah, that's super funny, and that plays into some of what Cryptocomicon was saying earlier. They don't want to bring too much attention to it. They really avoid like talking about it or giving it attention when they can.
It's pathetic. The silence is deafening.
It is deafening, but it's also vindicating. It's like, oh, this thing works. Because otherwise, the only reason they would talk about it is to try and like FUD it, like with some easily disprovable FUD that, oh, we got these guys that were using Monero, but it was like, unrelated to Monero directly. The tweet continues, note that much of the Bybit official hacked Bitcoin ended up being funneled through XMRChat to Monero, something to watch from here on, as now the German police at the very least will have TX IDs of withdrawals to the hackers' wallets and can attempt an Alice Eve attack or something similar against them. That will be much less of an issue once XMP++ finally gets rolled out. While I hope the hackers get caught, this is also a fascinating exercise in how effective Monero's privacy is against a targeted attack. Will be cool to see what happens. And yeah, like Monero definitely isn't foolproof. Like for most people, it's untraceable. But if you're under like very targeted attack, then yeah, there are some ways that they could potentially get you. and that'll be improved in the near future, very soon, with like things like FCMP++. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to keep an eye on, see what happens with that. All right. And then next we've got a post from Untraceable. Monero's network hash rate breaking 5 gigahash a second for the first time ever. New all-time high hash rate. Hopefully soon new all-time high price. It's kind of cool that the hash rate's already at an all-time high before the price even has been. That's 5 billion hashes from computers around the world every second. For reference, an AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D processor produces 14,500 hashes per second. 5 gigahashes equals 344,800 AMD 98 X3D CPUs mining Monero. Would be cool if those were all individual solo mining or P2Pool. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Yeah, super exciting to see new all-time high hash rate, and the price hasn't even reached an ATH yet, so that's good to see. And the next tweet goes into what I wanted to mention, which was Tari. Props to Tari. One day after launch, there are already almost as many Tari full nodes on the network as Monero. Monero nodes past 24 hours, 12,560. Tari nodes, 11,300. The Tari desktop wallet is a full node with one-click mining. This means every user runs a full node and 100% of the hash rate is decentralized through P2Pool. Also, a Monero wallet is automatically created for every user, which automatically mines XMR alongside Tari. Exemplary execution. Yeah, like props, totally props to Tari. Like whether you give a crap about Tari or not, whether you think it's just a stupid shit coin, it's not going to go anywhere. I have to at least give respect for the fact that they showed that they were friends of Monero, and they went ahead and did 50% merge mining with P2Pool and single-handedly raised the P2Pool hash rate like up massively. So they've legitimately helped decentralize Monero, and it's cool to see like the execution of the app that they've created, which is very simple. Now it's got some problems here and there. It's got some bugs. It's new. It forces everyone to connect to Tor. There's connection issues sometimes, but the app itself is very like good looking. It's easy to use. It's clean. They basically onboarded 11,000 people to a full Tari node and also 11,000 people to mining on P2Pool for Monero. So really cool to see that. I feel like if Xano, because like is Xano doing random X too? Are they?
No, I don't think so.
They're not doing something else. Okay.
Maybe they are, but they're not merge mining.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I was like, if Xano was merge mining with Monero from the beginning, I feel like they would have gotten a lot less like shit, and they probably would have like been more
seriously.
Because it just shows that like even if the project doesn't do that much, it shows that you're a friend and you're trying to help the existing projects like become even more decentralized. And it kind of it brings a little bit of respect in a way, even if it's not ended up being that useful.
Yeah. I mean, they already had that like big pre-mine. There was already a significantly centralized supply. Like, why not? Like, why not merge mine with Monero? Do you really care about Monero? Like, it seems hard. Like, I know it's Crypto Zoidberg and all, but I don't know. I have my own questions over him. I don't want to say necessarily that because I don't know shit. But somebody launched Bitcoin originally, right? Somebody did that. So the question is who did that? I wanted to ask you, do you know what the percentage of P2Pool is on the, like, as far as the total hash power?
Let's take a look. That's a good question. P2Pool hash rate. Let's see if I can find a reliable source here, because some of these sources are not super reliable. I
feel like we were 10% before.
Let's see. P2Pool hash rate, almost 400 mega hashes, 17%, 17.3%.
That's pretty good. Yeah, getting up there.
Huge improvement. Assuming we were 10% before, I don't know what it was. That's 70%, 73% gain.
We only need 50.
Yeah, only need 50 really. And then the network is very, very much secured in a safe way. So, but yeah, that's a big improvement already. Just jumped even more. Yeah, so the total network is 4.7 gigahashes at the moment. And P2Pool is doing 400 mega hashes. So yeah, not bad. Definitely getting up there. This thing seems to be changing wildly. I don't know if it's accurate, how accurate that is, but now it's showing 19.5%. But yeah, thanks, Tari. Thank you. Yes, shout out to Fluffy Pony, the CEO of Monero. He's doing helping out his company, which is Monero Corporation. And I think, oh wait, I did have one more thing I wanted to share. Let me pull it up here.
It'd be funny if you made a commercial and like just totally mimicked Zuku, whatever Zuku was doing.
He totally should. He totally should. That'd be amazing.
Just trolling. That might be a bit too trolling even for Rick.
So on the topic of not Monero adoption, unfortunately, but crypto adoption, sort of crypto. Stake and Shake is accepting Bitcoin payments at all locations starting May 16th, making the cryptocurrency available to our more than 100 million customers. So I'm assuming, and I did tweet about this. This is definitely just Lightning, right? It's not Bitcoin on chain. There's no way. It's only going to be Lightning. But it's still interesting to see because it seemed like at one point there was sort of like a movement of like retail chains starting to accept crypto, like Bitcoin, mainly Lightning, and then it kind of died off. So maybe this is making a little bit of a return. I don't know. In the United States too, because the US really doesn't really give a shit about accepting crypto, like at all. So I do have one near me, so I'll check it out once they do. It's probably just going to be like Lightning, and they probably have custodial systems they're using on their end, which makes sense for a big company. But I mean, I guess it's kind of cool a little bit-ish.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely reflects a bit of a changing of the culture. There's enough people now for a big company like Steak and Shake to pivot to the tallow-based fries and to get into the cryptocurrency. It would be nice to see them, accepting crypto in general. I mean, that's easy enough.
Yeah, it'd be cool if it's like more in general crypto and not. But I'm assuming based on this post, it's just Lightning. And the funny thing about the beef tallow fries is that little secret, they're actually pre-fried in vegetable oil before they even get to the restaurant, which is really funny. And they've been pushing this whole thing about how good their fries are. So yeah. Anyway, that's all I had for the news.
Fake fries and fake Bitcoin.
Fake fries and fake Bitcoin. True. I mean, technically, yeah, it's better than fiat. It is. Lightning 2 is like better than on-chain Bitcoin, but the improvement is much more marginal as if it was, something like Monero. Lightning works differently though, so there's some different advantages to Lightning, but overall, I don't like it very much. Like Monero is just like you can accept zero conf. Like there's like this argument about like Lightning being it's super fast. Well, it's like Bitcoin or Monero, even Bitcoin detecting a Bitcoin or a Monero transaction is like nearly instant. And for transactions that are small on Monero, you could do zero conf, but there's almost zero risk of accepting a zero conf transaction for something that's like you're buying a burger and fries, So
yeah,
not really any specific reason to use Lightning there. But I'll check it out once they open that up, and I'll let you guys know how that goes. All right, thanks, Bawdy, for joining me for the news segment. I'm going to go ahead and move it on to the viewers on stage segment. We got some cool people in the stage. Let's do it.
It's the viewers on stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right. We got Shortwave Surfer, good old reliable Shortwave Surfer. We've got Arctic Mine. Welcome back, Arctic Mine. And we got Alaskadon, and we got SA. How's it going, guys? Thanks for coming on.
Hello,
friend.
Well,
Hello.
Since Alaska is on, since Arctic is on, I'm going to shut up.
Arctic, what do you make of the recent major price moves happening with Monero?
I suspect some old Bitcoiners are starting to see the light of getting a true cypherpunk currency. I mean, the reality is that there is that if you're an early Bitcoiner, like myself, I was an early Bitcoiner, you really gotta start asking questions as to what's going on with Bitcoin. This is not what you signed up for. I made that decision a decade ago, but some people are gonna take a bit longer. And Wall Street will provide extra liquidity for them. That's what I see happening.
I definitely hope that's the case. And I definitely like whatever the reason is, they need privacy. There definitely has been some people recently that needed privacy, so they went to Monero.
Well, that's a reason. The other reason is that basically Bitcoin has failed as a peer-to-peer cash. No matter how you want to spin it, no matter how you want to argue it, I don't buy the store of value narrative without a legitimate peer-to-peer cash network to give it fundamental value, which it does. And this is the big thing that people are missing about all this, is that you need to have peer-to-peer cash in order to create the store of value. And peer-to-peer cash is based on the premise that people will use the cryptocurrency because there's an economic advantage. That could be privacy. That could be avoiding censorship. That could be freedom. The whole host of reasons people will use for using Monero, for example. But ultimately, that translates into an economic advantage to make those transactions, which in turn, because of the equation of exchange, leads to a fundamental value of the cryptocurrency. And that's what gives you an investable value. And what Bitcoin has failed to realize is that without that peer-to-peer cash component, you're not going to have a store of value. And sooner or later, this thing is going to blow. And that's the reality. Now, I've been a bit of a bear on Bitcoin for a long time, and I still am. I think fundamentally, yeah, it could go to 150,000, even 200,000. I'm not going to say that's not going to happen. But ultimately, the fundamentals are going to have to kick in, and without a robust peer-to-peer network of people using it for transactional reasons, you will not have a store of value. And that's just how I feel about it.
And
it's kind of amazing to see how many people that come on this show on a regular basis are like kind of being vindicated with what's going on right now. I mean, the way that the hash rate climbed and the market cap, I forgot his name, but you know the guy from Germany, he's Portuguese, and he came on the show all the time back in the day, but he used to try to make the case that there was a linkage between hash rate and price. And then Arctic Mine with like kind of the fundamentals argument of just like the steady growth. And it's wild to see it all playing out now. Like here it is 2 years later, watching all of these people's predictions for where Monero was going to go and how it was going to get there. And it's happening.
Well, there is a correlation between hash rate and price, and it also factors in essentially Moore's law, i.e., the capability of computers to compute the price of that going down. So if the price of Monero goes up, the hash rate should go up. I mean, that's just very reasonable to expect. Because essentially the profitability of mining goes up until it reaches an equilibrium. So that I can understand. I mean, I would expect hash rate to go up if price goes up.
He was also actually saying like it very well might lead it. And I think that that's interesting how it just kind of played out where Tari launches and the hash rate goes up and the price is going. It's almost like it's not even one leads the other. It's like they're fundamentally connected almost.
What Tari addresses, and it's actually very complementary to Monero because basically it's an Ethereum light. I mean, that's how I like to think about it. And merge mining with Monero. So that obviously creates a lot of interest in Monero itself. Now, if you add a merge mine coin, which is what Tari is, then of course the hash rate is going to go up because now you're mining an merge mine, you're getting Tari and you're also getting Monero. So you're getting this extra value for your mining. So a merge mine will cause the hash rate to go up, should actually, by its own very nature.
I don't know how many of you played with it yet, but I'm pretty excited. Today is my day to start messing around with it.
I downloaded the client and I've actually posted an ad on XMR Bazaar to buy some Tari for Monero.
I haven't actually done it yet, although it's interesting because I do interact with a lot of Ethereum people. So this is something they'll be very interested in. One of the criticisms that people say, I mean, is what I always say, is that, well, you can't do Web3 on Monero. And the answer is, well, that's what that's the need that Tari's meeting, basically.
Yeah, that's that the projects focus on what they're here for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it's there. That's what it's doing. And it's got some, I mean, I looked at it quite a while back. I haven't really paid a lot of attention recently to it, to be honest. But what I'm saying is it's basically a light version of Ethereum. That's what it is. Without a lot of the, it's not aiming to be Turing complete and all this kind of stuff, but there's a lot of Web3 stuff you can do on there.
And see, that's why I'm going to go ahead and get some, because even if I just take a shot in the dark and it even if it fails, I won't be upset. But if it succeeds, I think it's going to be really, really cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and get some.
And it's a nice proof of work.
I'm super excited about things like smart contracts and even putting voluntarist governments on the blockchain and all that other stuff. But underneath it all, it's all going to be amazing, and it all has this linchpin of success or failure being surrounded on: is there going to be private digital cash? Is there going to be economic freedom or not? Like, Tari is amazing, but it basically requires either Monero or something like Monero to exist in order to be able to start doing on-chain governances and all of this other stuff that go beyond just governing the currency. But can I build a decentralized autonomous organization on a blockchain? Can I make smart contracts for these long-term business arrangements on the blockchain? Well, as soon as you start doing that, you want there to be a reliable, stable, private digital cash that you can use as a medium of exchange for that is independent, trustworthy, verifiable. So the whole idea of things like Tari or DarkFi, and those people actually get it. They require the existence of a liquid, simple, private digital cash to already be part of the ecosystem.
But the thing that is critical, and this is the one thing that a lot of people today even have missed, is that you have to have scalability. Without scalability, you do not have you have to be able to run these things at scale. And this is where Bitcoin has failed so badly. A lot of people think that Bitcoin's weakness is privacy. I don't agree with that at all. I think Bitcoin's weakness is the fact that it can't scale. And the Bitcoin Cash solution, the big block solution, is not a solution. You get spammed to oblivion. We saw it with Zcash. I mean, privacy ups the ante. So you have to really need that infrastructure. Without that infrastructure, you're not going to have peer-to-peer digital cash. Because what happened in Bitcoin is it just hits a limit and then you can't support it. And your baseline layer becomes your fees cripple. I mean, if you think about Bitcoin, a Taproot transaction, potentially, any Taproot transaction could be an atomic swap with Monero. Now think what that does to tracing Bitcoin. Were it not for the fact that to do that, you have a huge fee differential, which in turn makes it incredibly attackable. Because basically, if you do an atomic swap between Bitcoin and Monero, the Bitcoiner could be putting $10. Now it's a bit less. It's not $1 right now. And the Monero guy is putting a fraction of a cent. So you're going to attack the fee differential, which is exactly the same problem with Lightning. Lightning requires for its security that you ultimately have the threat of a justice transaction on the main chain. Well, if your fees are very high, if you got $20 fees and you got $10 worth of Lightning, well, hello, your justice is costing more than what you're getting to court over. So you can't really enforce the security of the Lightning Network. I mean, this is the fundamental problem that Bitcoin has. It comes down to this failure of the layer one. And what is happening right now in Bitcoin, it's actually quite interesting, is that the fee and reward of Bitcoin is actually below that of Monero. And if you know what a fee and reward is, it's the percentage of the block reward is actually transaction fees. And that's because Bitcoin blocks, there's not a lot of pressure on fees on Bitcoins right now. Bitcoin blocks do have a fair amount of space in them, but that means that they're never going to replace the falling block rewards. And so you're back to what's happened. I mean, essentially with SegWit, they effectively doubled the block size. And the transaction rates aren't there to support it. If everybody is not going to start transacting in Bitcoin because they know that sooner or later they're going to get hit with this $50 fees or whatever. And so that's the threat. It's keeping people away from that chain. And that's where Bitcoin gets into trouble because it doesn't have the capability to scale and it's a fundamental problem that the Bitcoin Cash people have not solved, I'm sorry to say, because of the fact that they have the falling block reward. So you need the transaction fees to replace the falling block rewards, and that's a failure. And that's essentially where Monero beats everybody hands down, because it's done that, and it's done it in a way that it still maintains inflation free, because our growth in the money supply is below that of gold. So now we have a stronger, a harder than gold cryptocurrency, which is Monero, which has addressed the security problem that's the underlying problem in Bitcoin. Then you can go ahead and say, we're going to put privacy on top, or you can build the privacy infrastructure that Monero has done. But none of that would work without the underlying security of the tail emission. I mean, it's just that simple. And the adaptive block size. It won't work without it. And that's the key thing. And a lot of people, I think, still miss about Monero. And so it's all about privacy. No, in order to have the privacy that we have, you have to have a robust tail emission. You got to have a robust anti-spam. In fact, it is the toughest chain to do anti-spam precisely because of its privacy. Because how are you going to deal? You have to be able to price transactions accurately to prevent spam attacks. And this whole is dependent on this tail emission and the whole security model. So without that, you don't have anything. So it's kind of like the foundation. And this is where Bitcoin gets into a big trouble. Is it doesn't have that problem solved. Neither does Litecoin, neither does Zcash, neither does Pirate Chain. I mean, I know when I was in Acapulco and people were saying, well, can you help us do an adaptive block size? And the first question that I would say about the project is, do you have a tail emission? No, we don't. We have falling block rewards. Then I'm sorry, I can't help you, because I'm going to set you up to fail. It's that simple.
And you can see that Monero's security model works. I mean, just merge mining with Tari, and the fact that we've been getting tail emission 0.6 XMR for almost 2 years now, basically.
Almost 3 years, yeah.
And the hash rate has gone up in that time. If our security model was so broken, the hash rate would have gone down when the main emission was done, and it hasn't happened.
Well, no, it's maintained it. I mean, Bitcoin basically has essentially the same growth in money supply right now than Monero. So we know that this level works. So interesting cases, how much of a margin we have will be, I think, shown by how many halvings before Bitcoin starts getting into trouble. And that will tell us where, how much of a leeway we have. But we know that the rate that we have right now works. That's very clear. I mean, that's been proven not just on Monero, but also on Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash and a whole bunch of other places. So we know we have the security. And so, yeah, we're going to see, how long is Litecoin is a bit interesting because they merge mine with Dogecoin. So that's a very interesting case. But you got to look at Bitcoin Cash in particular. It's the most vulnerable because it's the same mining algorithm as Bitcoin. And they have a lot of people, ASICs that are very adversarial to Bitcoin Cash. So that's another one. But no, we have a proven security mode. There's no denying it. So that's where we are. So that's our strength. But this is the key point that people realize. Without the tail emission, you have the whole structure of Monero will collapse. I can say that categorically. It would not work.
Art Lamp, welcome to the show. I would love to hear from you.
Welcome. I hope so. Welcome. I say to those to those Monero billionaires that are being made recently, if you want to go to Spain, I have real estate. I got Joe Bar, man. I have even access to land. Don't worry. If you want to spend Monero, no problem. Here, Spain. And you are in mind, Francisco. Si quieres venirte para acá, no tienes ningún problema.
Bueno, voy a ir.
Sin problema.
¿Dónde en España?
En el norte de España. España, más concretamente en Galicia.
¿Galicia?
Okay. Sí. Tenemos un poco de todo. Comida, un porrón de a shit ton of lamps, a shit ton of frames, of course, of art. That's why I'm called art lamp. And then machines, and then wood, and then steel, and then I don't know. If you want an apartment on the beach, no problem. No fucking problem. Okay?
Good.
So keep it going, and we will see how this shit goes with time and with patience. It's all we got.
Well, there are no bill. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that there are no billionaires in Monero, and there can never be any billionaires in Monero because the supply is only 18.5 million. So you can't have a billion Monero. At least not for a long time.
To me, it's like a billion.
That's beautiful. Well said, Short.
At least for a long time, anyway.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Well, we're talking a long time before we're going to have someone with potential of a billion Monero. But I think the more interesting thing in the European Union, in the area that I'm concerned, is this business about delistings, and that I think is going to end, and it's going to end ironically. And there were a lot of people commenting about also Dubai, and ultimately it's going to come down to, I think, the cases in the States, in particular false accusations. The issue with the delistings in the EU ultimately will come down, I think, to a fight in the European Court of Human Rights because of the violations of the European Convention of Human Rights. And it's going to come down to the fact that people are being falsely accused by these blockchain surveillance companies.
You know, EU is kind of a joke. Es casi como una broma. O sea, porque realmente, in reality here, for example, in Spain, I was watching the news when you're talking about some transaction limit, that's just don't affect really out of the banking system a lot because we have the most corrupt politician class here. They are basically the richest and the corrupt section of the population here in Spain. So if
that's kind of what I was.
They want to work.
When I think of the delisting thing in that context, it's like they're trying to force people to like get out of private cash transactions, and they're trying to force people into the banking cartel, but they're also trying to shut down Monero. It's like pushing down both of those at the same time is going to be nearly impossible because, like, when you add pressure to one, you're making it harder to keep a cap on the other. And so what I see happening in Europe right now, it's just funny to me because it's like the more you make this hard to get out of your tyranny system and into something like Monero, the more pressure you're putting on people to offer on-ramp solutions for getting out of your ecosystem and into the Monero ecosystem.
What I'm saying is that the legal structure in Europe and the fact that you have the European Convention of Human Rights is going to derail a lot of this anti-money laundering stuff from a legal perspective. So and the other one, and the key, surprisingly, in my view, is actually still the cases in the United States. And the other one that's going to go in a similar way is a place like the UAE, which is actually Sharia law. And again, you can make a very, very strong case that blockchain surveillance is haram, and basically because of false accusations. It's the same argument. So it's going to come down to showing that innocent people have been falsely accused by these blockchain surveillance companies. And that's going to undermine the whole structure on which this delisting and pressures on Monero has been based upon. And I think, yes, they use one of the examples. United Arab Emirates is another example. But ultimately, the fundamental principle that you're falsely accusing innocent people is a very, very difficult human and civil rights issue to overcome for a government. So that's the weak point. That's the failure point of what's going on in the EU right now. They've gone crazy with anti-money laundering. So I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. And I know the situation in Spain. I mean, 3,000 euros is nothing. You know, that restriction, they're obsessed with tax evasion because
it's getting ridiculous here with the credit card and debit card payments. It's a complete shit show. that people are turning rapidly to paper fiat, because in Spain,
Pagos en efectivo.
yeah, pagos en efectivo. In Spain, a few days back, we have a power outage.
Yes, I know. I read about that. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And I talk about it on the XMPP chat a few hours before the cell tower batteries went off. So
yeah,
we have 24 hours with no power, and people learn some things. And I'm gonna tell you something. I went very public with some of my transaction on SMR Bazaar, and I bought some silver, not a lot, but I was sleeping very confident that night, because if I want to buy a generator, I can with silver, or even some fiat cash. But
you want to have fiat cash. Yeah, you definitely want to have fiat cash. And
yeah, a little bit of everything. And
because
I
of power
well
failures.
because if Spain goes off, Germany is still on, and my Monero is completely safe, or even Russia, or China, or US, because the Monero network is worldwide, so I have no problem either. But you have to be open-minded sometimes. And in my case, when I see all this news with extreme capital, controls, those controls also apply to rich people, but usually the most hard version of it is just to poor guys like me. If you want to pay more than €1,000 with a credit with a bank, you have a fucking lot of problems. So you want to cash. You went to cash and you pay. If you want to buy a house, you pay half in cash and half in bank. And people is
yes,
people is,
yes.
is,
I'm quite familiar with what happens in Spain with real estate and how I'm very familiar with the stories there.
Of course.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go online on this issue because I've seen it and I know how it's done.
The most corrupt people here, the most corrupt people here is the politicians and their friends. Because the way the society is today structured is like a monetary, how do you say it in una dictadura monetaria,
dictadura monetaria, monetary dictatorship.
Yeah, you fix the income of the people by their rank inside the system, and then you go, then you have your society dictatorship. So that's happening before in Rome, and this shit show one day it will go off. But meanwhile, we maybe have 40 years, 50 years, who knows? And we have to go what we have, It's
it's a very interesting point. But first of all, for small payments, I just refuse to use credit cards, period. And especially when I go to Europe. And the reason I don't want to pay with a credit card, it's very simple. Most of my assets are in Canadian dollars, so they're fiat assets. If I'm going to buy euros, I can buy them at a much lower spread. I'm not going to pay 5% effective VAT or IVA on every payment in the European Union to Visa and MasterCard. So I will avoid using credit cards when I go to Europe, and I pay for basically everything in cash. And it's the small stuff. You can pay all the small stuff easily in cash, which kind of defeats this whole issue, because essentially what it is, it's a 5% tax on the currency spread. And if I pay with Canadian dollar credit card in Spain, I'm going to pay 5% surcharge on the spread between the euro and the Canadian dollar, and I'm not going to pay that. If I go and buy euros in cash at money's legal, totally above board, money services business here in Canada, I'll pay 1% or 1.5%. So I'm not going to pay a needless charge of effectively a value-added tax on my expenses that I spend in Europe. It's that simple. Now, there's some cards that are better, prepaid, such as Y. Some people recommended it that, and so on. You can kind of cut some of this stuff off, but it's a major problem. And this is the biggest, that's the simplest thing. The other thing that happens is you don't need a nationwide power outage, like what happened in Spain and Portugal. You can even localize power outage, just the credit system won't work, or even the internet connection goes work. So you want to have the fiat currency in your hand to transact, and you want to, of course, have cryptocurrency. You want to have Monero also to transact. And that's going to happen. So, I mean, the small amount, these 3,000 euro limit that they put in Spain, that's nothing. Sorry?
I was just going to say, and when we're no longer using fiat cash and we're using Monero, during power outages, we'll be trading back and forth paper wallets.
Well, actually, what is it that you need? You need access to a cell tower, to an internet connection, which in many cases you can run still during the power outage, depending on whether you have backup generators and so on, and you have backup power, number one, in the case. So that's the case. So the other backup, of course, which I find is particularly interesting, is silver and gold, which, by the way, I have found, at least in Canada, there's a lot less restrictions on getting gold than getting cash or silver. So you can buy silver, you can buy gold with way less restrictions you're ever going to have with getting cash. That's the other one to figure out. That's the big one.
Here's the thing, guys. Like when we're talking about brownouts and power outages and grid control and splinter net and all of that stuff, like you're past the moment in which like medium of exchanges is the level that you're thinking at. You're thinking in terms of lead and brass. You're thinking in terms of food for loyalty. All right, you're in a different world in that situation most of the time. And if it's the case where it's brownouts without some kind of like civil issue, I mean, that's when you fire up the splinter nets. That's when, and there's a lot of people in the Monero space that are already working on like backup plans for stuff like, I mean, honestly, like I'm in a room right now where we're working on those kinds of things. So it's,
you got to look at the degree, but where I live here in North Vancouver, outside of Vancouver, we get power outages regularly, just because wind blows down a tree and knocks out the power lines and this kind of stuff. So it's not something that is like and it could last for 2 to 3 hours. In which case, you go to a restaurant or whatever, and they might be able to serve you, but you got to better pay cash. You're not going to pay with cards. So I mean. I'm not talking about a nationwide the cases sort of like what happened in Spain and Portugal, and I think some in France, which lasted for about 24 hours, or even the case that happened in the 60s, a very famous power outage on the East Coast of North America. These kind of sort of big cases. I'm talking about little stuff, and yeah, I mean, you're going to get that. You're going to get a forest fire shutting off internet access to the Yukon. This nearly happened a few years ago. And it was literally the entire disconnecting the whole of Yukon territory because a forest fire would hit a repeater station or microwave repeater station. And that nearly happened. So these kind of things can happen on a host of different ways. And so we're not talking like the huge, even the major sort of cases where you start getting into trading barter services and growing your own food and trading, and this is where, of course, you're getting into the gold and silver, which, by the way, actually, on the subject of gold is a more efficient by weight store of value than U.S. currency. You know that. Because the average, a U.S. bill is 1 gram, and gold is lighter than U.S. currency to carry cash, even $100 bills. That's happened in the last month. Once the price of gold went over $3,200 an ounce.
Last time I looked at $3,340.
Yeah, so we're over, which means that if you were to carry U.S. cash and $100 bills by weight, it's heavier than gold for the same value. That's only happened very recently. It's not the case in Europe. If you have a 100 or a 200 euro note, which in the case, which I think are being only printed by Germany and Austria, the 200 euro notes.
Not to be like the actually guy. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what I'm about to do. But
the 500 known as the Bin Ladens, unless they're being phased out, but they're compromised with the 200 bills.
But
they are lighter than lighter.
If I want to put a 1 ounce US gold buffalo in my hand right now, the actual price to just buy one, have it shipped to me, and have it in my hand is basically $3,500, right? Because it's going to top price, premium, shipping, all that. And then I'm realistically, especially like in a brownout situation or whatever, if I was using something like that as currency, I'm not going to take what it's worth. I'm going to take a little added value bump off of the fact that I can make this trade and nobody else can. So realistically, like in a typical situation where gold becomes a viable transaction, no internet, no credit card, no Monero, right? Gold is currently at basically $3,500 an ounce, meaning it is quite significantly more valuable than $100 bill by weight. It's like well past that area.
But you're comparing an ounce of gold. I mean, you could get a tenth of an ounce or something.
The thing is, nothing to me, nothing is kind of perfect, for our situations. For example, Monero, to me, is perfect if you want. Imagine you have to run out of your country. I have to go to Argentina tomorrow because this went to shit, and I have to go. So if I have some Monero for me, it's different for you. But if I have some Monero, I can go with that Monero, and nobody will stop me on the airport or on the beach or whatever. I take a boat to go to Argentina or whatever,
You can very easily move it across borders if you know how to do it properly without carrying the keys with you. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of ways to do it, and so that's a big advantage.
Once I'm on Argentina, I can take custody of my Monero and do whatever I want with my Monero, and nobody in Spain will know about it necessarily right away. Because somebody,
I mean, the gold to Monero peg and the gold and the silver to Monero peg is so real too. Like every country I've ever been to where you meet a Monero person, like it's not even a thought. Oh, you brought a bunch of Monero into this country. You want some gold? Turn that into the local currency. It's just so easy, so liquid at this point. It's never going to change.
I did it.
Oh no, that's a very valid point.
I did this exact thing you just said in Switzerland a couple of years ago. 100 euros worth of value, but I did it. I shifted and was very interesting. But if you have a problem with internet, you need to be autonomous in that way. So you need your own power station. You need your own telecommunication system in case of something could happen, censorship, power outage. I don't know. Nothing is perfect, but
there's always some guy like me too. It's like you fire up your generator, grab a Starlink from somebody, route it properly where it can't be blocked, get it going. It's like, I'll take your gold for Monero and I'll trade your Monero for gold. And like, it's so hard to stop. The cat is so out of the bag at this point. Like
anywhere where you can get satellite internet, you can use the Monero network. That's not a complicated thing. So that's very straightforward. So if you have access, I mean, a perfect example of a power failure like what happened in Spain, all you need is Starlink, Starlink antenna, and either a bunch of solar panels or a generator or a combination of that, and you can connect to and sync your Monero network. So it's not like it's just dependent on the local internet. I mean, there's the odd country. I think the only country that's really went out of its way to ban satellite phones and this kind of thing is India, for some strange reason. They're paranoid about this, but pretty well everywhere else you can access a satellite network and get around it that way. So a local power outage is not such a big of an issue.
And think of all of the different devices that have auxiliary power units on them. Like it has the outlets, it has the energy source, like any semi-truck, camper, people who like in Alaska, I'm pretty sure just in any 10-mile radius where there's civilization, you're going to be able to hook up a Starlink, a Nodo, and start trading Monero for gold
absolutely
minutes. Like it's so fast.
Absolutely. You can. All you need is basically a source of power.
I mean, it's summer in Alaska right now, and I basically guarantee you right now there's at least like 10,000 campers with an APU and Starlink on them already right now.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like it's a fairly straightforward solution. So it's not like you know, but the on-ramping between gold and silver and Monero, I think is really interesting. I mean, that's a very big one, and that's sort of it complements itself. I mean, I have a habit of acquiring a lot of Monero when I travel because I carry cash, and I always get people wanting to sell me small amounts of Monero. So it's not a difficult thing, you know, $100 worth, that kind of thing. And so I kind of tend to acquire it a lot more than actually use it in that sense, because especially Monerotopia was a great example of that. A lot of the merchants wanted liquidity, so and there was a lot of that happening. So
you know that said, that's very very interesting to know. We have very powerful minds here thinking about this autonomy in these extreme situations. Most of the people you already know, when something happens or some regulation slams the head of the people with this transaction controls in the banking system, etc., and suddenly you have a problem. You know, you have a human problem or an energy problem or a regulation problem. Most of the people are regular dudes with Apple and Android phones, you know, and that's not gonna change for a lot of years. So you know, it's okay to think in all the alternatives, to trade with people, to match agreements, to buy and sell things. But Monero is
if you look at the Arctic Mine story too about this, bro, like, or you know, when we're at Monerotopia, like everybody's rushing to pay for the dinner, and you can pay them back in Monero. Everybody who acted as an on and off ramp has benefited handsomely, right? Everybody who's ever on and off ramp for people, you're constantly up, and it just adds to this never ending market force of people looking for a way to provide you with the on and off ramp you need so they can acquire Monero and store that value. Like it's such a no-brainer. This is an unstoppable system.
I mean, like I just carry a lot of cash when I go to conferences on this, and I carry cash, and I do get people once in a while. It's a $200 here or $300 there. I don't want to do a trade. I mean, it's a very interesting thing. It's not something I set out to do, but there is a definitely. I mean, I go to the point that I mean, I basically will very likely before I go to the next conference, I'll be emptying my Monero phone, my phone of any Monero, and just carry fiat, and then I'll, you know, I tend to get people wanting to do that. See, I'm not in the mindset right now of selling Monero at this point. It's too soon. By the way, on a different point of the market, I don't know if people have been looking at XMR XPT or XMR Bitcoin, but the key point that I would be paying a very big attention to is 0.004 Bitcoin. That's a massive resistance and support level, going all the way back to 2014. And we're about that's a big one. It's about $410 American.
Totally. But finally, I just want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
What Monero can do for the poor people, you know, because you may born in US, but some people are born in Pakistan or Bangladesh, you know. And we need to think. I like to think the better thing that something like Monero can do for the poor people that can't even afford half a Monero in a year. I will say, excuse me, I will say that the most important thing that Monero does for the people is to give them independence to trade with each other internationally, even in the same country, with any problems with their privacy and with any conflict with the government or other people or other business. So give this another degree of freedom. I think that's probably.
Here's the thing that's really critical about this. There are many poor people in the world. And this is why I'm so strong on scaling. Because I still remember, and this is back in 2012, and that was an early Bitcoin. And Amir Taki was talking about how Bitcoin was going to help people living in squats, i.e., experiencing homelessness. And at the time, I sat there and did a little back of the envelope calculation and figured what percentage of people experiencing homelessness need to use Bitcoin to bring the blockchain to its knees. And it's a minuscule percentage. So you need wide space scaling, which is why Monero can do that and Bitcoin cannot. You need to be able to have massive blocks in order to do exactly what you're saying. And that's the key point. That's a major application. Absolutely, there's a major application. But you have to have very, very robust scaling. And that was one of the first things that opened my eyes about Bitcoin's scaling problems was a comment from Amir Taki. Because essentially, you've got to look at what percentage of people that are poor, if they start using cryptocurrency, you better have the ability to grow and scale on the level, on the layer one. And that is an absolute must to do that. And it's a critical application. It's why what Bukele did in El Salvador failed, because he went with Bitcoin, the fees are too high. So you couldn't on-ramp. He was trying to target people that are making basically international transfers to support families. And someone goes to the United States and they're making $200 or something they can save from a menial job, and you can support an entire family in El Salvador with that. And so, and they're paying like a 20% or 10% surcharge to Western Union to get the money over there. But Bitcoin doesn't have the capacity to do that. You need the fast scaling to do that. And that's why I really emphasize this is a really important application. I totally agree, but you need really, really the ability to scale on layer one in order for that to happen. That's what I have to say about that. That's why I sold my Bitcoin for Monero in 2014 and 2015 over this very issue. It's a huge application for cryptocurrency, particularly with remittances. Massive, but we need the scaling. Because there's a lot of poor people in the world. And you've got to be able to support them if you're going to have an impact.
I know it's very, very interesting what you say. I think in Monero things are done thinking basically on all the aspects of the human nature when you need to trade online, and that's very good. But I don't know. It's difficult. No. So most of the people have no idea, and. Most of the people think about, always the same. And maybe if I would advise, if some hacker steal a lot of Bitcoin recently, I don't know. I don't believe it's true. I think it's a made up story.
The hacker story is a fake.
Listen. He can go to Kuno, and before he got in jail, donate half of his fortune. You fill up all the donations in Kuno, and you are free to go. You can go to jail, and God bless. At least they can catch it. No pueden conseguir el dinero. Si cogen el tío, ya está. Ya me pusieron la pena de prisión, pero mitad del Monero o mitad del Bitcoin ya lo doné a todos estos proyectos que quieren hacer algo útil para la sociedad, ¿no? Pues sería una cosa interesante, ¿no? Es un consejo que quizás tendría que verlo esa gente si en el caso de que existiera. I don't believe it's real, but if it's real, why not?
I think the case is that the recent cases that people claim that there was this hack and that this Bitcoin was stolen. I have real big doubts about that. That somehow the Bitcoin was stolen, and I think it's more likely as somebody who had a fair amount of Bitcoin and decided to move a portion of it to Monero rather than some kind of hack. There's simply no evidence that there was a stolen Bitcoin that people keep talking about over and over again. I just haven't seen where the evidence of the theft is. There's no law enforcement. There was nothing on that. And I still haven't seen it. Just one person made an allegation based on blockchain surveillance that this money somehow had to be hacked because it was suddenly being converted to Monero. And I just didn't buy it.
Me either.
My point,
me either.
Yeah. So it just didn't make sense to me, and it sounded more like an early Bitcoiner that simply decided to get out of Bitcoin into Monero, or at least a portion of it. That's what it looked like to me. And if you look at the price action ever since that happened, it's supposed to the approach of somebody who was buying shook up the market too much, maybe tried to buy too much Monero at once and slowed down, and then starting to buy back again. I mean, that's what it's starting to look like, as opposed to this idea that someone's trying to launder the funds. I mean, that was just an influencer who decided to make this case. But the social element of it is a huge application. Paying the poor is a huge application for cryptocurrency and for Monero. In my opinion, is one of the biggest applications, actually. And Monero has done that because we have the adaptive block size. We have the capability as technology improves and you get better bandwidth and you get so on. Paying the poor becomes an incredibly powerful application of cryptocurrency. And Monero can do it because it can scale. Bitcoin cannot. It's that simple. There's too many poor.
Any word on fixing Tari's implementation of peer-to-pool? I haven't looked in the last 12 hours. I figure Shortwave might know.
Sorry, Shortwave does not actually know, because I've played with Tari a little bit, but I haven't dove super deep into it. Literally, my computer's old enough that it takes me half the night just to sync the actual blockchain. It's really, really slow. I don't know if it's because I'm using an actual hard drive in it instead of an SSD, or if it's
that would do it. That would do it.
Oh, okay.
If you have an older computer and you want to spruce it up to use Monero, I would suggest two changes. And I've got some 11-year-old computers and I can run Monero nodes on them without a problem. Replace your hard drive with an SSD and figure out how much memory that machine can take and max it out. Those two things are going to make a huge difference in running Monero.
And even the RAM's not the big problem. It's the darn the hard drive, because the RAM I've currently got 8 gigs of RAM and it's perfectly fine.
No, you're fine with that with 8 gigs. It's going to be your hard drive. You need to replace that hard drive with an SSD. That's your bottleneck. I can tell you that right now. Unless you have something even I think I have one computer that had a 10 terabyte hard drive and I kind of got it to sync, but you need an SSD. That's the one thing you need to make Monero work on an old computer. So get yourself an SSD, replace that hard drive, and you won't have a problem with the Monero blockchain. Or you simply, if it has the capability, you just add the SSD as another hard drive and put the Monero node on that one. But I would use the SSD for your operating system and for your Monero node and all that. It makes a huge difference.
It definitely seems like there's every time I reopen CoinMarketCap while I'm on this show, it just keeps going up pretty much all day.
What's it doing right now? What's it doing right now? I think it's taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but even while it's kind of slow, steady state, it's still just up. I think it's at 3 or 4%, 24 hours.
I'm going to call it 250.
Yeah, it's definitely going up closer to the 4% number.
Let's see what it's doing right now.
I mean, it seems to be on. It looks like the exchanges are conceding that the Havana current market street price is accurate.
And have you
What
seen
what is Havana trading at right now? Do you have that?
371.73 is what I
Okay,
have
so
here.
Havana's really at a premium over the centralized exchanges because they're running around
I tell you what,
323.
it's gonna go to 500 right away. I don't have the money to speculate right now, but if I had it, I just leverage up long and with managed risk. I have no doubt about it.
I mean, that is a very realistic.
It's gonna visit 500 again.
Well, let me tell you my opinion. If it breaks 410 with the current price of Bitcoin, I think we're going to see a lot more than 500 because of the historical resistance and support level at 0.004 Bitcoin, which is about $410 US.
And have you seen? Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, have you seen the ReTo-Swap volume recently? The volumes and the amount of trades are just absolutely
Bawdy actually
exploding.
covered a lot of really interesting trade volume activities early on. I don't know if everybody was paying attention, but it was.
Yeah, I was.
There's a lot of. What I think the hot news, bro, is the Mexican exchange. I forget what it's called, but Mexi
Mexi denying Monero.
Yeah, he covered that too. And the thing is like this is getting wild, man.
There are so many euro offers on ReTo-Swap. I wonder if at least part of that has to do with the announcement that centralized exchanges weren't going to be able to take Monero after 2027. Because you saw that, and then immediately ReTo-Swap kind of went up a little bit.
But there's a myth around here. The centralized exchanges are already being delisted in Europe for Monero.
That's true.
So you're not changing anything. I mean, the only this is why I find this is why there was no market impact on this at all. I mean, the delisting of Monero happened at the end of last year in Europe, in the European Union and in Britain. That's when it occurred. So if anything is going to happen in Europe, it's going to be the other way.
Accumulate at this point, like people who know what's going on and believe in it, like it's a much stronger push to accumulate if you get it than it is a discouragement to sell out. You know, like it's like, okay, on ramping is going to be tricky. I better stock up while it's easy. You know, like that's all that it's become at this point.
All they're going to do is people are going to buy Bitcoin or they're going to buy Litecoin or something like that probably, and then they're going to trade it on a foreign exchange for Monero. Which is being the case in a lot of countries for years. I mean, I bought all my Monero in the United States of all places in 2000 through Poloniex in 2014 and 2015 when I was acquiring a lot of Monero for Bitcoin, and I couldn't get it in Canada. Now you can through Kraken, but the fact of the matter is that people are still going to trade it, even in centralized exchanges, or they're going to go the DEX approach, which I'm a bit leery with Bitcoin on that because you could end up being falsely accused on that. But however you do it, it's I mean, it's not impossible to acquire. Let me see here, transactions. What I mean, we have 30. Oh, there we go. That's the figure I was looking for.
If you were going to use a DEX, you should definitely use fiat to Monero, not Bitcoin or some other transparency coin to Monero.
Bingo! Very excellent piece of advice. You want to avoid, if you're going to go into Monero, you go to in a decentralized exchange, you have, or in a peer-to-peer, you have to do it for cash, for fiat, not for Bitcoin. That is absolutely a must. Especially if you have KYC Bitcoin.
121 million in trading volume, 24 hours.
Yeah, the transaction rate is still at about 33,000 transactions per day on the actual blockchain, which is kind of on the high end of what it's been for quite a while, actually. So that's indicative that there's a lot of blockchain activity, and it's held up during this sort of rise. What's the 1 year rates like? So it's been pushing 40K quite a few times right now.
Yeah, it's been averaging 30,000 transactions per day for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's in the it's been at 30, sort of pretty well in the middle of 30 since about November, and then there was a bit of a drop, and then it ramped back up again. I think the latest that I see on BitInfo charts is 33.
Yeah, I use what I do is I use BitInfo charts and then do transactions per day, simple moving average, 90 days. That's how.
Okay.
I always read the chart that way.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of where we're looking at. So you're doing. So it's definitely there. There hasn't been a big increase in transactions in Monero. It's been flat basically since. There's been a slight increase. It hasn't really, other than the spam attacks, but it's been pretty constant since going back to about 2021. I mean, if you look at it, it's pretty flat since then.
500 fiat notes, Arctic, 500 fiat notes, 500 pesos, ahí se va. Porque el problema es que desde 320, 350 hasta 500 no hay nada. O sea, no hay... O sea, toda esta gente que ha estado acumulando han barrido a todo Dios con la excusa de que lo delistan de todos los lados. Y ahora no va a haber vendedores hasta 500 pesos.
No estoy convencido de eso, porque depende del precio de Bitcoin. El precio de Bitcoin es una... puede haber muchos vendedores, muchos compradores que tengan Bitcoin, y el 004 Bitcoin es muy importante en mi punto de vista. Por lo que digo que entre 320, como estamos ahora, 330 dólares americanos, hasta 410, alrededor de 410, hay mucho porque es el precio de Monero en Bitcoin de 004. Eso es hasta el 2014. O sea que eso es un punto muy de resistencia. Es ese. Por eso yo digo que si pasa a 004 puede subir mucho más de 500. Eso es mi punto de vista. O sea que yo pienso que donde está ahora va a ser en 410 dólares, una cosa en ese precio. Y si pasa de eso, pues 500 es muy fácil. Eso es mi opinión. Pero estoy mirando el precio entre Monero y Bitcoin. O sea que eso es muy diferente. I'm looking at the Monero Bitcoin chart.
El problema de Bitcoin que yo estoy viendo últimamente, porque aquí también me pasan mensajes y gente hace meses y tal, que incluso algunos que tiene algo de Bitcoin. El problema es que se están sintiendo como el otro día los del apagón con la tarjeta de crédito. Como que están acorralados. ¿Me explico? Como que tienen Bitcoin, hay algunos que tienen bastante Bitcoin, pero que se empiezan a sentir algunos de ellos acorralados, ¿no sabes? Aunque lo tengan legal, de todo, 100% legal. ¿Por qué? Porque le están siguiendo la pista en todo, le llegan cartas, le llegan notificaciones del exchange, llegan a no sé qué, y se sienten acorralados por todos los lados. Eso es lo que yo creo. Y yo creo que esa tendencia va a seguir de la gente que tiene Bitcoin desde hace muchos años. No los que están comprando ahora. Los que compran ahora, ¿qué van a tener? ¿Sabes? Porque ya están enganchados con el discurso de Michael Saylor y toda esta historia. Esos se mueren ahí, ¿me explico? Pero la gente de antes, la gente como tú, la gente de hace 7 años, la gente de tal, que son los que tienen realmente mucho peso dentro de Bitcoin, yo creo que se están empezando a sentir acorralados o aburridos, me explico, porque es mi...
Yo vendí mi Bitcoin por Monero en el 214 y 215. En 2014 y 2015. O sea que yo tengo muy mínima cantidad de Bitcoin, un poco de Lightning. O sea, yo fui por el hecho del uso del tamaño del bloque y las disputas. Antes de Bitcoin Cash, antes de cuando hicieron censaron trataron de callar a Roger Ver en el 2015. Yo vendí mi Bitcoin por Monero. O sea que, pero esos bitcoins de 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15, esos no ven, esos pueden ser muy interesados en comprar Monero. Y lo que yo digo es que el precio en Bitcoin es muy importante por esa razón. O sea, 004 Bitcoin es un punto muy importante. So what I'm saying is that 0.004 Bitcoin is the critical point, because all Bitcoiners, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, they want to be, that's what they're looking at, what they're getting in terms of Bitcoin. And right now, it's still below 0.004, so it's very attractive for a Bitcoiner to say, hey, I'm going to get out of Bitcoin into Monero. And that's why I think 004 is really important, because of the Bitcoin price. But the old Bitcoiners, I totally agree. They are going to go to, they're very, I was even speaking to some people, one fellow was a Bitcoiner, and they're really starting to be interested in Monero because realistically, they got in there because it's peer-to-peer cash. And suddenly they realize it's no longer peer-to-peer cash. It's a speculated leverage speculation on Wall Street. Michael Saylor has over 500,000 Bitcoins, about 560,000, somewhere around there. He's looking to buy more and more and more. That's just untenable. And he's leveraging the whole thing like crazy. So he's sooner or later, they're going to get burnt badly. So for a lot of Bitcoiners, they can say, okay, I'm going to move into Monero. The trouble is they can't all get out because basically Monero money supply is actually smaller than the Bitcoin money supply. So the best thing you can expect is one Bitcoin for one Monero. That's why I think this is going to be very, very interesting if a lot of early Bitcoiners decide to move. But we'll see. But I got out a long time ago. So I still think 004 is at $400 is going to be a $410 US. It's going to be a big one.
If it drops, I buy some. That's guaranteed, because I probably buy some because to me it's cheap. To me, it's I don't have a lot. All this I have just a few, but seeing this how it's playing out, I think it's kind of different thing here. I think all school Bitcoiners are getting tired of Bitcoin, and I think those people are the real important here.
Well, I agree. I totally agree that the old school Bitcoiners are going to be a very significant force in Monero. Absolutely, because they basically are realizing that the promise of Bitcoin is not being delivered. It's become a speculative, instrument in basically on Wall Street. It's not become what they signed up for, which is peer-to-peer cash.
If you think about in terms of like total volume and stuff too, though, for like, so Satoshi's got, let's call it 1.1 million. Binance has over 500,000. Grayscale and BlackRock together have well over 500,000. And then MicroStrategy is now pushing 500,000.
So we're 500,000.
Yeah, it's it is over 500,000. So basically you're looking at three almost agencies that hold almost 3 million Bitcoin, like right there, including Satoshi, that is.
What about all the ETFs?
BlackRock, I know that what they getting close to 400 million
thousand
or 400,000, sorry. And then you had Grayscale was getting close to 400,000. So
it's tulip economy, tulip philosophy.
Yeah, it's wild, like how much of the share of Bitcoin is held by just this tiny group of people, and it's all transparently, like they obviously hold it. So what you're saying about old school Bitcoiners getting out is going to absolutely tank the price, because if any of those people want to get out, they kind of can't. But
well,
the
no,
old school
because
Bitcoiners can, but these people who own $1 million or $500,000 or what, they can't just dump it all. They're
going to be the extra liquidity, but the old school Bitcoiners can sell to Wall Street because Michael Saylor is still buying. And what's interesting about Michael Saylor particularly and strategy is that they're leveraging. So basically, the stock value strategy, I suspect, is higher than the market value of the Bitcoin. So they can keep leveraging. So as long as the price stays up or goes up a little, they can keep leveraging. So what's going to happen, what can easily happen, is that these old school Bitcoiners start selling into the BlackRocks, into the strategy. There's another company that just came out, and they just went straight out issued bonds. No convertible shares, nothing. Bonds that are due in 6 months to buy Bitcoin. So this is starting to get, I mean, at least Saylor, I mean, I guess probably can take a 50% drop in the price of Bitcoin and not have to sell. I suspect the way it's structured. But there's a lot of people that are even taking bigger risks because it's not just people that are buying. This is leveraged. So they're borrowing money, they're issuing preferred stock, they're issuing long-term bonds. They're creating a leverage situation. If their stock value goes down and it starts to go down and those bonds start getting called in a few years, then it's going to be a real bloodbath in Bitcoin. But I don't think it's going to happen right away. I mean, I think it might be delayed because of how they're doing.
Much of this is locked away in government coffers too. Like governments hold a lot of Bitcoin.
Well, I think the U.S. holds about 200,000 Bitcoin, something like that. A little over 200,000 Bitcoin, but that's not leveraged. So they're not forced to sell. So that I think is less of a risk. I think the biggest risk is going to be, but not immediate, but down the road will be in big players such as strategy. If they've got a lot of leverage, if there's a downturn in the stock market, there's a downturn in the price of Bitcoin, then they could push the price really low because they got a lot of exposure. And there's debt there. And there are other companies that are also getting into this with a lot of debt. So that's dangerous. This is where when I see leverage, that's when I start to see that there's danger. And not all of them are as sort of hedged as MicroStrategy is. I mean, he's done a decent job. I don't think strategy could probably take a 50% hit without a problem. But if it goes lower than that, it starts getting into trouble.
That's the really nice thing about Monero is that it's really freaking hard to use leverage in Monero because of the fact that it's not on centralized exchanges and all these derivative craps and shit. Like it's
still on Kraken. You can still borrow. You can borrow in Poloniex too. I mean, you can borrow to get Monero.
You can, but it's not nearly so easily as it is with like Bitcoin.
And then it's not as obvious that people could actually borrow against other assets and so on to buy Monero. So we're not totally immune of it. But I don't think what we have is this massive leverage holding that, like something like strategy, for example. That we don't have. But Monero is not immune for this kind of stuff. The difference is that the big advantage that we have, it is fundamentally can be used as peer-to-peer cash with Bitcoin cannot. That's our fundamental advantage.
I did have a question about, I wish Bawdy was still here, but this concept of, okay, you got Tari, like parallel mining, so basically merge mining, and then you got DarkFi supposed to come on as a merge miner, and it has a lot of weird implications about how much more decentralized all of the new Monero token holders are going to be. Like it's going to spread out even further. And right now, people mining on Tari, I wonder if we're going to have any solo miners just like, here you go, here's 0.6 Monero, and it just sits there because they don't even know. And now it's like this ever more further decentralized block reward.
Well, I mean, what it'll do is it'll strengthen the overall hash rate. It'll make Monero more secure. I mean, that's what's going to do. And it'll likely, things like DarkFi and to some degree Tari are going to push into decentralization. So that's also going to give us a stronger security. And then you get more into people heating houses and using excess solar and that kind of thing, which is all of that is just going to make Monero more secure in its hash rate, so harder to attack. That's what it's going to do. And it gets people interested in it. I mean, so it creates a market and an interest in Monero in its own right.
It's a wild time to be in this space, man. That's for sure. The wild time.
But I mean, I'm looking at this from the point of view of two things. First of all, I don't think that the listings are going to continue. I think we're going to probably see in 1 to 2 years, we start to see a significant move back into centralized exchanges simply because of the court cases. So the idea that Europe is going to delist in 2027, well, they've already delisted, so they can't delist. We've already delisted. I think it's far more likely the other way around.
I have a different theory of what that will do to the, as you call it, price or cotization of Monero on those exchanges, because the target of those major KYC exchanges are people that just want to buy Ethereum at all-time high. Are people that they want to sell it to the top of the top and make the profit of the best promoter of those exchanges. So I think that's in terms of manipulation. Of course, they can maybe try to manipulate for some degree the price of Monero, but I think here the major thing is Bitcoin old school people are feeling that they are being tracked. They are like in a jail, because everything they do, they are at risk, and they are tired of this marketing that leads them to nowhere, because Bitcoin did nothing for the world. I see it today, except making a bunch of people mega rich. And, as far as changing the status quo and the economic dynamics, Bitcoin did nothing, with all more respects. So
no, it didn't do, because it doesn't have the ability to scale. I mean, this is the fundamental problem. This is why that's what drove me to sell back in 2014 and 2015. When I looked at the fact that they cannot address the block size issue, they cannot address scaling, then I knew at that point in time that the thing wouldn't do what it's supposed to do. If you're going to have an economic impact on the world, you've got to have a massive scaling. You've got to be able to handle large numbers of transactions on chain.
And we saw that happen. We saw that happen in real time, because I mean, look, when Bitcoin was talked about, like they were accepting it at Overstock, and they were accepting it at Newegg, and there was talk of it being accepted at Amazon, and then it just stopped. Why?
Well, it stopped because of the fees.
When you have $100 million, imagine you are a Bitcoin whale. Imagine you have $100 million, and you want to change the, with a couple of $1 million, you can live perfectly a lot of lives. And with the rest of it, imagine you can change this paradigm on the crypto thing. You fucking buy Monero right away. So I think that's like a paradigm shift. Yeah,
you have to buy it slow.
But you're gonna buy it slow, which is what some people are trying to do, and B, you're gonna move the price. There's no way you're not gonna move the price. And also, it's kind of like anything else. Those who got out the first are going to come out be the winners. Those who got out the latest are going to come out the losers. So, I mean, if you got $100 million with a Bitcoin, well, yeah, you could move that into Monero, but not at the current prices. You're going to move the market.
Yeah, but who cares? If you are already a millionaire, if you want to buy Monero at 1,000, nobody cares.
But no, what's going to happen is this is what I'm saying. This is why I think it's so important to look at the Bitcoin price, because right now it's still very attractive for somebody who's a Bitcoiner to get into Monero and buy. But that's what I'm saying. This Bitcoin price, and this is what happened in 2016. If you actually look at the chart of Monero versus Bitcoin, look at what happened in 2016. It went crazy when it broke up that point. And we've seen a bear market from the peak at around 0.036 Bitcoin for Monero down to all the way from 0.0014. And that low actually hit in November of last year. So now we're starting to see this move back up. This is what I'm saying. This is why I think that we really need to be taking a really hard look at the Monero Bitcoin chart, precisely because of the old Bitcoiners. And precisely because they're going to look at the price in Bitcoin. They're not going to look at the price in dollars. And I mean, and they're going to say, wait a minute. And that's why it's very, very interesting. But no, and the reason is exactly what everybody's saying, is the fact that it's failed as a peer-to-peer cash. That's what you signed up for. I was in 2009. Why was I interested in Bitcoin? Because it's peer-to-peer cash. That's what it did. And when I realized it couldn't do it at scale, that's when I started leaving it. Privacy, surprisingly, is something you can add to a chain quite easily. Monero's proven that. But I mean, in fact, Monero in 2014 was a lot closer to Bitcoin in privacy than what it is today, than to Monero today. And so privacy and fungibility is actually not that difficult to add to a chain, but the scaling dynamics, because of the pricing elements and the money supply elements, that's very hard to change. So
I wonder if everybody gets this light bulb moment where they hear of Bitcoin or they hear of Monero and they dismiss it. And then they hear of Bitcoin or they hear of Monero again and they dismiss it. And they hear of Bitcoin again or they hear of Monero again and they dismiss it. And then eventually they're like, holy shit, this thing is crazy, because they realize that Monero is peer-to-peer digital cash. Because I know that's what happened to me in Bitcoin. I dismissed Bitcoin several different times. And then eventually I'm like, wait a minute, why hasn't this been shut down yet? And I started looking and I'm like, oh, I get it now.
Well, the other thing about Monero that people don't realize is it's one of the most compliant coins on the market as far as regulatory compliance at the blockchain level. This is the other thing. It has no securities issues. It is totally decentralized, which is precisely what the governments have been saying they have to do. That's what. So that's one of the main reasons. You can shut down a lot of other coins a lot easier than Monero, because it's centralized. But you don't have a securities issue because it's all mined through proof of work. You don't have. So it's one of the few coins that, when I think the Securities and Exchange Commission in the States finally came up with an objective criteria to determine what is a security and what is not, they made it very clear. If the proof of work mining is not a security, you're not creating a security. So if the entire chain is created through proof of work mining, that thing cannot be a security, which is precisely a situation with Monero. But very few chains can say that. And this is where you get into issues. I mean, Ethereum, they could say, it was a security at one point, but it isn't anymore, which is a legitimate argument for Ethereum. But with the exception, Bitcoin is the other one that is not a security. But there's very few coins that you can say it's not a security. So Monero is in a very strong position from that perspective of not being a security. And that's kind of one of the things that's really make it unique. But there is I think the other element is how far we are on market cap. I mean, people look at coins that are higher up on the list. And the more higher up we go, the more attention that is attracted to that. And a lot of the reasons. And then the other question is, so this is what I'm saying. I think that, first of all, I expect a turnaround in the delistings, and the delistings have had a major impact on the price of Monero, contrary to people say. They've had a significant impact. What's happened is it's been more than offset by essentially real peer-to-peer adoption, which is really strong. But that's what's, but it's a dynamic. The listings that have an impact. And this is another thing. So the biggest, if you're looking from the point of view of someone who's short Monero, the biggest risk that they have, in my opinion, is going to be a reversal in the States of one of those cases, particularly the Sterling-off case, by the way, which is totally based on blockchain surveillance. If that gets reversed on appeal, there could be a major shakeup with blockchain surveillance all over the world, and all these delistings is going to, because it sets the stage for legal challenges in a lot of jurisdictions, not just in the United States. And a lot of this is going to change. So this is why I say I have not written off the centralized exchanges at all. I think they're going to jump into the fold. I wouldn't be surprised within the next 2 years that we're going to see the Coinbases and even Binance going back onto it.
I hope they aren't trying to manipulate the price like they have been now, because if they do, then that's just going to be worse.
Well, what they did for a long time, and this is what a lot of people is they basically, and Binance, I think was, a lot of members of the community said this was the case, is that they were shorting a large number of altcoins, not just Monero, but pretty well everything, and going long Bitcoin, which is a strategy that over the long term, average over many coins can work. And that has been a good strategy. You take a hit on a few of them, and I think but the majority of them, you will actually win. And so that's what they did, and they made a lot of money doing that. And Monero is one of the few where it can blow up in your face, but you can see the trend from 2018 right to 2024. Well, that's a nice bear rate if you're long Bitcoin, short Monero. If you look at the actual trend, yeah, you can make money doing that. But then when you hit the bottom, if you keep the bear, then you're going to get hit hard, and then it turns around on you. But if you look at the trend, all the way from 2018 to beginning of 2018 to the end of 2024, if you're long Bitcoin and short Monero, you would have made money. There's no denying it. That spread would work. But when it turns on you, that's a different story. Then it can turn really, really sharply against you, and then you can get into trouble. But that's what they were doing. They're trend followers. And if you did it, Dogecoin proved to be a bit of an exception when Elon Musk got into it. But pretty well, someone who was short Bitcoin short Litecoin and long Bitcoin would have done very well over that period of time. I mean, if you look at the long-term trend, Bitcoin Cash, again, you could have done extremely well by going short Bitcoin Cash as vis-a-vis Bitcoin. So you could have done a lot of it, even Ethereum. And that's what a lot of these guys were doing. So that's but the trouble is, if you get a situation where you pull the money out of the exchanges, which the listings forces you to do, and people take delivery and sit on it, then the squeeze occurs, and then the shorts are broken, and that could very well be happening right now.
Hey y'all, I got some work to do, but it's been real. Thank you. God bless. Have a great day, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, see you, Alaska.
See you, Alaska.
Actually, it's probably time that Tux or somebody actually end the stream too, because it's past 4 o'clock Eastern. So
yeah, 105 Pacific. Yeah, it's a long time.
We've been on for what, 4 hours, 5 hours, something like that.
5 hours. Well, if you started at 8, that's 5 hours.
Yep.
I started at 8 in 11 Eastern.
11 Eastern. So yeah, 5 hours.
Yeah, 8 Pacific.
So Tux or Doug or somebody, where are you? I don't know if we can just shut down the stream by all logging off or not.
Well, we could, but then whoever's left, if Tux is still there, he'd be left alone.
Wait 5 minutes, so we see. But finally, just to finish, it's been a pleasure to meet all of you. And
it's been a pleasure.
You know, I'm with this nickname, Art Lamp. I'm active in Monero markets since 3 or 4 years ago. A lot of applications, a lot of platforms, some closed, some open. Now we have recently the announcement of moneromarket.io closing, and Monero United recently open only on Tor. You know, And we have XMR Bazaar that it's very, very, very good. A lot of listings, a lot of people with multi-sig trades. I like it. Because with Monero you can trade chocolate bars. You can $5, $10.
Yeah, you don't.
You are safe. You are. I bought literally everything. I have multiple accounts, not only this, but 3 or 4 more. Mainly only use this, but relative to the Monero I have, I traded easily 4 times more because I don't have a lot of Monero, but I use it more Monero than I have, and it's it's really, really good because it's the only cryptocurrency that because I started with Dash long time ago.
Dash is an interesting one.
But the problem with Dash was not only the security, but all the people just care about the
masternodes,
the fake alliance with hegemony companies, the not interested on P2P, a lot of centralization because there was a lot of problems with some guys dumping hard the token, I mean the cryptocurrency. Everything you can tell about a cryptocurrency, they have problems with. I'm sorry to tell you, but they have problems with. And then when I search, because trading in Dash was a problem because nobody accepted it. It was like Bitcoin. I know people that have Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all these things, but they don't want to do anything with it. I say to them, you sell me some Bitcoin right now, some Monero, or excuse me, some Ethereum, or some Solana, or some. No. You can, and sometimes they come to me, I want to buy something, and okay, you can pay with any crypto you have. No, I just want to pay with fiat because I'm telling you right now, you can pay me with crypto, and they don't want to. Even they refuse because they say, because I want to see if go more higher. For what? If you are never using it, for what? Do you want that for what? Because if you want to sell it to buy a car, you're gonna be fucked up because that shit is completely traceable, and you're gonna be fucked up in all the ways. So as we see with the Bitcoin people. So if you really start with the base, with the normal people, using as alternative digital method to pay things, that's where I see the potential. Because the rest is what Bitcoin is already trying in this moment. Just never stopping all the way up, all the way up, all the way up the top. $1 million per Bitcoin, 2 million, 10
that's
million.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen without the peer-to-peer trading.
Dementia mentality. I for what? For what? People that will be born 10 years from now, 20 years from now, they are gonna buy a Bitcoin, $1 million Bitcoin. For what? And with what
not.
money and for what? It's a completely useless. To me, it's a dead end, the purpose. And even if you are a very poor person with almost no money, or a very rich person with a lot of millions, Monero is the best option right now. Low fees, security, privacy, extended adoption.
The potential for standard adoption is the key thing. The key point is that you can have mass numbers of people using it. That's the key issue, which Bitcoin doesn't have. Because there's no, and this is the point that is important to understand, is that if you don't have the peer-to-peer cash, because people are going to use it as a peer-to-peer cash, because it's economically advantageous to them to do so. Now, that could take the form of privacy. That could take the form of freedom. That could take the form of a host of reasons why you'd want to use peer-to-peer cash. You want to avoid fees with credit cards. You want to avoid being spied upon. These are all the frictions that are created with the existing fiat system. But you have to be able to have people who value using it for a transactional purpose. That's what gives it value. And this is the point that people in the Bitcoin community don't understand. The value is driven. There's two things. People have to say it has value to start off with, otherwise you can't use it as peer-to-peer money. So there's a bit of a catch-22 situation. So the investor
excuse me,
plays a role.
not they don't understand. They don't want to understand it, but they see it clearly sometimes when they are sleeping, Well, because this story of the first mover and all this shit, the first mover of computers was a football camp, with all relays and that's the first mover, and it's not the better for that. Maybe it's important because it's the first, but it's not the better for one. The same with mobile phones, it's not the same. A Motorola on the year 1995 to today's mobile phones is not the same. Maybe you have more quality or the same quality, but it's not the same. And if you go back another 50 years to the Second World War, those phones, those basic wire phones are very, very basic stuff, and they were the first movers, like the radio back 100 years ago, 120 years ago. That's the first starter of the mobile phone today. First mover. That's a very Anglo-American thing to drive up speculation on investment, and that's that's like a childish thing. I think they are more I don't know. It's kind of crazy stuff.
It's a denial. No. I have a sort of a slightly different perspective of this. If you take, for example, IBM, it was launched as the Hollerith company in the 1890s. And they actually were providing a viable service back then as a first mover, and then became IBM. And they're still servicing the same type of customer who should do very well, which is big governments and big corporations. And they actually do a good job at it. So you can be a first mover and still be around and do something useful. The trouble with Bitcoin is Bitcoin failed by design at peer-to-peer cash very early on. And there's a denial in the industry, in the Bitcoin community, that somehow you're going to have just a store of value and a speculation. That's where the denial is. So it's absolutely true what you're saying, that it's a denial. But the denial is because it doesn't work as peer-to-peer cash, never did. So the idea that you're a first mover, well, if you're a first mover and you're a failure, then somebody else is going to take you over. If you're a first mover and you actually do something that works, you'll still be around. You may not be the biggest, but you're still there. IBM was very much a first mover in computing with the early tabulating machines in the 1890s. They're still around today, and they're a viable company today. And in fact, they serve well the client base that they're using, that they were serving back in the 1890s.
Yeah, I was not talking about a company, but rather a technology.
A technology was the same thing. The original design, but it's the same thing. I mean, if you look at, for example, the first internal combustion engines, well, they're still viable today. Or battery operated cars, which came out here in the 19th century. So a lot of technologies that are there, but there are also designs that are flawed. And the problem with Bitcoin is it's a first mover, but there are fundamental design flaws in Bitcoin with respect to this idea that transaction fees will replace falling block rewards, which effectively prevents its widespread use. And so, therefore, what is one of the strongest applications, where I think
the funny thing, Arctic,
has been eliminated.
Even the own Satoshi Nakamoto nickname on the Bitcoin forum talk about the same things you talk about, and they don't want to refer to that anymore. So this is just like a tulip economy, This is like the same philosophy of the Pepe coin, for example. or the, I don't know, the other meme comes like Shiba Inu, and it's the same psychology. I'm started to notice. So I don't know when this gonna break. I don't fucking
When
know.
it breaks, it's gonna be brutal. That I know. Because there's no fundamental value. And this is the point that you're saying. I mean, to me, one of the major fundamental applications, actually, of a cryptocurrency is paying the poor, actually, as opposed to, that's actually a very fundamental, strong application of a cryptocurrency, which I think you correctly identified. Because banks are not particularly good at dealing with poor people. It's an industry that does a really good job of serving the rich. That's kind of an okay job with the middle class and completely fail with the poor as an industry. And so that this is one of the major sort of interesting elements about the banking industry. So there's a major application is how do you pay a homeless person? Someone who's experiencing homeless, how do I pay that person? You can give them cash, you can give them crypto, you're not going to be able to use the debit card. I mean, it's a very simple problem. I mean, I had a case in... this is 2013, and I was walking down the street with a friend of mine who was a millennial in Prince George, and a homeless person, a poor person, approached us and asked for money. And what my friend said to him was, I only have debit. I only have card. So I can't pay you. It opened my eyes. He was a young guy in his 20s at the time. And I was in my 50s. And I'm like, okay, this is the application of cryptocurrency, paying that person. And you can pay them with cash, but you can pay them with cryptocurrency, but you cannot pay them with a card, cost effectively at least. That's the key point. And that's a very important point that we need to sort of understand is that how do you pay a poor person? Let's say you hire a person to do some work for you, remove snow or something, or you need some help moving some boxes or whatever. You hire this person, you want to pay them for their work. How do you do that? Can you do that with a card? No. You can give them cash? Yes. Can you give them cryptocurrency? Yes. But you can't pay them with debit or credit cards. But the point is, and this is where Bitcoin failed, is that there are lots of poor people in the world, and if any small fraction of them use it, you better have a chain that can have the capacity to deal with it. And this is where Bitcoin really got itself into trouble. And that's the issue. And so they're talking about peer-to-peer cash, but then then they say, well, we're going to limit the block size. Well, wait a minute. And we're going to do it in a consensus model, which you can't change. Well, then you've created a situation where it's nothing more than a tulip bulb speculation, basically. In fact, tulip bulbs are more useful. I mean, I have a neighbor that's very much into flowers, and people buy them. But Bitcoin is even less than that. There's no fundamental use of it. And then you take away the store of value narrative. So what they did is they said, okay, so we can't really use it as peer-to-peer cash. Let's try to play it as a store of value to preserve the value to the existing Bitcoiners. And it's worked for a while until somebody else is left being excess liquidity. So that's the fundamental problem. It's failed at what it was designed to do, which is peer-to-peer cash. And yes, I mean, if you read the Bitcoin white paper, if you read the design, if you read the argument, the whole argument about why there's a need for decentralized peer-to-peer cash, absolutely. But you got to make it work technically.
They completely give up on that thing because this is like we are talking the other day with one guy about Goldman Sachs stock price right now.
Yes.
You see, this is ridiculous. This is even worse than Ethereum chart. This is pure speculation. A company that must be broke down 10 years ago. This is a zombie bank at all-time record high, all the way fucking up at the $700 just a few months ago. And I'm sad to say this, but the Bitcoin case speculation thing is even worse. It's even fucking worse, ladies and gentlemen.
All right,
So,
guys.
Oh, yes, it is. Absolutely, it is.
I'm out of here, guys.
Okay, thank you. I just want to talk with this man because to me, the most thing, the best thing we have is time, and we are gonna die. And if I have a person that I like, I talk to. I have no problem. Thank you.
It's basically, I mean, there's no fundamental value. I mean, I have actually, you can derive a fundamental value, but there has to be a use case. And this is, I mean, you can study Keynesian economics, you can study Austrian economics, and you've made the cases of what money does and it facilitates commerce and why it does, and what you need is applications where some people will use it. So you may choose to be an investor, but you have to bear in mind that the reason that has value is because somebody else uses it as a means of payment. That's the key point to understand. And that's fine. But the problem that Bitcoin guys have is that they basically have eliminated its use as a use of payment, so they don't have that.
So what they told me in 2017, when I was completely bankrupt, I have nothing in my bank. Okay. I didn't even have a bank account in 2017. Okay, but they present me Coinbase, some guy from Algeria. It was in a phone store, in a technology store, and they said to me, and I still have today this in my mind. I ask him, why the fucking price moved this way? I don't. What is this? This is just digits in a screen, and that guy I don't even see again. I don't know where it is right now. He said to me, the price goes up as the network is used. I mean, as the crypto itself is used. If more people use it, the price goes up. And
that's correct.
And I start to understand. I say, okay, that's have some sense. But that's the use for what? I asked him, and he responded, to buy and sell. So that's
to buy and sell Bitcoin or other things.
To buy and sell Bitcoin is, I mean, but
no. That's not a use case.
That's not a use case. That's you have you hold Bitcoin, but you don't use it for nothing. So
no. See, that's the point. The point is you're using it to buy goods and services. You're using it as money. You're not using it as an end in itself.
That's the mentality of the retail buyer right now. I think.
But that's just a speculation. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
They think using Bitcoin is just buying in Coinbase and have it there. I don't know.
I mean, you can buy. There's two mentalities here. You need a fundamental case for value. And this is why I look at it. So if you say this has a use case as a peer-to-peer cash, you might not be using it as a peer-to-peer cash, but there's a strong use case that other people are using it as a peer-to-peer cash. Then it makes sense for you to say, I'm going to buy it as an investment. There's nothing wrong with that. But the issue is there has to be a use case as a peer-to-peer cash. It's like you buy a stock in a company. You might not necessarily buy the product of that company, but you still buy that stock because somebody else is going to buy the product of that company as something they need to use for. So in order to justify investing in it as an investor, you have to have somebody else whose primary interest is to use it and provides value to that person in purchasing goods and services. I mean, that's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. The white paper. They talk.
So you have to go back. You have to go back to
the. Right now, the funny thing is they don't talk nothing about the white paper.
No, they don't because they don't. It's failed at that, and this is what's so interesting. And so you have, I call it a failed cypherpunk currency. So what you have in Bitcoin is a currency that has failed as peer-to-peer cash, and it's become a speculative frenzy. Well, okay, but it's failed at what it's supposed to do. And this is why, when I looked at I analyzed, I did this analysis like 10 years ago. And I looked at it from the point of view, okay, what is this thing supposed to do? Does it meet a need? Yes, it does. It's a lot of people who, for whatever reason, cannot use electronic payments or centralized ledgers. And there's a host of reasons, and you can go spend there's a lot of people here right on this channel that say that this is the reason these things can't be done. There's lots of valid reasons why this is the case. And these people, and a lot of people can, but that gives it a need and a service and a product that you could then, that has a value. That's what gives it value. And in fact, you can do an analysis based on the equation of exchange and the size of the economy. And as more people use it, then it has to go in value because of the limited supply. All this analysis is correct. But you need to have that use case. And that's the point that the Bitcoin is, because they failed at it. Then they have to admit the fact that if you look at the equation of exchange, that you have to grow the block size in order for it to have viable usage. Well, they restricted the block size because in an attempt to have the fees replace the falling block rewards. And that's why it failed. And honestly, when I got to Monero, I went to Monero because of this issue. Privacy is enabled by addressing this underlying issue. If you have the underlying issue that you can use it at peer-to-peer cash, you have a secure model, you have a way to pay the miners, and the whole thing, and then you can go ahead and say, we're going to build this great privacy infrastructure on top of what we've done in Monero, and it works. But without it, it will not work. And that's a fundamental issue. Without that person who wants to use it as a product. Like you have to have a use case. You have to have a product, a service that you're providing. It doesn't matter what your business is. You got to have something that people want to use. But what they've done in Bitcoin is they say, well, we can do this without a service. Just as pure speculation. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to create a big balloon and then it's going to collapse. And that's because there's no fundamental value. And my argument is...
It's too much right now. It's too fucking much. I mean,
well,
you are talking about a number in a decentralized database only. That is doing nothing between people. Doing nothing between people. And
it's just a number.
It's used only if it is in Coinbase, inside Coinbase or inside B9. Elsewhere,
no, you can have it on chain, so it has value.
They don't even talk about decentralized exchange. They only care about BlackRock. You know, this today I just talk about this. You know, the Goldman Sachs price stock. We are talking about that. You know,
I mean, I guess you push it to the converted here, because basically what's happening is people like me. I mean, I basically made a strategic decision to get out of Bitcoin into Monero because I felt that Monero can actually do what it's supposed to do. It has the capability of doing it. And then I end up working on scaling, and I think it's so important that you have to be able to grow the block size, and this is why it's so critical, because if the major application, which I do agree, a major application is actually paying the poor, of Monero is actually paying people who are poor. Actually, if you want to pay a poor person, it's a very efficient way to do it. So then you need to have a scalability to be able to do that. And so you have to work on this. That's why it's so important to have the ability to grow at scale in a cryptocurrency. But the issue that Bitcoin has is that they wanted to tell themselves they had something. They've invested all this money, and so they want to find a greater fool. And to be honest, a lot of early Bitcoiners have found a greater fool in Wall Street. I mean,
because the retail client is the same that want to buy, I don't know, Goldman Sachs at $1,000 a share. You know.
Well, they think it's going to keep going up in value, but what do you think they're going to do the minute it goes down?
You know, not as an investment, of course, but as an speculation to get out of their means of life. Because then you have the other side of the coin. Okay, imagine this shit keep pumping and pumping and pumping. Your child or the next generation, what they are gonna do with this thing? Nothing, because it's gonna be a ridiculous.
It's not gonna last
for nothing. That's gonna be dead for speculation, dead for use, and dead for everything. So it's announcing a criminal thing right now to think this is gonna turn off because they don't want to change nothing. All they care about is this, buy low and sell high, and that's like a
No, buy
casino.
low, buy high, and sell higher is what they're doing. Buy low, buy high, and try to sell higher, which is the classic mistake. There's a better version of it where you sell low and try to buy lower.
The people that buy Bitcoin now are jealous or of those that bought 10 years ago, 15 years ago, not because they want to support a project in the early stage. No, because they want to have a big bag to become a millionaire, win the lottery.
Do you know what the price of Bitcoin was in 2010? Do you know what the price of Bitcoin was in 2010?
But that's the main driving thing.
Oh, I know. But do you know what it was? Do you know actually physically what the price was in early 2010?
I don't know.
What was the market? Okay, it was approximately 1,500 Bitcoins to $1.
Ridiculous, yes.
So basically, one Satoshi today kind of was one Bitcoin in early 2010, roughly speaking. Actually, in 2010, one Satoshi today will be about 2 Bitcoins.
And all that for what? After 15, 16 years, what have you done with Bitcoin?
Well, so what you've done with Bitcoin is created this massive bubble that has basically, and then those who saw what it, like I said, I got out of it in 2014, 2015. Once I realized that it wasn't going to do what I thought it was supposed to do, and it took me a while to understand the scaling and so on, and to understand some of the issues, the reason why. And then it becomes a pure speculation. But I looked at it from the point of view of fundamentals. It doesn't have any fundamentals. The opinion of Warren Buffett, I don't know if you heard the opinion that he calls it rat poison squared.
Well, I don't call it that way, but I have my questions about it. I don't think.
I argue that Warren Buffett got the exponent wrong, and the correct exponent is calculated using Nielsen's law. It's more like right now it's about rat poison to the 700, and it's dynamic. But Warren Buffett had a point. There's no fundamental value in it because you can't really use it for anything. That was his point. And he's a very famous fundamental investor. Not a friend of Bitcoin. I mean, he made his money in Bank of America, of all things. And I'm talking about Bank of America when Bank of America started in 1959. He's in his 90s. So that's what I'm talking about there. But so that's what you're dealing with. But the fundamental problem is that you have to have a use case, a service use case. And that's the key point that I think we're both in agreement on. I mean, on this issue. It's you have to have a use case, and the use case is peer-to-peer transactions. That's what you use it for, not as a store of value. It becomes a store of value if it is used by peer-to-peer transaction. It could make a sense for the state to buy it if it was truly being used for peer-to-peer transaction. It makes a lot of sense. Governments hold other governments' fiat currencies as reserves. There's no reason if cryptocurrency becomes widely used for peer-to-peer payments, why a government would not want to hold some as a reserve. It makes sense, actually. So, but what they've taken out is the use case, and this is what's so interesting about it. And so it becomes a pure speculation. And what will happen, very likely, is that once the turnout in the stock market, once the reality comes in, then people are going to jump out of the sinking ship as fast as, really, really fast, and the rats will jump out of the ship all at the same time. So, I mean, and yeah, it's going to be a major disaster. And it could potentially bring down banks with it if they start getting, if it's used to support debt and so on. It could even have economic implications because of how big it's become. But that's the reality of it. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, I think we can. Thank you very much.
I think we should probably sign off, and I guess maybe Tuxedo could then at the appropriate time, because I'm getting hungry. I'm sure you are also.
We're gonna finish this and rest a
Yes.
little bit. Thank you very much, Arctic Mind. I was tenía mucha ganas de hablar contigo porque siempre te veía, nunca hablaba.
Vas a ir a Praga, en
No creo.
a Monerocon, because voy a hablar en Monerocon.
Sí, te veré por internet, pero no creo que vaya porque tengo aquí cosas estoy en medio de líos, historias. Pero bueno, cuando coincida volveremos a hablar y sin problema.
Desde luego. Pues hasta
Muy bien.
luego.
Bueno,
Muy
venga.
bien. Venga, adiós.
Well, I guess everyone already left, huh? I forgot to come back to end the stream. So thank you everyone who came on and talked during the Viewers on Stage segment. I'm going to close it out here. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, actually, before I do end it, I'll make sure there's no super chats I missed. Let's go up here. Sorry if some of you have been waiting for your super chats to be read. Kev tipped 4 cents. Is there a way to view listings on ReaderSwap without downloading the client? Not to my knowledge. At the moment, you do have to download the desktop app to view listings. Mr. Wonderland tipped 24 cents. P2Pool is about 8.4% of general network hash rate. P2Pool.observer. Okay, maybe that's a more accurate site. P2Pool.observer. That's a cool TLD. Okay. 8.2. Okay, yeah, that seems more accurate. The current effort is the amount of time spent mining a block compared to the expected time with the current hash rate in the pool. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's what the rating I was reading before. Thank you for clearing that up. That makes a lot more sense. Good to note. And then Mr. Roller tipped 24 cents again. At Kev, there's a useful site called Vino.markets to get the stats from ReaderSwap that need aligning to the client. If you go to the Vino.markets/markets and click on liquidity, that should represent the current sum of all value trades. But I'm guessing it doesn't show the individual trades. It just gives you some general statistics. Simon V is asking, any job opening at Cake? Not that I know of at the moment. We kind of just grab people as we need them. We don't really ever have like job openings. If we end up needing somebody for something, we just find the right person for it, really. But with that being said, I am going to end it out here. Thank you, everyone, and have a good weekend.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you.